Chapter 1 God Level Investment System, the horror of 4 times the rate of return. Hello, I see that you put your resume to our company. Is it convenient to come over for an interview tomorrow? Convenient. May I ask, your company has double rest? Yes, 2 days a month. You call 2 days off in a month a double vacation? Otherwise, isn't it just 2 days off? Su Luo almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Looking for a job for so long, he is still the first time to see such a clear explanation of double rest. Why don't you care about the 2 days off a year is called double time off? We are not that kind of heartless company. Su Luo stared in amazement. You still have a conscience? Afterwards, he glanced at the upper left corner of the chat box, Lin Zidong manager, and immediately said back. Zidong, it's meaningless for you to talk like that. You know me? I hugged you when you were little. After sending it, he exited the recruitment software. Why are companies like this nowadays? Each and every one of them treats their employees like cattle and horses. What about the promised prosperity together? He just graduated from a 985 school this year, signed a job with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan, thought he could walk on the pinnacle of life from now on, to marry a rich woman. How to meet a controlling perversion of the leadership, even a few minutes to go to the bathroom to control, but where there is a little bit not to the liking of the cursing. Try 2 weeks, he really cannot stand, directly resign. But to find a job, he realized that the school recruitment is really gentle. Social recruitment in the company are damn of empire. Either to crazy overtime, is not guaranteed double rest, and even some jobs have to buy his own car, Wang Defa? Find a satisfactory job can be really difficult. He looked at the 433.7 balance in his bank card, and a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he couldn't find a job again, he would be eating dirt next month. Just at this moment, a voice filled with a mechanical feeling rang in his head. Ding! A suitable host has been detected. The divine investment system is starting to bind. Binding is successful. The host can utilize the divine investment system to evaluate the return rate of any investment. System? Su Luo was so excited that he sat up from the bed. He who often read internet articles of course knew what a system was. This was an absolute plugin that could help him change his destiny against all odds, marry a rich white woman, and go to the peak of his life. Can you assess the rate of return? I'll try it. He immediately downloaded a stock trading software, and after opening it, his eyes fell on the first stock. System, evaluate. A simple panel immediately appeared in his mind. Investment item, Cloud Harbor Environmental Protection Technology stock. Profit cycle, 1 month. Rate of return, 50%. It's really evaluating. It means that this stock will fall for a month straight and lose up to half of its value? It looks like it's not a stock to buy. As for shorting? He only has about $400. What kind of shorting is that? So he looked to the next stock. Investment, Cummins Biotech stock. Profit cycle, 2 months. Return, 97%. Holy shit, this one's even tougher, it's almost a total loss. He looked all the way down and realized that most of the stocks were down, and even if there was an increase, the increase was very small. He couldn't help but lament, no wonder the rooftop is so crowded at night. After half a day of scratching and pulling, he finally saw a stock that had risen quite a bit. Investment project, Watson Electronic Technology stock. Profit cycle, 2 days. Rate of return, 30%. That's it. Give it a try. Without saying a word, he directly registered his account, leaving himself 33 bubble money and buying all the rest of the $400 into the stock. System, I hope you don't pitfall, otherwise I really have to eat dirt. After buying the stock, he went downstairs, bought 2 days worth of instant noodles, and then with apprehension, refreshed the price of the stock from time to time. Finally, after an hour, the stock price began to rise, and by the close of business, the stock price had risen by 10%. By the third day, the stock price had really risen to 30% as predicted by the system, and he sold decisively. Shortly after he sold, the stock price began to fall slightly. When he saw this, he was thrilled. It seems that this divine investment system is real, and the prediction is so accurate. This time, he bought at 400 and sold at 520, netting a profit of 120. He could not help but lament, 2 days of 30% increase has been very high, but I have too little capital, can only earn this poor 120. Subsequently, he went downstairs, to the international chain restaurant Sha Xian International Beautiful Full Meal. Then returned to the rental house, while learning the basics of stock trading, while checking the price of each stock. But until late at night, he couldn't see a single stock worth getting into. Either it fell wildly all the way down, or it went up nicely, but the profit cycle was long. He even saw a stock that was up 50%, but the profit cycle took 2.5 years. If he had enough capital, he could start, but he only has 500 for that 250%, wait for 2.5 years, then he will really become 250%. With some regret, he fell asleep. The next day, simply wash up and eat breakfast, he once again opened the stock trading software, still did not see a satisfactory stock. Look at the futures? He could not help but secretly, then opened the futures market. What came into his eyes was pork. System, evaluate. Soon, a few lines appeared in the panel in his mind. Investment item, pork futures. Profit cycle 15 days. Rate of return, 400%. What? A 400% rate of return? He jumped up in excitement, his eyes filled with disbelief. 15 days, 4 times the rate of return, what kind of divine rate of return is this? He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and his head began to run quickly. 400% rate of return, I now have 500 on hand, even if I'll buy in the end can only earn 2,000, this is simply a waste of this rate of return, no, must borrow money. This horrible rate of return, if he does not raise money, give birth to a son absolutely no asshole, give birth to a daughter absolutely no that I. The first thing he did was to reject the idea of asking his parents for money. When he had just graduated, his parents had clearly said that they would not give him any more money, and said that it was time for him to return the favor, and that he had to pay $2,000 a month to his family. The money he spends now is still earned from his part-time job in the second semester of his senior year. Then, he thought of his eldest uncle Su Tsongshan. Big uncle is a big boss, should be able to borrow a few tens of thousands. Thinking like this, he called Su Tsongshan, and in a short while, the phone was connected. Hey, Xiao Luo, what's the matter? He took a deep breath and opened the door. Uncle, I am now in a bit of an emergency, need 50,000, you see your side cannot lend me? I will definitely pay you back in half a month. The voice of Su Tsongshan immediately came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Luo, really sorry, your cousin this year on the first year of college, fell in love with a girl, had to let me give him to buy a Maybach, you also know, now the girls are very material, in order to his happiness, I had to give him to buy it, really have no money to lend you. But I have to say, that car is expensive for a reason, the maneuver really no words, you happen to be in Jinling, one day you can find your cousin to feel, this kind of opportunity to be able to get close to the luxury car, you may not have in this life I also bought a large flat in the city to your cousin as a wedding room, specifically invited the most famous international designers to help design, noble and luxurious European style of decoration, simply beautiful fried, you come back someday, you can come to see a few eyes Su Luo pursed her lips breathlessly, okay. Su Tsongshan continued, Xiao Luo, not uncle said you just graduated, is the age of the breakthrough, do not always think of borrowing money greedy enjoyment, to work hard, and strive to be like uncle, can afford to buy a Maybach and large flat. Su Luo perfunctorily said, thank you uncle teach, I remember. Finished, directly hung up the phone. Go to your uncles, the money well appoint not borrow, forcing well cool fierce pretend. And also fucking to me on the cynical. Chapter 2 Borrowing money to see through people's hearts, was falsely accused of cheating money. On the other hand, after hanging up the phone, Su Tsongshan's wife Zhou Yurong asked, Xiao Luo borrowed money with you? Su Tsongshan sneered, disdainful, yes, an opening is 50,000, but also said that there is something urgent, really laugh at me, can have what urgent, nothing more than the world of flowers fascinating eyes, just graduated from the deep consumer trap, destined to the future not much success, worthy of being the oldest child, even if it is a graduate of a prestigious school, but also a waste of one. Zhou Yurong smiled happily and said, originally I thought that after he went to the 985 famous school, he would soar from now on, and it is possible to surpass our family in the future, now it seems that I am over-anxious. As the only Su family that earns a lot of money, they enjoy their relatives' worshipful gazes and kneeling attitudes, naturally they don't want any of their relatives to be developed someday and be on par with them, and they hope from the bottom of their hearts that these poor relatives will always live at the bottom of the ladder and look up to them all the time. As the saying goes, the ones who don't want you to get better are always your relatives. Therefore, when Su Luo got into a 985 university, they had no idea how hard it was in their hearts, and after Su Luo graduated, they always beat around the bush to inquire about Su Luo's job and annual salary. When they learned that Su Luo had found a good job, their hearts were even harder. And now, seeing Su Luo deep in the consumer trap looking for them to borrow money, the moment they opened their mouths was $50,000, their hearts are considered to be completely relieved. A person who has absolutely no planning for his future life and seriously overspends on consumption, what can he do? Su Sangshan picked up the red wine on the table, gently shook a little, sipped a small mouth, and then happily said to Zhou Yuron, "Wife, did not expect, even Xiao Luo this college bully are abolished. It seems that my poor relatives are destined to be a poor relative for a lifetime, ha." For Su Sangshan, the big boss does not borrow money, Su Luo hard more or less are expected. After all, this guy is notorious stingy, even stingy in the support of the elderly in terms of, as a big boss, the cost also have to AA with the other three brothers. He made this phone call is also holding the attitude of trying. Who should I call next? The third uncle's family is even poorer than mine. I heard that the fourth uncle has just done some small business and made some money, so let's try to find him. Then, he dialed the fourth uncle Su Sangyun's phone. Fourth uncle, I'm in a bit of a hurry, need 30,000, you see your side of the convenience of lending me? Half a month later, I will definitely pay you back. Su Sangyun's surprised voice came. Xiao Luo, you and 985 famous school graduates, still need to find me to borrow money? Su Luo, this is not a sudden emergency, need to use money turnover, for uncle, you see. His words have not finished, Su Sangyun interrupted him. You can pull to it, you a university graduate, can have what things need 30,000 so much, you just want to buy brand name to show off with colleagues. I did not expect you haul a brand name university graduates, but also so impatient, books are read to the dog's stomach. Fortunately, your cousin did not dip into your kind of crooked, although he is only secondary school graduates, 4,000 per month, but how much to spend how much to earn, which is like you, no money but also hard to pretend to be a brand name college students even he is secondary school students are not as good as this university is really on the white. Finished, before he could speak, Su Sangyun directly hung up the phone. He looked at the phone, speechless. Do not lend money even if, but also damn him to give education a meal, father flavor how so heavy it? It seems that these relatives cannot be counted on, look for classmates to see it. The first thing he thought of was his roommate, who had been in the same class for 4 years and had established a deep friendship. How's cannot, his father has just been diagnosed with cancer, it is the need for money, find Su Fayet, this kid half a month ago also bragged with us to buy a lottery won 200,000, and my university is often help him, he should be lent to me. With that, he found Su Fei's cell phone number and dialed it, the phone quickly dialed, Su Fei's enthusiastic voice came over. Luo brother, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Su Luo, brother, I encountered an urgent matter on this side, I need money urgently to turn over, do you think you can lend me 50,000? I'll pay you back in half a month. Su Fei, didn't you find a job that pays $200,000 a year? Why do you still need to borrow money from me? Don't mention it. I met a perverted leader. I've resigned. You quit? Then you're still borrowing money from me? What will you pay me back then? You're trying to cheat me out of money, right? Su Luo couldn't help but frown. If this was said from someone else's mouth, he could understand, but he didn't expect that it was said from his roommate Su Fei's mouth. Brothers, say what? I just have an urgent need to turn over, half a month later to ensure that you return, my person you still do not understand it? How can you cheat money? Su Fei, what do you do? This is 50,000, who can guarantee that you will not see the money eye to eye? If you don't pay back the money by the end of the day, who am I going to cry to? I've seen a lot of people like you. Su Luo sniffed and his anger rose. Su Fei, you say this is no fun in school, you do not have money, I often treat you to dinner? Whenever you were looking for a part-time job, wouldn't I bring you along? Now you're saying that I'm money-minded and that I'm cheating? Are you sick? Su Fei also angry, what are you yelling? How long ago is the thing you still rehashed? I thanked you at the time, what else do you want? What do you want? To morally kidnap me for the rest of my life? How can there be such a disgusting person like you? Morality is never used to restrain oneself, not others. I'm disgusting? Su Luo's heart immediately had 100,000 grass mud horses galloping. He was kind enough to help Su Fei back then, but now it's his fault, where is this bullshit reasoning? Su Fei continued to say, just graduated to help me at the beginning of those insignificant small things to morally kidnap me, want to cheat me money, Su Luo, I did not think that you were such a person, really make me feel disgusted. After saying that, hung up the phone. Su Luo slammed the phone on the bed. What the fuck is wrong with this Su Fei? Even if you don't want to borrow money, there's no need to speak so harshly, right? 4 years of friendship between students fed the dog? He was puzzled, why Su Fei will be so malicious speculation him, really do not want to not lend money, expressly said not just well, he is not what petty people. after a long time, his mood slowly calmed down. Back to the cell phone, dialed another roommate Wang Jingyu's phone, found that no one answered. So, then dialed a few classmates that he thought were on good terms, and now his family is also in a good position. But the result was that no one was willing to lend him money. For a time, he felt his chest clogged up, walked quickly to the balcony, and took several deep breaths. It is said that the collapse of an adult begins with the borrowing of money, and he now realized it. He couldn't help but self-doubt. Am I really so bad at being popular that I've reached this point? I don't even have a friend who is willing to lend me money. Ding dong. Right at this moment, his cell phone rang with a VX message tone. He picked it up and looked at it, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Only to see Su Fei in the university group said, "Everyone be careful, Su Luo is now unemployed, is now everywhere to cheat money at, just wanted to cheat me 50,000, I did not give, so annoyed and angry scolded me, but also to help me before those insignificant things to moral abduction me, I have never seen such a disgusting person, everyone be careful to prevent Then, Su Luo looked for a few other people also in the bottom back. He also looked for me, opening his 20,000, said there is an emergency, half a month later to return, I think it is not right, but also did not lend him. He also looked for me to borrow 30,000, fortunately I also reacted, did not lend him, or this money really hit the water. He asked me for $20,000. He asked me for $30,000. I go, Su Luo, what happened to borrow so much money? Obviously, either into a pyramid scheme or want to cheat money, which just graduated needs so much money We still guard against it, after all, now earn money are not easy. When I went to college, I knew that he was not a good person, now finally revealed the chicken feet, even the money of students want to cheat, really disgusting. Chapter 3, Seeing True Love in Times of Trouble. However, there are also many people who come out to help Su Luo speak. People don't speculate maliciously here, okay, come up and directly say Su Luo is cheating money, what if he really has an emergency? That's right, Su Luo was very nice to us when he was in school, and with his character, I don't think he could do anything to cheat money. Feng Ping, we are all classmates, don't come up and say that you saw how Su Luo was when you were in school, you have a bubble in your head, I don't think you are a good person. But it drew a lot of rebuttals. He quit his job and borrowed so much money from his classmates and said he would pay back in half a month, what is he going to pay back? His family is not a rich family, this is not cheating money, what else can be? Well, there are still people defending him. Think independently, okay? If you people are cheated by him, don't look for us and cry. Anyway, regardless of whether he is cheating money, I will stay away from him, a person who does not have a lot of money, but open his mouth to borrow so much money from others, not good. Watching his former classmates make all kinds of malicious assumptions about him, Su Luo's Dao heart collapsed a little. He didn't expect that after 4 years of living together, these people would still think this way about him, and most importantly, there were quite a few people in there that he had enthusiastically helped during his college years. The human heart, it was really impossible to see straight. He sighed deeply, disheartened, and said, "Forget it, no more borrowing." At this time, his cell phone rang. Look, it is the roommate Su Haodong called. He took a deep breath, pressed the answer button. Su Haodong's voice came over. "Luo brother, you are now short of money?" He said, "It is true that I encountered an emergency, and I need some money to turn over, just." "Then why don't you find me to borrow it? You don't treat me as a friend after graduation? That's not enough. Your father is not diagnosed with cancer, your family is now in need of money, how can I be ashamed to open this mouth with you?" After a moment of silence, Su Haodong's voice came again. "We have decided to give up the treatment, the cost of treatment needs at least 600,000, the doctor also said that not necessarily can be cured, we have been looking for people to borrow money, but also did not raise enough, so after discussion, give up." This. Su Luo wants to say don't give up, and then try hard and so on, but words to the mouth, really can't speak. Experience just borrowed money storm, he can imagine, Su Haodong family this period of time how difficult to reach out to people for money, even if it is borrowed, will be inferior, and will even be like him malicious speculation. And making the decision to give up must be extremely painful. He now said not to give up these words, not only pale and useless, but also increased the pain in Su Haodong's heart. Su Haodong smiled and said, "You do not have to worry about me, I'm fine to, borrowed money, our family are returned, I now have 20,000 free money on hand, the card number sent me, I will give you to turn over." Su Luo pondered for a while, nodded, good. Subsequently, sent the card number to Su Haodong, not a moment later, $20,000 arrived. Looking at that transfer message, his heart was touched. After experiencing the storm of borrowing money just now, he realized more and more deeply how precious such feelings are. This money should be regarded as an investment for Hao Zi, and help him to gather the operation fee as early as possible. He has made up his mind, this 20,000 yuan of investment income, all to Su Donghao. People sincerely treat him, in this case is still willing to borrow money, he will not let down, not to mention Su Donghao family really need money. Of course, he will not tell this news to Su Donghao. After all, the risk of speculation in stocks and futures is too high. Can make money in the stock market and futures market, only a handful of people. It's not like Su Donghao knew that he had a system. If he knew that he borrowed money to speculate on stocks and futures, he would have flown over and broken his legs. Afterwards, his cell phone rang again, still from Su Haodong. Luo, those words in the class group, you don't need to take it to heart. Anyway, now that we have graduated, it can be said to be old and dead, let them say what they want. He pursed his lips and said. To be honest, the heart is still quite difficult, especially to see Su Fei said me that way. I really cannot figure out why he wants to do so. Su Haodong, what can't figure out? He is a person with extremely low self-esteem. We saw his worst side back then, can't afford to eat, can't afford to buy clothes. It is estimated that we helped him at that time. Not only is he not thankful to his heart, but will also feel that we are giving him charity, humiliate him it. Now he got better, also won 200,000 lottery tickets, naturally do not want to face the previous bad, see you down and out, naturally will fall on the well, the dignity of the first time he thought he was trampled by us to get back, this person's psyche is already distorted, in the future, stay away from him. Su Luo nodded, maybe. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a while and hung up the phone. The next moment, his cell phone once again rang with a VX message tone, picked it up and looked at it, just 2 words. Lack of money? Take a closer look, it is actually the school flower Lu Bingyan sent over. He could not help but be a little puzzled, the university, the two interactions are not much and this Lu Bingyan people is its name, cold, the two have said a few words, he really do not understand why now take the initiative to send him a message. He said back. Aha! How much? Su Luo heart wondered, ask this why? Do you really want to borrow money? How much money do you need? Lu Bingyan asked again. 100,000. He casually wrote a number. Card number. What? Card number, speed. You're really borrowing? Doesn't make sense. Su Luo was a little confused, he and Lu Bingyan can't be considered friends. Really borrow? However, with the attitude of trying, he still sent the card number over. 5 minutes later, a transfer message came into his eyes. 100,000? When he saw the transfer amount, his face was covered with shock. Really borrow? He hurriedly gave Lu Bingyan back. Received, thank you, half a month later to return you. But after waiting for half a day, Lu Bingyan did not return the message, he could not help but laugh. Worthy of being an icy schoolgirl, gave money and ignored people. Now there is 100,000, it is almost the same. 100,000, 4 times the rate of return, he can net 400,000. This money was more than enough for him right now, completely allowing him to comfortably wait until the next investment project with a high rate of return. As long as he had the system in hand, with a little bit of accumulation, he would eventually take off. Just at this time, his cell phone rang again. Look, is his father Su Sanghai called. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Su Sanghai's voice filled with anger came over. Who told you to borrow money from your uncle and fourth uncle? Do you know that this will make me lose face? Chapter 4 Investing in Futures, 2 days netted 100,000. Su Luo pursed his lips, his eyes covered with disappointment. Su Sanghai was not concerned about whether he encountered difficulties and why he needed so much money, but was concerned about his own face. He said coldly, it has nothing to do with you. Su Sanghai, how does it have nothing to do with me? I have worked hard to train you to become a 985 university students. I thought I could raise my eyebrows from now on, enjoy the envy of others, but you even just graduated, looking for people to borrow money, and a mouth is tens of thousands of dollars. Do you know that you do this, so that I am very loss of face? Your uncle and the fourth uncle said that you do not have a brain? Deeply trapped in the trap of consumerism, your fourth uncle is right, your book is really read in the stomach of the dog. Su Luo said impatiently, face, you know face, you don't have face, and I have nothing to do with it. It is not because of your own incompetence, if you are as capable as the eldest uncle, where to go without face? Why do you have to blame me for this? When Su Sanghai heard this, his anger instantly rose. What did you say? Say it again. Su Luo, what's wrong with saying it again? You are incompetent, even if you are incompetent, you still refuse to admit it, and you love to pretend to have a good face. Su Tsunghai roared, "Rebellious son, I should not have given birth to you back then. Dare to say that the old man is incompetent. Have the guts you do not return to this home, or I will break your legs. Don't worry, that shitty place, you beg me I won't go back." After saying that, Su Luo directly hung up the phone. He leaned on the railing, stifling a breath in his heart. Since he was a child, every time he talked to his family on the phone, he was never once happy. Downstairs, a boy was practicing riding a bicycle. A middle-aged man struggled to hold on at the back. His figure was slightly lousy. He looked on with envy, a happiness he had never known. Just at this time, his cell phone rang again, picked it up and saw that it was third uncle Su Kangza calling. His heart could not help but feel a little more warmth. Quickly pressed the answer button. Third uncle. Su Kangza's kind voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Luo recently has not encountered difficulties?" He laughed, "No, quite good. Su Kangza, you do not talk to the third uncle, and fourth uncle have told us, you look for them to borrow money. I also heard from others, college students just graduated, and the money will indeed encounter great difficulties, but also rent and living supplies, but also to buy new clothes, and even because of the need to work to buy some school supplies, you encountered difficulties as a normal thing. Don't be embarrassed to say to me. I still have some money on hand, or the old bank card, right? I'll transfer it to you later." When he went to college, his parents gave the living expenses card is very dead, a month on 800, used up on the gone, so he can only desperately part-time jobs, monthly only to be able to use. And then he was most afraid of, that is, high school classmates over to find him, really no money to accompany these students to play every time he will find a variety of reasons to shirk, really cannot avoid, can only find uncle relief. So Uncle Su Kangza also know his bank card account. Hearing Su Kangza want to transfer money to him, he quickly said, "Third uncle, really do not need, I have borrowed money." Su Kangza laughed, "With your third uncle also polite, what, your life is just starting, cannot be a little difficult to drag down, the future work well, live well, what difficulties?" Despite what the third uncle said, the third uncle will certainly help you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Not a moment later, Su Luo received a transfer message. 8,137.3 yuan. Seeing this transfer amount with zeros and whole, his tears could no longer be strained and came out of his eyes. He secretly swore in the bottom of his heart that he would let Su Kangza live a good life in the future. He glanced at the balance of his bank account, 128,639 yuan. This is enough money, start buying futures. Saying that, he opened the futures market, and just as he was about to buy, a VX message popped up at the very top of his phone. Linchi initiated a transfer of 20,000 yuan to you. Linchi transferred 20,000 to me? Transferred the wrong amount. He froze a bit. Linchi was his college classmate, a very withdrawn person, often single and only shadow on campus, basically do not play with fellow classmates. The two of them didn't communicate much, and they weren't even friends. So, when he saw that Linchi had transferred 20,000 to him, his first reaction was that he had transferred the wrong amount. But at this time, Linchi sent another message. Su Luo, in the class group I saw you looking for someone to borrow money, this 20,000 lent to you, do not need to hurry to pay back. Only then was he sure that the money was really transferred to him, and his heart was even more puzzled. Why are you willing to lend me money? When I went to college, no one wants to talk to me, only you will take the initiative to find me chatting, class party, also you see my embarrassment, take the initiative to help me solve, maybe this is a small thing for you, but I have always remembered in my heart, thanks to you, so that my college life is not so lonely, and now you have a difficult time, I naturally want to help. Su Luo saw this message and had mixed feelings in his heart. This people and people the gap is really big. Some people, he helped with all his heart, but what he got in return was not gratitude, but malicious slander. And what he did to Lin she can't even be considered as help, but Lin she has always been grateful. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. After ending the chat with Lin Shi, he received a few more transfers. $20,000 from his roommate Wang Jingyu. First Aunt Su Xiaojing's 10,000. Second Aunt Su Xiaojing's 30,000. Looking at the balance of 208,639 yuan in his bank account, a warm current flowed through his heart. In this world, there are still people who treat me sincerely. Then, he left 639 yuan as the next half-month's living expenses, the remaining money all bought into the pork futures. After the operation was completed, his hands trembled slightly with excitement. 200,000 and 8,000, 4 times the rate of return, that is to earn 83,400,000 He had never seen so much money in his life. By the afternoon, the price of pork futures began to see growth, and by the end of the first day, it was up 10%. And at the end of the second day, it soared 50%. In other words, in just 2 days, he had made $100,000 and $4,000. This made him excited in his heart. No wonder so many people are addicted to speculation in stocks and futures. These 2 days, nothing to do, net income of $100,000, which can be more cool than the hard work. And just at this time, the eldest uncle in the family group of the family love each other sent a message. I heard my eldest sister say that she lent Xiao Luo $10,000. Who else of you has borrowed money for Xiao Luo? Not a moment later, the second aunt Su Xiaoting returned. I borrowed $30,000. Fourth uncle Su Sangyun immediately said. Are you guys crazy? Xiao Luo just graduated and you lent him so much money, whether it will harm him or not is secondary. How can he have the money to pay you back? You're all confused. Chapter 5 Xiao Luo must have gotten addicted to gambling. Second aunt Su Xiaoting said. Not so, Xiao Luo, this child I grew up watching, with his character, how could he not pay back the money? Moreover, he graduated from a prestigious school, so it's easy for him to pay us back this amount of money. Fourth uncle Su Sangyun said back. Second sister, you still think things are simple. Xiao Luo just graduated, the money has not yet earned it. To borrow so much money, this itself is very abnormal. You also lent him $30,000 at once. Watch it, there will be you cry. Third uncle Su Kangza really can't stand it, said in the group. Fourth, as an elder, when the younger generation is in trouble, don't lend a helping hand, even if it's not enough, but also maliciously make up here, you can be really good. Fourth uncle Su Sanyun was disliked, his heart was a little upset and said. Yes, you are the good guy, I still say that, when Xiao Luo does not pay you back, just don't look for us to cry. Su Kangza, I'm happy, to tell you the truth, the money lent to Xiao Luo, I have no intention of asking for it back, you do not treat him as a relative, I treat him as a relative. At this time, the eldest uncle Su Tsongshan said. Lao San so old man, how can you still think so simple No wonder you are still so poor after half a lifetime of mixing, your life is estimated to be like this, Xiao Luo just graduated, borrow so much money at once, this is very abnormal, obviously is caught in the consumer trap. Well, this is still good, there may be something worse, you lend him money, is to harm him, we don't lend money, but instead, we are helping him, understand? Su Kangza, worthy of being a big boss, juniors in trouble, do not want to help even if this small mouth up and down a ride, the reluctance to help said for the good of the juniors, in trouble with the juniors and turn into a bad guy, really great, or that sentence of the small Luo is not that kind of person, you are not willing to help him, I'll help. After replying, Su Kangza exasperatedly threw the cell phone onto the sofa. Big brother and old four is also too much, how can you talk about Xiao Luo like this? Wife Wang Yimei said, even your father sick hospitalized with us to AA costs of the big boss, you still expect him to do what good, and the old four, earned a little money, but also drifted, do not pay attention to them, we have a clear conscience on the line. Su Kangza deep exhaled a breath, reason is so reason, but see them so say small Luo, I still feel very uncomfortable. Wang Yimei, don't be angry for those heartless people, the meal is ready, let's eat. Su Kangza cleaned up his mood and asked, what's on the menu today? Wang Yimei, just winter melon, you lent money to Xiao Luo, we have to save some, otherwise we can't afford to pay Xie Zheng's tuition for the next semester. Aha! Su Kangza nodded. And at this moment, Great Aunt Su Xiaojing's home. Great Aunt Wang Haojie was exasperated, borrowing so much money out, why don't you discuss it with me? That's $10,000. Su Xiaojing, Xiao Luo borrowed it, he grew up as a good boy, or brand name university graduates, and found a good job, I think he could not renege, and, he said half a month later, so I lent him. Wang Haojie pointed his finger at Su Xiaojing, so angry that his hands were shaking. I say you women brain is simple, he borrowed a total of 40,000 with you and your sister, the old three to how much now do not know, listen to your family boss and the old four said, he was planning to borrow 80,000 from these two, ghosts know whether he has borrowed money from their own classmates? He is a newly graduated college student, even if he is in an emergency, it is impossible to use so much money, right? We've been living for so many years, except for the old man's illness, what other things do we need so much money for? Your oldest and youngest are right, he must have fallen into a consumer trap, and that's not the least of it. In my opinion, he might have gotten into gambling, or else how could he have asked for so much money? Su Xiaojing's heart suddenly thumped, this cannot be right, Xiao Luo this child, has always been very good. Wang Haojie, it is this kind of good behavior since childhood, only the more likely to have accidents, the streets of the old Li's children, but also very good and also graduated from a prestigious school, but still dipped into the gambling well, some time ago to steal, was killed alive, you so sure that Xiao Luo will not be like this? You hurry to find him to get the money back, when he loses it all, it will be too late. Su Xiaojing immediately panicked. $10,000 is not a small amount of money for her. I'll talk to my sister. She then called her second aunt, Su Xiaoting, and soon, the phone was connected and Su Xiaoting's voice came through. Big sister, what is it? After deliberating for a while, she said, Xiaoting, I seriously thought about it, or feel that Xiao Luo suddenly want to borrow so much money. This matter is very wrong. He just graduated from college, no matter what, also cannot need so much money and also swore that half a month after the return to us, where can he earn so much money to go? So, your brother-in-law and I think he might be addicted to gambling. What? It's impossible, right? Su Xiaoting was reluctant to believe the news. Sis, Xiaoluo doesn't look like that kind of person. He didn't even have an internet addiction when he was in school. How could he have gotten into gambling? I don't think it's possible. Let's not talk about the kid like that in the back. Big Aunt Su Xiaojing, I also do not want to believe but not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the eventuality he really got hooked on gambling. We money to not come back is the second, lending money to him is to harm him we are now looking for him together to ask for the money back it. Su Xiaoting pondered for a while, said, I'm still not willing to believe that Xiao Luo will become bad. He did not say that half a month to pay back the money, half a month if not, we will find him again. Su Xiaojing thought for a while, nodded, okay, then wait for half a month. Borrowing money when they said half a month, now looking for Su Luo to pay back the money, there is really no legitimate reason. The aside Wang Haojie helplessly shook his head. You women always cannot see through the phenomenon to see the essence of things. You just watch it. Half a month later, there are you regret. Xiao Luo, if you return the money, I eat shit, a ton. Originally, the heart is still very regretful. Su Xiaojing was so excited by him, suddenly unconvinced. And here to cheat food and drink, Xiao Luo, I still understand. Half a month later, he will certainly return the money. I have never looked at the wrong person. Wang Haojie sneered. I see you can harden your mouth to win. Su Luo lying on the bed of the rental house, while drinking Fat House Happy Water, while playing the king. When the gray screen cut out to look at the price of pork futures, looking at the money on the account every moment is soaring, his heart do not mention how comfortable. It was said that people were anxious when they weren't working, in addition to being happy. But he realized that when the money on the account was growing steadily, there was no anxiety, and all that was left was happiness. Even if it was a gray screen, he was extraordinarily happy. But soon, the smile on his face disappeared, because a caller ID flashed on his cell phone, Su Sanhai. He impatiently pressed the answer button, and Su Sanhai's voice filled with accusations instantly rang out. Bunny boy, didn't I forbid you to borrow money from your relatives? Why are you still borrowing money from your great aunt? Is this how your college teacher taught you to cheat your family of money? Chapter 6 School Flower Lu Bingyan took the initiative to come to the door. Su Luo frowned tightly. Where did I cheat money? Su Sanghai, you just graduated, the money has not yet earned, borrowed so much money, but also said what half a month after the return, you which what return? You are not cheating money is what? Su Luo helplessly took a deep breath. Can you not think of me so bad? You don't know what kind of person I am? If someone else said that he cheated money, he might feel bad in his heart, but he wouldn't mind too much, but when these words came out of Su Sanhai's mouth, it was like a sharp knife plunging into his chest. Su Sanhai, saying that you cheated money is still light, your uncle and the others said that you have caught up with gambling, otherwise you are a newly graduated college student, how would you need so much money? I'll tell you clearly now, no matter if you are really addicted to gambling or not, the money you borrowed still has to be paid back by you, don't presume that we will help you clean up this mess. Su Luo's eyes are filled with disappointment, don't worry about it, I don't expect you guys, I'll pay back the money myself. Su Sanghai, better so, and, do not forget, we have raised you so many years of hard work, and now it is time for you to pay back the favor, the monthly 2,000 cannot be less, you want to gamble because there is no money to give us, I will break my legs for you. Su Luo was too lazy to say another sentence to him, directly hung up the phone. Then he walked to the balcony, looking at the blue sky, his heart felt a lot better. The next moment, his cell phone rang, but it was Lu Bingyan called, he with a few points of doubt, pressed the answer button. Lu Bingyan, you find me something? He really couldn't imagine why Lu Bingyan would take the initiative to call him. Open the door. Lu Bingyan's voice rang out. It was melodious, but refused to be heard. Before he could react, the phone was hung up. Open the door? What door? Heart door? It can't be that she's at my door, can it? Although his heart was very unbelieving, he still walked to the door, opened the door, and his eyes suddenly stared round. At the doorway stood a silhouette, wearing casual clothes and sunglasses, with one hand in his pocket and one hand carrying a bag. It looked cold and cool. It was Lu Bingyan. Su Luo said incredulously, "Are you really at the door?" "No, how do you know where I live?" His rental information, in addition to a few good college classmates, other people do not know, and those few good people, there is no Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan raised her head. "Humph, I knew it." Subsequently, walked into the house, good-looking eyebrows slightly knit up. "Why is it so dark inside the house? Can't afford to turn on the lights?" "Su Luo, why don't you try taking off your sunglasses?" "Oh." Lu Bingyan took off the sunglasses, a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Su Luo looked in his eyes and couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement in his heart, not realizing that this cold and arrogant schoolgirl had such a cute side. Lu Bingyan surveyed the rental house, nodded, "Not bad, cleaned up quite clean." As soon as the words fell, her gaze was fixed on the sofa. Seeing this, Su Luo immediately followed her gaze, and suddenly found a pair of underwear lying on the sofa in an extremely flirtatious manner. Su Luo's face immediately flushed slightly. "Nima, how did I forget this thing?" Mainly because he also didn't believe that Lu Bingyan would really come here. Rushing over, he picked up the underwear and then ran into the bedroom. As Lu Bingyan looked at his wretched back, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. After hiding the panties, he returned to the living room and looked at Lu Bingyan in embarrassment. I didn't expect you to come, so I'm sorry." "Lu Bingyan, it's fine." With that, he placed the bag in his hand on the coffee table. "I'm tired of eating all the things here. I was going to throw it away, but as a result, I just happened to pass by your place, so I sent it to you, so as to save it from being wasted." Su Luo sniffed, his eyebrows gently raised, seemingly smiling and not smiling. "So coincidental?" Lu Bingyan's eyes were obviously a little flustered, but still haughty said, "It is such a coincidence. You will not think that this big beautiful girl specially sent you over it? Where did you get the face?" "Okay." Su Luo walked forward, opened the bag. A look inside, eyes suddenly revealed the color of surprise. Inside were several pieces of tomahawk steak, salmon, and some snacks that he didn't recognize but felt expensive just by looking at the packaging. He quickly said, "I can't accept this." Lu Bingyan faintly returned, "Then throw it away." "Throw it away? Otherwise?" "I was going to throw. You still want me to take these garbage back, ah?" Looking at the icy cold and cool tugging big beauty in front of him, Su Luo's heart suddenly gave birth to a warm current. How he does not know, this thing packaging so new, at a glance is a new buy, must be Lu Bingyan see him unemployed, and borrowed so much money, think he really encountered difficulties, afraid of him starving to death, especially by things to give him. But while being touched, he was also puzzled in his heart. Why would Lu Bingyan be so good to him? He had never seen Lu Bingyan treating other boys like this. Moreover, his relationship with Lu Bingyan didn't seem to be this good. Could it be? Lu Bingyan had been secretly in love with him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. But soon he negated this idea, just that attitude that Lu Bingyan had towards him on weekdays, it was completely unrelated to a crush. He opened his mouth and said, "Thank you." Lu Bingyan arrogantly raised her chin, "No need to thank, it was just trash to be thrown." He smiled slightly and put the contents of the bag into the refrigerator. After he put it away, Lu Bingyan said, "To mealtime, reward you a chance to eat with me." Su Luo, "Many thanks, Missy." The opportunity to share a meal with a beautiful woman, he naturally did not want to miss it. Lu Bingyan, "Let's go." With that, the two walked out the door together. Coming downstairs, he found a red Ferrari parked on the side of the road, extraordinarily cool, attracting the surrounding people to frequently stop and watch. This neighborhood is not a high-class neighborhood. This is the first time that a luxury car like a Ferrari is parked here. Lu Bingyan directly walked up, pulled open the door and sat in. Su Luo could not help but froze for a moment. When the university had heard that Lu Bingyan's family was very rich, now it seems that it is not generally rich. At this time, Lu Bingyan said, "Get in the car." "Okay." He quickly walked to the passenger side and sat in. Seeing this, the surrounding people looked at him with a gaze full of envy. Especially the boys, it was even more envious. Many people here know him, know that he is just a tenant here, not a rich second generation. This is a rich woman, and it's still such a beautiful rich woman. Boys see in the eyes, are envious of Cohen Air or purple. One by one inwardly wailed, "When Nima, this kind of good thing how can not happen to me, ah?" When I think of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at home, the wail in my heart is even more miserable. Su Luo got into the car and fastened his seatbelt. At this time, his eyes fell to the side, a seatbelt through the lofty mountains, outlining a beautiful scenery. His eyes couldn't help but look infatuated. Just then, an icy voice came. Is it good? Chapter 7, Leading the School Flower Investment. Su Luo did not expect that Lu Bingyan would poke through his small action so bluntly. His face suddenly flushed slightly and hurriedly looked out the window. Today the weather is good. The scenery is really good, this cloud, really white. Hearing that he had read the mess back, the corner of Lu Bingyan's mouth rose slightly. Then started the car and left the neighborhood. Soon, the two of them arrived at a nearby commercial street. After parking the car, Lu Bingyan asked, "Have you ever eaten Western food?" Su Luo slightly shook his head, "Haven't eaten." Lu Bingyan, "Then I will take you to try it today." After saying that, got off the car and quickly walked in front. Su Luo also quickly followed. It must be said that Jinling people are really many. Walking on the street, there is a kind of crowded feeling. In a short while, the two of them arrived at a Western restaurant with a very stylish decoration. As soon as they sat down, the waiter came up. "Sir, ma'am, welcome to our restaurant. This is the menu of our restaurant, please take a look." Lu Bingyan took it and looked at it for a while before saying, "Give me a 5-minute cooked sirloin steak, a salad, and a tiramisu. What about you?" She looked at Su Luo. Su Luo said, "Give me an 8th rare, everything else is the same." He was unable to accept eating raw things, but although he didn't pay much attention to Western food culture on weekdays, he also knew that he couldn't chew the steak if it was fully cooked. So, ordered a more acceptable medium rare. As soon as his words fell, sneering voices came from the side. "Where is this turd from? How can a steak be rare? Please understand a little bit about Western food culture before you come, okay? Waiter, hurry up and kick him out for me. Dining with such a lowlife in a restaurant lowers my level." He turned his head to look and found a man at a nearby table looking at him with contemptuous eyes. Lu Bingyan also looked at the man faintly, and then said to the waiter, 8 minutes cooked, a little more cooked than 7 minutes cooked, a little more raw than 9 minutes cooked, can you do it? The waiter smiled and nodded, "It can be done." Lu Bingyan turned her head to look at the man, her red lips lightly opened, and spat out 2 words, "Dirtbag." When Su Luo saw this, his heart was secretly happy. I didn't expect that this icy schoolgirl had such a righteous side. "You." Man was so angry that he turned his head to the waiter and shouted angrily, "Where is the steak 8 minutes cooked? Can you be more professional in this restaurant? Call your manager to me." Lu Bingyan said lightly, "People can have whatever they want to eat, while dogs can only eat whatever they want." Put. The surrounding guests couldn't help but laugh. The waitress, on the other hand, clenched her teeth and looked like she was holding back hard. For the first time she hated her status as a waitress so much, it was too hard to be taught. After easing up, she said to the man, "Sir, please don't affect the other guests' dining, thank you." Feeling the mockery of the people around him, the man's face suddenly reddened. How can he still feel good to stay here? Gray and left. Su Luo gave a thumbs up to Lu Bingyan and said from the bottom of his heart, "Handsome." At this moment, Lu Bingyan was simply handsome in his heart. Lu Bingyan looked in the eyes, the heart complacent, after a long time asked, "You really encountered difficulties? Borrow so much money." Su Luo laughed, "Instead of difficulties, it is an opportunity." "Oh?" Lu Bingyan's eyes suddenly filled with curiosity. Su Luo got up, moved a chair, walked to her side and sat down. Her eyes immediately revealed a wary look when she looked at Su Luo. Seeing this, Su Luo hurriedly explained, "I moved the chair over, I didn't want to sit with you." Displeasure immediately surfaced in her eyes, looking down on who? Su Luo quickly changed his words, "You are very beautiful, I also want to sit with you." She sniffed, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. Su Luo took out his cell phone, opened the futures market, put it in front of her, and whispered, "But the point is, I want to tell you about this opportunity. This is it." After a period of observation, I deduced that the futures price of pork will usher in a surge, which is why I borrowed money from you to buy this futures. She borrowed that $100,000. It can be said that it is a big favor to Su Luo, otherwise Su Luo could not have earned more than $100,000 in just 3 days, so she intends to share this news with her. As for the other good friends who treat each other sincerely, Su Luo plans to wait until he earns a lot of money in the future. It is not persuasive to say it now, instead, it will lead to unnecessary trouble because of his friend's good intentions. Lu Bingyan looked at his cell phone, his face revealed a surprised color. "My God, it went up more than 70%, so high, no wonder you want to borrow so much money, but how are you sure it will go up? If it fell, won't you?" "Su Luo, I admit that I have a gambling component, however, through the analysis, I also have more than 90% certainty that he will go up, such a rare opportunity, I do not want to miss it, so I gambled. The big deal is to lose and start again from the beginning. I am still young, and I can still lose a few times. He naturally would not say that he has a system, so he casually boasted a few words. Lu Bingyan looked at him with a gaze full of appreciation. Lu Bingyan is very clear, the poor want across the class, in addition to their own ability to be hard, but also have to give up a death, dare to pull down the emperor's courage, encounter opportunities, you have to be brave to fight. Those who are afraid of wolves in front and tigers at the back will not be able to achieve great things in their lives. This is the reason why Lu Bingyan appreciates him, capable and bold. He did not expect, he casually bragged a few sentences, but actually exchanged Lu Bingyan this big beauty appreciation of the eyes, the heart cannot help but some dark pleasure, then said. Do you want to buy a little? According to my observation, this futures will continue to rise, while it is still able to buy, hurry to buy, or another day or two to buy more people will not have the opportunity. Lu Bingyan pondered for a while after, said. Well, believe you a time, I use pocket money to play it, you cannot pit me or I will not have pocket money later. Immediately, she also registered an account, directly spend $1 million to buy futures. The side of the Su Luo are looking confused, he never dreamed, $1 million one day can be linked to pocket money, $1 million never suffered such a great humiliation, right? After watching Lu Bingyan buy, he sat back in his seat. Lu Bingyan see, good-looking eyebrows slightly knit up, heart secretly, run so fast to do it? I can still eat you not? Soon, the waiter came up with the steak and put it in front of them. Sir, ma'am, please enjoy your meal. Su Luo followed Lu Bingyan's example, one hand knife one hand fork, began to eat up. However, for the first time, it was too awkward for him, he wanted to ask the waiter for a pair of chopsticks. He who really couldn't stand it, directly used his fork to pick up the loaded steak and ate it with his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Bingyan was slightly stunned, then laughed and said. This person, is quite special. Chapter 8 This big beauty will end up being cheap which asshole After the two of them finished their meal, the waiter walked over with the bill and handed it to Su Luo. Sir, this is the bill for your meal this time. Su Luo pointed at himself and then pointed at Lu Bingyan. If you don't take a good look at the two of us, who looks like they have the money to pay the bill? Lu Bingyan saw that he did not swollen face, his eyes appeared to appreciate the meaning, said to the waiter. Give me the bill, I will pay. I'll pay for it. The waiter hurriedly handed the bill in his hand to Lu Bingyan, but still looked at Su Luo incredulously. The eyes seemed to say, how did this kid eat such a beautiful soft rice? Originally she thought that Su Luo had some outstanding ability to take down such a beautiful beauty like Lu Bingyan, but she didn't think that he was purely eating soft rice. She couldn't help but secretly say, Su Luo should have some excessive strengths. And the surrounding men looked to Su Luo's eyes that is more red fruit jealousy. In their opinion, to find such a beautiful girlfriend is already very excessive, but even still eating soft rice. Is there any justice in this? After walking out of the restaurant, Lu Bingyan went to buy a few luxury goods. Having just returned to the Ferrari, when she was about to open the car door, a trace of a difficult color appeared on her face. Su Luo, wait for me, I'm going to go to the restroom. Saying that, she handed over the luxury goods in her hand to Su Luo and hurried towards the restroom with her own quick steps. Su Luo took the luxury goods and waited boredly by the Ferrari. Not a moment later, a siren sounded, he turned his head over and found a Maybach was slowly speeding towards him, stopping in the parking space next to him, a figure walked down from the car. It was none other than eldest uncle Su Sanshan's son, Su Wenbin. He waved to Su Wenbin, Xiaobin. Su Wenbin smiled and responded, brother, what a coincidence, did not expect to see you here. Su Wenbin's eyes fell on the luxury goods in his hands, and a hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, quickly walked to the front. What are you doing here? The first time you see a luxury car, cannot walk the road, here to take a picture? Do you want me to give you a shot too? I am recently chasing our school's schoolgirls, specially learned photography, guaranteed to give you a shot of the thief handsome. He smiled and waved his hand, no need. Su Wenbin pointed to his own car and said, then you want to take a picture with my car? Maybach, not worse than a Ferrari, you send to the circle of friends to ensure that twice the face, there will definitely be girls pouring you, I can occasionally lend you to drive out to pretend to be, cheat the little girl one night stand or something. Su Luo frowned slightly, said, thank you for your kindness, but do not need. Su Wenbin patted his shoulder and laughed, brother, this is a Maybach, you work hard for a lifetime it is difficult to buy a luxury car, are you sure you want to be polite with me? In the future, you will never have the chance to drive a luxury car again. Su Luo helplessly pursed his lips. I'm not in the mood, you have to go busy beforehand, I'll wait for my friend here. Su Wenbin, line, quite able to pretend, but for the sake of you are my brother, in the future, if you want to open the luxury car, at any time to find me, oh yes, today is not the weekend you do not have to work? Su Luo also did not cover up, said directly, I have resigned, now not work. You resigned? The $200,000 of work said resignation on resignation? Su Wenbin eyes flashed a trace of excitement. Su Luo nodded, yes, met a perverted leader, cannot stand, I resigned. Su Wenbin's sneer at the corner of his mouth increased, said, then I wish you good luck in finding a job, I'm going to buy something for my goddess, so I won't bother you. After saying that, he walked towards the shopping mall. Su Luo looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. Without going far, he took out his cell phone and called Su Tsangshan. The phone was quickly connected and Su Tsangshan's voice rang out. Xiaobin, how is the Maybach that Dad bought for you? Su Wenbin laughed, that can be great Dad, you do not know, I drove the Maybach around the campus, the original attitude towards me is very cold goddess, instantly gentle, the face of the transformation can be described as a movie queen level, it is really too wonderful. Ha ha ha. Su Tsangshan smiled proudly. Dad told you a long time ago, there is no woman in this world that money cannot take, if there is, it is that money is not enough. Su Wenbin, I now have a deep understanding of this, but Dad, I am calling you to tell you a good news. Oh? What good news? Su Tsangshan asked curiously. I just met cousin Su Luo in the commercial street, he was holding a few luxury goods, the price is not low you're right, he is really deep into the consumerism trap. Haha, I told you, what kind of serious graduate would borrow so much money? It must be that he doesn't have enough strength of character and has been blinded by the world of flowers. Su Tsangshan laughed happily. Dad, you do not slow down, there is better news, I'm afraid you are too excited, fainted over. I'm afraid you'll get too excited and pass out. There is better news? Guess why I was able to meet him at the point of time when I was at work. He didn't quit his job, did he? That's right, I just asked him and he said he couldn't stand the leadership and resigned. Haha, good news indeed, the leader said a few times and could not stand to resign, a person with no spirit of hard work and deep into the trap of consumerism, this life is doomed to have little success, and these relatives, the richest remains our family, haha this good news, it is worth a good drink for me. Su Tsangshan is getting happier and happier. His own success is certainly happy, but the decadence of his relatives is even more exciting. But it's a pity that since he spent money on luxury goods, he didn't get into gambling as you guessed, otherwise he would have been really wasted, what a pity. Su Wenbin's tone was filled with regret. Su Tsangshan laughed, this child of yours, what are you talking about, we are relatives for a time, can't you look forward to him being better? Su Wenbin mercilessly poked and prodded, Dad, you this shameless kung fu, I still have to learn Su Tsangshan laughed, surface kung fu always have to have that thing and not worth a few dollars, you have time to go to your cousin more sympathy in the future, lest people say that our family does not take care of these poor relatives. Just at this time, Lu Bingyan walked out from the restroom, passing by Su Wenbin's side. Su Wenbin's eyes immediately straightened. Beautiful, just too beautiful. Whether it was the face value of the country, the dimpled body, or the icy and noble temperament, all of them deeply attracted Su Wenbin. He couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Hey, Xiaobin, are you listening to me? Su Tsangshan's voice raised a few points, and only then did he come back to his senses and said in a hurry. Dad, sorry, just saw a big beauty, is too beautiful, then my goddess is 100 times more beautiful thousands of times, like a fairy, I was looking at the dumbfounded. Su Tsangshan hated the iron is not steel said, then you go up to chase just look You this brat, I usually really white teach you, the world where there is what fairy. As long as the money is enough, what women cannot get? You just boldly go after the money thing to your father. Su Wenbin looked at Lu Bingyan's back, eyes flashed a color of inferiority. Dad, this woman is not the same, you are not here, you do not know how much impact her beauty brings to me, your little money is not enough to estimate If you say so, then this woman is destined to have no chance with you, don't think about it, chase after your goddess. Oh, I'm so fucking upset. I don't know which asshole this beauty will end up with. Dad, why don't you say you're the richest man in the world? If you were the richest man, this beauty would be mine. Su Wenbin's eyes were full of desire and unwillingness. Su Tsanghai sniffed, laughed and scolded, brat, but also blamed the old man, at least your old man can let you chase your goddess, look at your cousin, I guess this life cannot even hold the hand of a small beauty, you just be satisfied. Hey, that's true. As soon as there is a comparison, Su Wenbin's heart is much more comfortable. Chapter 9. You kid really deserve to die. Soon, Lu Bingyan returned next to Su Luo, took the luxury goods in his hands, and put them in the trunk. Then both of them got into the car and fastened their seatbelts. Perhaps because she had to adjust her sitting position, Lu Bingyan raised her chest. The seatbelt immediately outlined her magnificent majesty perfectly, giving Su Luo a great visual impact. Where had he ever seen such a beautiful view? Blood pressure instantly spiked. Rushing to sit up straight, he tugged his pants leg downward with both hands, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Send you back first, Lu Bingyan said indifferently. Then he started the car and rushed towards the place where he lived. After a long time, he asked the doubt in his heart. Lu Bingyan, why would you be willing to lend me so much money? And also brought me out for dinner? After asking, his heartbeat began to accelerate wildly. It can't be that you really have a crush on me, right? Although he knew it was unlikely, it was still inevitable that his heart would have some small thoughts. After all, Lu Bingyan rarely spoke to the opposite sex, let alone eating together. Lu Bingyan said lightly, 100,000, a lot? Air. He was suddenly not going to be whole. He was not able to do so. Listen, this is human words? Simply as trenchless. Lu Bingyan then said, as for the meal, it's just mealtime too, you will not therefore think I like you, right? This did not, no. He did not expect Lu Bingyan to be so direct. His small mind being directly poked through, he was instantly a little embarrassed. Lu Bingyan turned her head, looking at his somewhat flustered god form. The corner of her mouth slightly rose, on that frosty face, as if a touch of spring color appeared, letting the coldness on that face melt away quite a bit. Extraordinarily beautiful. Not long after, the car fell into a deathly silence, the awkward atmosphere spreading. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, he dryly coughed twice and said, that, today the weather is good. Lu Bingyan, there is no need to talk without words, this will only be more awkward. Oh. Well, it's worthy of being ice-cold cool drag big miss. The two were so quiet and came to his neighborhood. Thank you for treating me to dinner today, bye. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly. Su Luo pushed open the car door and stepped out of the car, and just at this time, the net car in front of him also came down a person, carrying a big bag in his hand. He fixed his eyes on it, but it was his roommate from college, Su Haodong. How's he? He excitedly waved and shouted. Su Haodong followed the sound. When he saw him, his eyes suddenly lit up, smiled, Luo? What a coincidence, I was just about to go to your kennel. Then, Su Haodong's eyes fell to the Ferrari that he came down from above, and his face revealed a color of surprise. But when he saw the driver's seat, the beauty of the big beauty that could not be suffocated, his eyes suddenly stared round, his face covered with disbelief. However, Lu Bingyan did not even look at Su Haodong, and after Su Luo closed the car door, she directly kicked the gas and left. Su Luo walked to Su Haodong's side, reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, What are you staring at? Go, take you to my chambers to see. Su Haodong slowed down and moved Su Luo's hand away. You wait a moment, you wait a moment. Then pointing in the direction where Lu Bingyan left, he said. If I am not mistaken, the person who drove that car is the school flower Lu Bingyan, and you just came down from her car. Su Luo nodded. Yeah, what is the problem? Su Haodong seemed to have heard the most ridiculous words in the world. What is the problem? What kind of tiger and wolf words are you using? That is the school flower Lu Bingyan, beautiful as heaven. There are countless people in the school who like her, but very few people can say a word to her, and you, my roommate, the one who has been single with me for 4 years, came down from her car. And then what? And then what? Isn't that a big question? What gives you kid the right? That's the schoolgirl. Su Luo was very beat up, spread his hands. She invited me to dinner, send me back is not normal? She also invited you to dinner? Ouch, cannot, woolly a small hard ah. Su Haodong covered his chest and turned around. Su Luo hurriedly pulled him, where are you going? My bedchamber is not over there. He knocked Su Luo's hand off and said in pain, I left the house, we have been suffering together for 4 years, and now my buddy is still single, and you are telling me that the school flower invites you to dinner? You kid really damn aw. Su Luo laughed, just eat a meal together you cannot stand it? Then I want to be with her, you must not be so angry to jump off the building You still want to be with the schoolgirl? This friend can't get along, cut off, must cut off. Su Haodong looked like he was going to faint. Su Luo put his arm around his shoulders, laughing. As the saying goes, things are gathered in groups. Lu Bingyan looks so beautiful, her girlfriends must also be beautiful. If I can be with her, then her girlfriends. Aha, you find taste. Su Haodong's eyes lit up and immediately knelt down on one knee. Righteous Father is above, please accept the worship of my son. Looking at his doggy look, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh. Not to be extinguished? Only fools are desperate. Then go to my chambers. Soon, the two of them arrived at Su Luo's rented house. Once inside, Su Haodong signaled the bag in his hand and said, "Hearing that you encountered an emergency and still need so much money, my father specially took a vacation and bought some food to come over to see you, for fear that your ungrateful son will starve to death. Alas, a father's love is like a mountain." Su Luo sniffed, frowned slightly. For the father? Forget about your best friend? Hearing the word bosom friend, Su Haodong's face immediately changed. Mistake of words. Hey, is the little one bought to honor your righteous father? Su Luo revealed a satisfied smile. This is more or less the same. Su Haodong, by the way, you encountered what urgent matter? Have you solved it yet? Said, eyes revealed a color of worry. Su Luo walked to the sofa and sat down, said, "You borrowed me 20,000, Lu Bingyan borrowed me 100,000, plus AU and some relatives and friends borrowed, adding up to 200,000, the problem is solved. After a while to tell you what is the matter." He does not intend to tell the truth to Su Haodong now. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people like them, contact with stocks, futures, and these things, it is a dead end. Su Haodong, if he knows, surely he will let him cash in now. Su Haodong sighed with relief. It is good that it is solved. I will put the things in the refrigerator for you. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen. As soon as he opened the refrigerator, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Tomahawk steak? Salmon? Not buddy, you rich second generation eating these things. Su Luo, Lu Bingyan sent it. Su Haodong instantly covered with disbelief. Lu Bingyan sent you food? In his opinion, sending food to his home could be much more intimate than inviting a meal, and basically only his girlfriend would do such a thing. Su Luo, what's the problem? Su Haodong, nobody, can you stop saying these tiger and wolf words all the time? That is the school flower Lu Bingyan, she personally sent you food, you kid with what You're not just a nose and two eyes? It's nothing special. BFF. Hey, righteous father, my son is happy for you. Gnashing teeth. Don't break your teeth. Chapter 10 Lu Bingyan, Su Luo is very unusual. When Lu Bingyan returned home, she saw her dad, Louis Tian, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Lu Bingyan, Su Luo is ordinary. She greeted and headed towards her room. Louis Tian put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at her, his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. Are you so happy to have dinner with your male classmates? Although there was no happy expression on Lu Bingyan's face, as a father, he could clearly capture his daughter's emotions. This made him very surprised. To know, Lu Bingyan had never been shy about boys since she was a child. He sometimes worried that his daughter was a stone girl. Unexpectedly, this time with a male classmate out to eat a meal, come back to be so happy, really living hell. Lu Bingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. You sent someone to follow me? Meet her gaze, Louis Tian's heart suddenly thumped, and hastened to smile and said, tracking is not, just worried about your safety. You like that boy? Lu Bingyan's eyes flickered a few times unnaturally, then said, no, just friends. Louis Tian see in the eyes, the heart cannot help but a wail. After deliberating for a while, said, Shayana, our family so much assets, in the future will certainly be passed on to you. Dad is not opposed to your free love just, or hope that you can find a capable husband to help you. Su Luo he general. Lu Bingyan's originally icy face suddenly surfaced with anger. Louis Tian, if you want to think that you can kidnap my life with your broken assets, then don't pass it on to me, and also, Su Luo he is very unusual. Very extraordinary? Louis Tian's heart was in his throat, and his face was filled with panic. The two of you Woon Ti have already. Lu Bingyan sniffed, and her face immediately reddened. What are you talking nonsense about? No. Oh, that's good, that's good. Louis Tian hanging heart once again fell back. See his daughter angry, he did not dare to talk nonsense. Deliberation after a moment, said. In this way, Dad also does not interfere with you and Su Luo thing, but you have to allow Dad to introduce you to the excellent boys at. Dad also does not force you must be with them, just go to take a look at, line on, not on the pull down. In his opinion, the reason why Lu Bingyan had a good feeling about Su Luo, it was all because she had less contact with boys before. When he introduces some boys with elegant speech, outstanding ability, and equally outstanding face value and temperament, he guarantees that he can make Lu Bingyan completely get rid of her charm towards Su Luo. The ordinary Su Luo's attraction to Lu Bingyan, how could it compare to the quality boys he introduced? Do not go. Lu Bingyan said in an icy tone. Louis Tian, you always have to let dad rest assured, so, I will now Hongxin investment full to you in charge, you if you can make this company in 5 years to reach 10 billion scale, to prove your own management ability, investment level, your marriage, dad will no longer care about it, okay? Lu Bingyan looked at him deeply, and said after a long time, deal. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards her bedroom. He looked at Lu Bingyan's back and was secretly pleased in his heart. Daughter or young, on the current economic environment, I do not have the confidence to let Hongxin investment to reach 10 billion scale, let alone you, then you obediently give me to go on a blind date, Su Luo that boy is not suitable to enter our family door. When he thought of Su Luo, his originally beautiful mood suddenly changed for the worse, a nameless fire burning in his heart. Motherfucker, since I was a kid, this is the first time Cheyenne lost her temper with me for a boy, Su Luo, I'm not finished with you. Ah, chew. Inside the rental house, Su Luo couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose and said, which beauty is thinking about me again? Alas, is this the trouble of being handsome? Su Haodong on the side gave him a glance, less stinky, it might be a greasy middle-aged uncle who was thinking about you and wants to give you a 1,000-year kill. Jealousy, you are red fruit jealousy. Cut, hurry to bring the steak to the table, open the meal. Just a moment ago, the two of them together simply cooked the tomahawk steak and salmon that Lu Bingyan had sent. The two sat down on the dining table and began to feast, and it had to be said that it was really delicious. After the wine and food, the two sat side by side on the sofa. Su Luo asked, Howzy, how is your father's situation now? Su Haodong pursed his lips and forced out a smile. Quite good, the mind is very good, since I heard that there is a person in our town who also suffers from cancer, every day insist on exercise, more than 10 years still alive and well, he also began to exercise every day, quite good. Speaking later, Su Haodong's eyes reddened. You say, why can't he this disease a few years later? At least that time, in terms of money I should prefer to choose when I just graduated, nothing Su Luo looked in his eyes, but it was also very difficult. Life is like this, difficulties always do not come when you are well prepared. Sisal Rope specializes in picking the thin place to break, bad luck specializes in finding the bitter people. He reached out and patted Su Haodong's shoulder. Howzy, don't worry, the money for uncle's treatment can definitely come together. Su Haodong squeezed out a smile that was harder to see than crying. Thank you for your comfort. This is not comfort. Looking at his firm eyes, Su Haodong froze. Brothers, you have been together for 4 years. Su Haodong still better understands Su Luo, although the weekdays will occasionally gag, but in the big things never ambiguous, much less likely to take his father suffered from cancer this kind of thing to joke. However, that is 600,000, Su Luo can raise all in a short time? Su Luo laughed, the specific method I cannot tell you now, but I can certainly help you to raise the money, you put your heart in the stomach. He originally thought, take Su Haodong lent him 20,000, slowly invest up to 600,000. But now see Su Haodong so difficult, he changed his mind, wait for the end of this investment, take out 600,000 to Su Haodong. Su Haodong sincerely treat him, in his own father suffering from cancer, but also willing to lend money to him. Such a rare and precious friendship, he naturally want to cherish. Moreover, the earlier the cancer is treated, the higher the chance of recovery. Su Haodong's eyes were instantly covered with gratitude. Brother, I won't say any more words of thanks, if you have any use for me in the future, feel free to ask. Although he didn't know how Su Luo would raise the money, he chose to believe in Su Luo unconditionally. Su Luo slapped him on the back of the head, laughing and scolding, with me still hold this set, is not too raw? He. Su Haodong rubbed his head and giggled. Ding dong. Just at this time, his cell phone rang and picked it up. Su Fei pulled Wang Jingyu and I into a separate group? What does he want? With doubt, he tapped on the message. Only to see Su Fei ask in the group. You two didn't lend money to Su Luo that fraudster, right? Chapter 11 Shame on you for having this son. Su Haodong was upset in his heart when he saw it and replied directly. How is Su Luo a fraudster? University together for 4 years, how he is a person you do not understand. Soon, Su Fei said. I just know too much about what kind of person he is, that's why I said that he is a fraud. Do you think that I am the kind of bad seed that casually slanders people? You're so defensive of him, you wouldn't be stupid enough to lend him money, right? When Su Haodong saw this reply, he was instantly infuriated. This kid, where did he get the face to say that he is not the kind of person who casually slanders others? Then returned. Of course, Lent, is it like you, friends in trouble, not only do not help, but also in the random slander. Su Fei, wow, you are noble. Oh, I remember correctly, your father should have cancer. This time, you do not leave the money to your father for treatment, but instead lent to a fraudster, you line, you noble. Su Haodong heart of anger me so up, cursed, this kid fucking sick right? If he is in front of me, I absolutely hammer him. Then his fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. You kid know how to become so cheap ah? Su Fei, yo, anxious, lies will not hurt people, the truth is the fast knife, their own father is like that, but also lend money to a fraudster, you are not a good bird. Crap. Su Haodong exasperatedly slammed his cell phone onto the sofa. Su Luo gently patted his shoulder and said, calm down, this kid is now not with us all the way, do not pay attention to him, pull him black, so as not to look at the heart later. Then the two of them together will Su Fei to pull black. At this time, Su Luo's cell phone rang, is his mother Wang Yume called. He pursed his lips and took a deep breath, then pressed the answer button. What is it? Wang Yume's voice rang, I heard that you resigned? The tone was full of questioning. He slightly frowned, the resignation thing he also mentioned to his cousin Su Wenbin today, did not expect that it would now reach the ears of his parents. That's right, resigned for a week. Wang Yume instantly angry, you resigned while still with relatives to borrow so much money, what do you want? You resigned after a little bit of suffering? You don't have any spirit of hard work, do you think you are a young master? That's a $200,000 a year job. How many people can find such a good job, and you just quit? Do you know, when you find this job, I go out to chat with people or more than face, now everyone around know you because you cannot eat the bitter resignation of the matter, but also lazy, with relatives borrowed a lot of money, my face is really lost by you, I now do not dare to go out to chat with people ah. Su Luo helplessly sighed, face again, he did not know why mom and dad will take this thing so seriously, not to mention do not understand, since so like face, why not earn it yourself? It's not like I can't find a job, why are you so anxious? Wang Yume, what am I anxious about? I'm afraid that my years of effort in vain ah, I was counting on you to graduate from college, we can live a little more comfortable, I did not expect, you're lazy to do so, not only do not want to go to work, but also owed a butt of debt, if I had known that, should not have been to pay for your education, if you saved your tuition fees, I do not know your father and I live in these years more than a dandy, which is like the present, spend so much money, a little return, I do not know how much. Money, but I do not have any return. I've spent a lot of money, and I've gotten nothing in return. Su Haodong, who was beside him, was stunned, he didn't dare to imagine at all that this was what a mother said to her son, for a while, his eyes were filled with heartache when he looked at Su Luo. He didn't even dare to imagine how bad it would be if he got hitched to such a mother. Being heard these words by his good friend, Su Luo's face was also embarrassed. Don't worry, the 2,000 per month that I promised you, I won't shorten you by a single penny. Wang Yume, I hope you do what you say, and, borrowed money you want to find a way to pay back yourself, do not want us to pay back for you, and now it has come to the end of the month, this month's 2,000 hurry to call. Su Luo, this month I temporarily have no money, next month 4,000 together to you. Wang Yume was anxious on the spot. No, must give this month, now have to, next month and the next month, ghosts know if you do not want to give the excuse to find, even if it is borrowed, you have to give me to borrow, you can borrow so many million, 2,000 borrowed not? Su Luo suddenly felt a headache, took a deep breath and said, I really have no money now, next month 4,000 sure to give you. Wang Yume immediately cried. Egu, how my life is so bitter ah, gave birth to such an unfilial son, hard for him to go to school, in the end, even do not want a filial piety to repay the kindness, God ah, in the end, I created what sins ah, you want to punish me so ah? Su Haodong's three views almost didn't explode at this moment, he was complaining about his father's illness, but now looking at Su Luo like this, he felt much more fortunate. He quickly patted Su Luo's shoulder and whispered, I'll lend it to you. With that, he transferred 2,000 to Su Luo. Su Luo looked at him gratefully, and then transferred it to Wang Yume. The money has been transferred to you, don't bother me again in the future. When Wang Yume saw the transfer of money, she immediately stopped crying. Obviously have money, but also lied to me that there is no money, you just do not want to repay the kindness, stalled your son, I really have 8 lifetimes of bad luck, the future of the end of each month to me on time to hit the money no? Otherwise, I'm not done with you. Also, don't tell me what not to bother you, as long as you call the money on time, the borrowed money also don't count on our head, from now on with my old debt can be, do you know how much I want to not have you as a son? It's a shame to talk about it. After saying that, hung up the phone. Su Luo somewhat embarrassed to look at Su Haodong. Sorry, let you hear these. Su Haodong is very distressed. Luo brother, I did not expect you to grow up in such a family, you did not tell us Su Luo sighed, the family scandal cannot be publicized. Howsy, you borrowed me another 2,000, this love, buddy remembered. Su Haodong laughed and scolded, all good friends, to help you is not very normal? You are still with me so out of the ordinary, to beat is not it? The next day, Lu Bingyan came to Hongxin Investment, began to understand the company's business, for the future takeover to prepare. In her spare time, she opened the futures market to see if the futures she bought with Su Luo yesterday had risen. But when she saw the price of pork, a look of surprise appeared on her face. When she entered the market yesterday, the price of pork had only risen by 60%. But in just one day's time, the price of pork had risen by 154%. In other words, in one day's time, she had made $940,000. Although this amount of money is nothing to her, but this earning speed really surprised her, a day nearly doubled. This Su Luo in the end is what kind of god. She was so sure that the price of pork would rise. At this moment, she was more and more curious about Su Luo's old classmate. Chapter 12 Lu Bingyan wants to give her body in return. Immediately, Lu Bingyan dialed Su Luo's phone, and soon, the phone was connected. Su Luo's voice came over. Big beautiful girl Lu, what is it? Hearing the title of Big Beauty Lu, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Bingyan's cool face. Although since she was a child, she had heard a lot of such compliments, but coming from Su Luo's mouth, there was inexplicably some small smugness in her heart. I looked at the futures market, the price of pork is really skyrocketing, is it almost time to sell? Su Luo laughed, of course not, now is just the beginning. This is just the beginning? Lu Bingyan's face showed some surprise. 154% increase, this is for any investment, is the top of the sky. But this is just the beginning? Did the price of pork skyrocket so much this time? Sulo, according to my judgment, the price of pork will continue to rise for another 10 days, so don't be impatient. Oh, I just took over my family's investment company, since this pork prices will continue to rise, this opportunity one cannot miss, this will be the company's account on all the money invested. Lu Bingyan said firmly. Su Luo was shocked, wait a minute, you believe me so much? Just based on his words, Lu Bingyan put all the company's money in, this is also too much trust. Lu Bingyan, believe Su Luo's heart immediately surged with an inexplicable touch. Lu Bingyan laughed, don't worry, if this is lost, I won't blame you, if I win, I will send you a big gift. Su Luo's heart stirred and joked, what big gift? It won't be to give my body to you, right? Lu Bingyan snorted coldly, humph, you think quite beautiful. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, phew, that's good, I thought you were going to return the favor. You. Lu Bingyan hung up the phone with a huff. But the next moment, she looked at the cell phone, the corner of her mouth showed a hint of laughter. Since she was a child, when other boys saw her, they were always careful to please her, full of compliments. It was the first time she saw a boy talking to her like this, not to mention, it was quite interesting. At this time, Louis Tian walked next to her and laughed. How is it, Xiaoyan, do you have any confidence in managing Hongxin Investment? She lightly looked at Louis Tian and said, give me such a mess, enough sinister you. Perhaps due to the impact of the economic environment, most of the projects of Hongxin Investment are in the state of loss. This stall, rotten cannot be more rotten. Louis Tian laughed, it is rotten, I just give you to practice you if you can turn this Hongxin Investment into a profit, to do 10 billion scale, which can prove your management level, I also rest assured that the family business into your hands or else, can only give you to look for a man of your choice. Lu Bingyan looked to the side of the secretary. I'm not sure how much money is left on the company's books, but I'm not sure how much money is left on the company's books. Xiao Wen said, Xiao Lu, there is still 15,300,000. Lu Bingyan, all into the futures market, buy pork futures. Rationally speaking, she also knows that the futures market is extremely risky, but I don't know why, she just extraordinarily trusts Su Luo, so the investment has also become incomparably bold. What? Louis Tian was taken aback. Xiaoyan, isn't your decision too hasty? If this loses money, Hongxin Investment will be completely hopeless. Lu Bingyan glanced at him and said, isn't this exactly what you wanted? He heard, slightly froze, that's right, but my intention is still hope that you can be here to experience a good, enhance their management ability, so I still hope that every decision you make are well thought out, do not act rashly. Do you think that pork futures are now rising very well, so you want to enter to fish, but now the price of pork has risen a lot? I feel that it is almost to the end. You now bring so much money to enter, a high probability will be trapped. Lu Bingyan did not pay attention to him, picked up a cup of water and took a sip, said to the secretary beside him. Xiaowen, don't freeze, hurry up. Xiaowen looked at her and then at Lui Tian before nodding her head and responding, yes. After saying that, she walked out. Lui Tian, Xiaoyan, do you want to seriously consider it? Lu Bingyan coldly looked at him, is this company mine now? Of course. Then shut up. I'm not going to be able to do that. The next 5 days, the price of pork crazy rose 311%. After seeing this price, Lui Tian's face was filled with shock. Xiaoyan, vision is good actually can see that the price of pork ushered in such a surge, awesome. Seeing him in this manner, Lu Bingyan was secretly happy. Awesome is not me, is looked down upon by you Su Luo, he told me that I just bought. When Lui Tian heard this, the shock on his face increased. Surprisingly it was him? How was this possible? In his opinion, how could a young man from an ordinary family see the trend of the futures market? Lu Bingyan blankly glanced at him and sneered, saying, humph, a dog's eye view. Seeing his daughter defending this brat Su Luo so much, he was instantly jealous. Humph, even if this brat has so little vision, but Xiaoyan, I think to the time to throw, doing business is the most taboo as greed, only to earn a small number of benefits, in order to do business to do long, and, according to my observation, this price increase has gradually slowed down, it is now a good time to sell, and then late may be trapped. Lu Bingyan while playing with the cell phone, while careless, but Su Luo said it is not the time, wait a few more days. Lui Tian heard, immediately anxious, that boy knows a fart, and then wait a few days, the yellow flowers and vegetables are cool, your father I have decades of experience in business vision is Su Luo that boy can compare? Lu Bingyan, I believe him. Lui Tian looked incredulous, you think I'm not as good as that kid? Lu Bingyan looked at him lightly, who knows, anyway, I believe him. After saying that, she got up and walked towards her bedroom. Looking at Lu Bingyan's back, Lui Tian's heart was suddenly burning with a wave of anger. Motherfucker, Xiaoyan even believe that brat does not believe me? Su Luo, I'm not finished with you. 15 days of time quickly arrived. Su Luo made a call to Lu Bingyan. Big beautiful Lu, once the price increases by 400%, sell it immediately. Good. Lu Bingyan answered obediently. After hanging up the phone, he kept his eyes on the price and decisively made a move when the price increased by 400%. $1,400,000 seconds to the account. Seeing the number on the account, he was thrilled in his heart. In just 15 days, he had actually netted $832,000. Chapter 13 Lu Bingyan's adoration of Su Luo. Hongxin Investment, Lu Bingyan's office. A beautiful silhouette walked in. The face value was completely not inferior to Lu Bingyan. However, unlike Lu Bingyan's cool temperament, this person was extraordinarily sexy and hot. A head of long black hair that hung down to the waist was dyed with a few strands of flamboyant red color. Dressed in a loose halter top and white wide-legged pants, her beautiful figure was displayed to the fullest, and the milky white snowy child was hidden, giving people infinite reverie. Both fully show her sexy, but not lose the dry elegance. If Su Luo was here, he would definitely recognize her. Because she was none other than the rising singing star of these 2 years, the dream girl in countless people's hearts, Lin Shiqing. Seeing her enter, Lu Bingyan's eyes instantly lit up. Shiqing, why are you here? She and Lu Bingyan had been very close friends since childhood. She walked over to Lu Bingyan's side and sat down, smiling. I heard that you have a high level of guidance in the futures market, made a fortune. Out of curiosity, I came over to take a look, is not rumored to be so godlike. Lu Bingyan poured her a cup of water and handed it to her, saying, his insight into futures prices is really very strong. 5 days ago, my father advised me to hurry to sell, do not be trapped, but he said that the price of this pork futures will rise for 5 more days, and as a result, it really has been up to today. Lin Shiqing sniffed, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Uncle Lu's vision couldn't even compare to his? How was this possible? One must know that Lui Tian had started from nothing back then, and had fought his way up to such a huge business empire with his superhuman skills. Such a legendary figure's vision was actually not as good as the person who instructed Lu Bingyan. How can this not make her shocked? Lu Bingyan laughed, there is nothing impossible, and he also accurately said, the price of pork rose to 400%, let me sell, you came at the right time, now the rate of increase is almost to 400%. With that, the two sat side by side and nervously watched, staring at the future's price of pork. The rate of increase slowly grew, 399.1%, 399.5%, 400%. Lu Bingyan, who had a lot of trust in Su Luo, was not swayed by her greed and directly and decisively sold off. Not a moment later, two payments arrived. One was that she bought 1 million when the increase was 60%, totaling 4.4 million yuan, netting 3.4 million yuan. One was a purchase of $15,300,000 when the rise was 154%, with a total income of $52.938 million and a net profit of $37.638 million. In other words, in just over 10 days, she had earned more than $40 million by listening to Su Luo's words. This amount of money was not a small amount of money for her. At this moment, she sincerely felt admiration for Su Luo in her heart. Just at this moment, Lin Shiqing on the side said in surprise, "Xiaoyan, look at the price of this pork futures, it actually started to drop." She hurriedly looked over and realized that not long after she had sold out, the price of pork futures started to slowly decline. The two big beauties glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's beautiful eyes. Lin Shiqing said incredulously, "Xiaoyan, what kind of god is this person who instructed you? This vision is also too poisonous, right, but can so accurately let you cash in at the highest point, not the slightest difference. This is also too exaggerated." Lu Bingyan tried hard to calm down the excited mood. "He is my classmate, know that he is powerful, I did not expect so powerful." After saying that, Lu Bingyan drank a mouthful of water, her eyes gradually brightened up, she seemed to see a strong and powerful thigh appeared in front of her eyes, and wanted to hug. Lin Shiqing's gaze flickered a few times. "Your classmate? Introduce to me some day to get to know. I now want to see what this godly man actually looks like." At this moment, her heart was full of curiosity towards Su Luo. After the money arrived, Su Luo called Su Haodong at the first time. "Donzi, send me your bank card number?" Su Haodong asked curiously, "What is it?" "Su Luo, didn't I say 10 days ago that I wanted to prepare medical expenses for you, and now it's ready, so hurry up and send me your bank card number, and I'll remit it to you." "What did you say? You raised $600,000 in 10 days? Su Haodong's face revealed a shocked look. He never suspected that Su Luo was lying to him when he said he would help him prepare the medical expenses, but he didn't expect that it would be so fast. It was only 10 days. It's too exaggerated. "Luo brother, don't tell me that you borrowed this money, then I can't take it." Su Luo explained, "Don't worry, not borrowed. The reason why I looked for you to borrow money some time ago is to invest, and now the earnings down, I have the money to give you. Don't be a mother-in-law, you hurry to send me the card number. Your father is suffering from cancer, the earlier the treatment, the greater the chance of cure." Su Haodong pondered for a moment, solemnly said, "Luo brother, this love brother remembered, in the future there is something you despite opening." Said later, he could not help but choke up. At that time, when he made the decision to give up the treatment, his heart was incomparably painful, and these days, his heart was also tormented. The most painful thing in this world is not more than, the closest person is sick, and they do not have money, can only watch each other step by step towards death. Now, Su Luo directly transferred $600,000 to him without saying anything. It was hard to express his gratitude to Su Luo in his heart. At the same time, he was also glad that he could make such a friend. Su Luo laughed and cursed, "Don't say these foreign words to me here." Afterwards, Su Luo remitted the money to him, $700,000. Su Luo simply calculated, the cure at least 600,000 starting, plus a variety of supplements, 700,000 almost. After receiving the money, Su Haodong directly took leave, took a car, and returned home. At home, his parents and uncle were chatting. He rushed forward and said to his dad, "Dad, the medical expenses are enough, let's hurry to the hospital to receive treatment." When his dad heard this, he froze for a moment. "That's $600,000, where did you get so much money?" To know, they had borrowed all the money they could before, and still could not make up enough for the medical expenses, and now Su Haodong suddenly said that he could make up enough for the medical expenses, and they were a bit disbelieving at first. Look at their puzzled eyes, Su Haodong patiently explained, "My college classmate Su Luo, a while ago has not borrowed me 20,000 well, he is to take to the investment, and now make money, so give me 70 million as your medical expenses." "Your college classmates to you?" His parents and uncle are stunned. What fairy classmates are, a shot is 700,000. Even if they are blood relatives, even if they have, they may not give so much money. His uncle surprised, I thought your classmate borrowed money last time as in the fraud money it, then I also scolded your kid stupid to come, really small-minded to the heart of the gentleman, Howsy, you really made a good friend even if it is a relative, may not be able to give you so much money this kind of friendship, you must double to cherish, this money even if he does not want you to pay back, you have to think of ways to pay back in the future, cannot be because of this amount of money, misplaced. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get away with it. His father also followed and said, your uncle is right, don't think that before borrowing people $20,000 to save the emergency, it's justified to take the $700,000, and so I'm cured, the two of us work hard together, as soon as possible to return the money, such a good friend, a lifetime is rare to meet one, you have to cherish. Su Haodong laughed, you can rest assured, this reason I understand, Su Luo this friend I identified, even if he drove me away, I do not take away, however, now the first thing to do is to cure the disease. Good, we will go to the hospital. After simply packing up their luggage, several people rushed towards the provincial hospital. Chapter 14 A New Investment Project. After wiring money to Su Haodong, Su Luo habitually opened the stock trading software. These days, he had developed a habit of strolling through the stock and futures market from time to time to see if there were any stocks and futures that had skyrocketed. Although he saw quite a few that had risen quite a bit, but there was nothing like the pork futures that had skyrocketed in price. And this time, as usual, he evaluated one of the stocks, and soon, the panel in his mind showed the results. Investment, Huntai Pharmaceutical Stock. Profit cycle, 21 days. Rate of return, 220%. A happy smile appeared on his face. Finally, he had found a stock with a good rate of return. He then glanced at the balance on his bank account, $340,000. It seems that for the time being, he can't pay back the money this if the $200,000 are paid back, this investment will earn $457,000 less He felt pain just thinking about it. After thinking for a moment, he decided to use the way to pay back double, to see if these people are willing to lend him more 21 days, after all, it is he who broke the contract in the first place, always have to make some concessions. Of course, Su Haodong and Lu Bingyan definitely didn't need to do this. In other words, if everyone else agreed, after 21 days, he would only need to pay back an additional $88,000, and he would earn an additional $45,700. This was definitely a very cost-effective deal. After thinking about it, he dialed his great-aunt Su Xiaojing. And at this moment, at the great-aunt's home, the great-aunt was sitting still and pacing back and forth. Aside of the great-aunt father mocked, I said what came, Xiaoluo will never pay back the money, see, now 15 days passed, a letter or not. Big Aunt Su Xiaojing's eyes are full of worry color, but still hardened. It's only noon, what's the hurry? Great Aunt Wang Haojia laughed, I do not know who was anxious back and forth to walk around, shaking me dizzy, this 10,000 yuan you do not want to think about it, the outside world is rumored that Xiaoluo he resigned, there is no work where to find 10,000 back to you? How can he find $10,000 to pay you back? What can we do then? Su Xiaojing completely panicked, walking faster and faster, like ants on a hot pan in general. $10,000 is so gone, she is still very painful. Wang Haojie gave her a glance. Now you know that you are in a hurry, what did you do at that time? Let you hurry to find Xiaoluo to ask for money back you do not listen to, have to wait until now, the vegetables are cool, this time has to buy a lesson. The price of this lesson is too big. Su Xiaojing regretted in her heart. Just at this time, her cell phone rang. When she saw the caller, she quickly walked to the side of Wang Haojie, excitedly handed the phone to Wang Haojie's face. Hubby, it's Xiaoluo. Wang Haojie's eyes revealed a color of surprise. It's this time, he even dared to come to the phone, pick it up, listen to what excuse he used to not return this $10,000. Su Xiaojing glared at him, maybe Xiaoluo is to return the money, you are a little small-minded Finished, pressed the answer button. Xiaoluo, what is it? Su Luo's voice came from the receiver. Big Aunt, I'm calling to talk to you about paying back the money. Su Xiaojing sniffed, her heart was happy, but her mouth said. Oh, just for this you do not say I almost forgot, this Big Aunt is not urgent if you sighed of the lack of money, you cannot hurry to return. Wang Haojie heard, helplessly sighed. It is really living face death suffer Su Luo said, Big Aunt, borrowed your 10,000 yuan, I can now return you, but if you are willing to wait another 21 days, I will return you twice. 2 times? Su Xiaojing's eyes suddenly lit up, hurriedly covered the handset, looked at Wang Haojie, excitedly whispered. Hubby, Xiaoluo said, if we are willing to wait for him to pay back the money after 21 days, then he will pay back twice as much, that is to say, we lend money to him for a month, we can make 10,000 yuan for nothing, 10,000 yuan ah. Wang Haojie looked at her breathlessly. You, this woman is no brain. This kind of bullshit can also believe. This is to hear that he does not want to pay back the money. Made up bullshit. You hurry to let him return the money. Su Xiaojing sniffed and was upset. I see, small Luo said, quite sworn not like lying to me and this is a white 10,000 so? Wang Haojie, hate iron not steel, said. You don't have to use that brain or donate it? I now tell you clearly, can make up this kind of bullshit shows that Xiao Luo has gone on the wrong path. He may not be able to pay you back 10,000 if you really wait for 21 days, not to mention the 10,000 for nothing. He borrowed your 10,000 have disappeared. Use your brain, okay? Oh, well, I'll let him pay back now. Although still very reluctant, but Su Xiaojing, more worried about their 10,000 yuan flu, rushed to pick up the phone again, said to Su Luo. Xiao Luo, it is not coincidental, my family just happened to have something, urgent need of money. Originally I do not care about this thing, you want to when you can, but now, can only. Su Luo sniffed, already understand what she means. I understand, I will make money to you. After hanging up the phone, not a moment later, $10,000 arrived. Seeing the transfer information, Su Xiaojing breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Finally back, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Wang Haojie shook his head slightly. Remember this lesson, in the future, before you lend money to someone, keep your eyes a little brighter, don't suffer any more losses. Su Xiaojing is still slightly regretful. Hubby, you say in case Xiao Luo really return us double after 21 days? Wang Haojie cried and laughed. People casually made up lies, you really take it seriously? If you can get the 10,000 back, you can just be happy. Xiao Luo does not look like a person who will cheat people. In case it is true, we can miss 10,000 yuan. You're such a pig. I'm really impressed. What if it is? I'm too lazy to tell you. After sending money to his great aunt Su Xiaojing, Su Luo then called his second aunt Su Xiaoting. Soon, the second aunt's voice came over the phone. Xiao Luo, what's the matter? After weighing his words, he said. Second aunt, last time has not borrowed you 30,000, said 15 days after the return. Well, now just to the time, I can now return to you, but I still need money. If you are willing to wait another 21 days, I will then pay you twice. Su shouting, oh, this thing in fact, this money two aunts are not in a hurry to ask you to pay back, just your uncle. They said you fell into some kind of consumer traps, and even suspected that you got into the gambling. I'm afraid of lending you money, in turn, harmed you. Xiao Luo, you seriously talked to the two aunts, you have not dipped into these messy things. Su Luo couldn't help but laugh and cry, this uncle of his, is really keen on hacking him. Second aunt, of course not, the reason why I resigned and borrowed money from you guys, because I met a valuable person, people are willing to take me to invest, the first 15 days is the first round of investment, made some money, now is the second round, I just talked to you guys, can you grace some more days? In order to let Su Xiaoting rest assured, he half-truthfully made up. Su Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I said, you're a good kid, can't be bad once you graduate, you need money in a hurry, don't pay it back first, wait for a day to be generous, then pay it back is not too late, do a good job, the second aunt believes in you. Su Luo heart quite touched. Thank you, second aunt. Chapter 15 Lu Bingyan like Su Luo? Then Su Luo called his third uncle Su Kangza. Third uncle, the money I borrowed from you last time, do you think you can forgive me for a few days? Su Kangza smiled indifferently. You kid, why are you so polite with me? That money you went to return can be, in the future have any difficulties, although with the third uncle said When Su Luo heard this, his heart was very warm. Thank you, third uncle. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, later. The two people chatted for a while, then hung up the phone. Su Luo again to the roommate Wang Jingyu called. Brothers, the last borrowed money grace a few days, 21 days after double back to you. Wang Jingyu dissatisfied. Buddy, with me so polite dry machine hair? You don't take me as a friend? You think I'm Su Fei? It's just 20,000 bucks, you can pay it back whenever you want. Thank you, brother. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo took a look at the account balance, left himself 10,000 living expenses, the remaining 33 million yuan are invested in the stock market. After the operation, he stretched out comfortably, lying down to make money feels really fucking cool. Go and treat your stomach. He stood up from the bed, ready to go out to eat lunch. Just at this time, his cell phone rang, he took a look, it was a VX sent to him by Lu Bingyan. Just 2 words. Open the door. She is at the door? Su Luo couldn't help but remember that a few days ago, Lu Bingyan had said that if the price of pork futures skyrocketed, she would give him a big gift. This had only just been dumped, and she ran to his door. Could it be that she wanted to? With a few moments of excitement, he walked to the door and reached out to pull open the door. Lu Bingyan's beautiful and moving silhouette appeared in front of his eyes. Unlike last time, Lu Bingyan was slightly powdered, and her face, which was already beautiful, became more and more beautiful. He couldn't help but be mesmerized. Lu Bingyan looked in the eyes, the heart cannot help but some small complacency. Strange to say, if other boys look at her straight, she was impatient, but this fell on Su Luo's body, her heart was a little happy. But on her lips, she said, "What are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful woman?" Su Luo laughed, "Beautiful women have seen, but you are so beautiful, I still see for the first time." Lu Bingyan heard, the corner of her mouth could not help but rise slightly. Oily tongue, I don't eat this set, I said, if the futures price skyrocketed, I will give you a big gift, I came here this time to honor my promise. Su Luo deliberately looked at her vigilantly. You won't really want to give your body in return, right? Sister, people are still small. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes breathlessly. Put. Right at this moment, a laughter came from the side, followed by a melodious voice. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to have a time to be disliked. Su Luo turned his head sideways and looked outwards, and realized that there was a big beauty standing beside Lu Bingyan. Just now, he was completely attracted by Lu Bingyan's beauty, and surprisingly didn't notice that there was such an extremely beautiful woman. Although the beauty was wearing a large mask that covered her small face, but those beautiful eyes were extraordinarily seductive. Moreover, the body is incomparably tall and hot, under the loose halter top, milky white snow hidden. He looked at the heart itchy, the heart cannot help but give birth to an impulse to want to take a peek at the whole picture. Lu Bingyan said, introduce you, Lin Shiqing, my good friend, is also a singer. Lin Shiqing? Su Luo couldn't help but slightly frown, why is this name a bit familiar? Right at this moment, Lin Shiqing took off her mask, he then recognized it and hurriedly greeted her. Hello, according to the rules of your entertainment industry, shouldn't I call you Teacher Lin? Lin Shiqing was slightly stunned. Don't, I can't afford this, just call Shiqing. Su Luo, okay, quickly please come in, lest someone sees you as a big star standing in front of my house, the impact is not good. After saying that, a path was made. Lin Shiqing waved her hand. There's no need to be so nervous, I only entered the entertainment industry because I like to sing, I don't rely on my fans to make money, so I don't care much about any influence. Su Luo, I'm afraid I'll be affected, I'm still single, if this gets out, how can I find a date? Giggling. Lin Shiqing completely did not expect him to take such a turn, and immediately could not help but laugh, and laughed so hard that her body leaned forward slightly. The large white flakes of snow were suddenly displayed in front of his eyes, rhythmically trembling as Lin Shiqing laughed. It gave him a great visual impact. He who had never been in love, how had he ever seen such a big scene, and almost didn't break his defenses on the spot. Hastily averting his eyes, his face flushed slightly. When Lin Shiqing saw his demeanor, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and her eyes flickered with a few strands of meaningful light. Xiaoyan, this friend of yours is quite interesting. Just a poor talker. Lu Bingyan snorted coldly, then took out a card from her pocket and handed it to Su Luo. This is the big gift for you, there are 2,059,000 in it, password 68. How much? More than $20 million? Su Luo was surprised by the amount inside. Why? You don't want to give yourself to her, but you want to keep her? Put. Lin Shiqing once again couldn't help but laugh, her gaze towards Su Luo was filled with an amusing light. Lu Bingyan pursed her lips breathlessly, for the first time she had the urge to hit someone. Don't be paranoid, this is half of the money earned by listening to your command and investing in futures this time. I hope that you will have a good investment project in the future. You can take me with you, the loss of money counts as mine, as long as you make money, you will be divided into half. When she saw Su Luo can accurately predict the rise of futures, she decided to hold this thigh to death. As long as Su Luo later take her to play, half of the profits she also blood earn. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Luo nonchalantly took the bank card. This money is also rely on him to earn, he took a little psychological burden. Those who do not know anything about private equity managers can earn so much, he took half of what? I have recently taken a fancy to a stock, and I predict that its next increase will reach 200%. Lu Bingyan heard, eyes suddenly bright, which stock? I will vote now. She, who had tasted the sweetness last time, had great trust in Su Luo. Lin Shiqing also followed. Brother, can you also take sister to play? Just like Xiao Yan, I will share half of the money I earn with you. Of course. Su Luo naturally wouldn't mind having more money. Come in quickly, it's not convenient to say this at the door. After saying this, he sidestepped and made a path. The two big beauties walked in. He closed the door with his backhand, pointed to the sofa and said, "You guys sit down first, I will go to pour you a glass of water." After saying that, he walked into the kitchen. Lu Bingyan looked at the sofa, her eyes flashed with hesitation, but she still sat down. Lin Shiqing sat down beside her, saw that her face was not quite right, and asked, "What's wrong? Fidgety, there's a nail under your butt, huh?" She blushed slightly and said, "Su Luo had thrown her underwear on this sofa." Ah. Lin Shiqing froze for a moment, then looked at Lu Bingyan with a teasing face. "Then you still sit? You're not right, it can't be that you like Su Luo, right?" Chapter 16, Getting Lu Bingyan Pregnant. Lu Bingyan blinked her eyes. How could it be? He and I are just ordinary friends. Lin Shiqing, come on, have you forgotten that you have a slight cleanliness fetish? Especially things of the opposite sex, you don't even want to touch, let alone sit in the place where the boys' underpants have been spared, and this time, you're not so resistant. What is this not like? Lu Bingyan's eyes were a little uncomfortable. There is no such thing. Lin Shiqing faintly smiled and no longer said anything. Soon, Su Luo walked over with 2 cups of water and placed them on the coffee table in front of the two. Pure handmade white water, please taste it for the two beauties. Put. Lin Shiqing was amused by his juggling. A rare smile also appeared on Lu Bingyan's ice-cold face. The two of them didn't mind and directly picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. Su Luo took out his cell phone and opened the stock trading app. I have recently been very optimistic about this stock, Hangtai Pharmaceuticals, predicting that in the next 21 days, he will rise by 220% if you believe. Believe. Before he finished speaking, Lu Bingyan and Lin Shiqing took out their cell phones and began to operate them. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile, and then followed suit, investing all of the money Lu Bingyan had just given him into Hangtai Pharmaceuticals stock. Together with the $330,000 from before, a total of $20.85 million of shares were bought. By the time this amount quadrupled upwards after 21 days, then he would become a rich man with 66.72 million yuan in cash in hand. Thinking about it made him a little excited. Thinking back to the lousy way he borrowed money more than 10 days ago, he couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. The system really was a life-changing divine weapon. Lu Bingyan and Lin Shiqing quickly finished their operations. Lu Bingyan invested all 36 million in cash from the company's accounts, while Lin Shiqing invested 5 million. After the operation, Lin Shiqing looked at Su Luo. Su Luo, younger brother, can you add a VX? Su Luo slightly froze. How did he become a younger brother? But this name was shouted from the mouth of an imperial sister, it was really something else. Of course I can, I sweep you. To be able to add the VX of a beautiful woman, he naturally would not refuse. Soon, the two added the VX. Lin Shiqing had a smile on her face. Thank you, brother, for bringing my sister to invest, but my sister is going to catch a notice now. Next time we meet, we will definitely treat you well. Saying that, the pretty eyes wink at Su Luo. Su Luo immediately felt like he was hit by electric current, his whole body was tingling, and he unconsciously trembled. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse, really a vixen. Different from the icy beauty Lu Bingyan, Lin Shiqing not only had an extraordinarily hot body, especially that milky white snow child, the scale was much more exaggerated than Lu Bingyan's, and the arc outlined by the clothes was extraordinarily stirring. Moreover, the character also has a few more points of siren. A proper big imperial sister. Su Luo had never encountered such a beauty before, and was indeed a bit overwhelmed. Lin Shiqing looked in her eyes, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew even more. Then brother, let's meet again next time we have time. Su Luo nodded, okay, bye. Lin Shiqing waved her hand and turned to leave. And Lu Bingyan was still sitting steadily on the sofa. Seeing this, Su Luo was puzzled, you're still not leaving? Lu Bingyan, now it's time for dinner, go, this beauty rewarded you with a chance to eat together. Su Luo laughed, thank you Lu, big schoolgirl gift, but this time don't go to eat Western food, not only far, but also inside a lot of stronger, eat very uncomfortable, there is a great taste of beef noodle hall near our neighborhood, today you will take you to try. Can, lead the way. The corners of Lu Bingyan's mouth imperceptibly rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Somehow, when Su Luo took the school flower, beauty, and these rotten words to address her, her heart would inexplicably be a little happy. Soon, under Su Luo's lead, the two of them arrived at the nearby beef noodle house. This store was not big, but it looked very clean and refreshing, and Lu Bingyan was not repulsed. The two chose a table and sat down. Lu Bingyan, whose temperament and beauty were equally outstanding, immediately attracted the gazes of the other customers. Especially the male customers, they all looked dumbfounded. When have they seen such a beautiful girl? In the next moment, Su Luo clearly felt a gaze of envy and jealousy fall on him. If the gaze could kill, he would have been full of holes already. He was very distressed and said to Lu Bingyan, "I become a target when I come out to eat with you." Lu Bingyan looked at him lightly. The heart is very cool, right? Vanity is bursting. He smiled and said, "Hey, I didn't expect to be seen by you, my vanity, it is really cool." Pooh chuckle. Lu Bingyan did not expect that he would admit this dryly, and was immediately amused by his juggling. The original cold face became incomparably bright and attractive, and the attraction became even stronger. The surrounding boys all looked dumbfounded, looking at Su Luo's gaze more and more envious and jealous. And the next moment, miserable screams rose and fell. Su Luo didn't need to look to know that someone must have been attracted by Lu Bingyan's beauty, and then was sanctioned by the little dainty wife beside him. He reached out to the boss and shouted, "Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles." "Okay, wait a moment." In the process of waiting for the noodles to come, between the two people once again fell into silence. The awkward atmosphere is slowly rising. However, Lu Bingyan sat there calmly, as if she was not affected by the awkward atmosphere. This made him have to admire, worthy of being a child from an excellent family, big heart ah. And at this time, a burly man wearing leopard print clothes and tattooed with 2 large flower arms walked in. "Boss, a bowl of beef noodles." After shouting, the big horse sat down in the seat next to them. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out one, lit it for himself, and began to gulp down the smoke with an expression of enjoyment. Unexpectedly, the smoke drifted to Su Luo and Lu Bingyan's side. Lu Bingyan's eyes appeared in the color of disgust, opened his mouth to rebuke. Seeing this, Su Luo hurriedly stopped her. The bottom of the origin of Su Luo is very clear. These punks care most about face. Public scolding is not a good way to solve the problem, and may also intensify the conflict. He gave a reassuring look to Lu Bingyan, and then said to the strong man, "Big brother, can you not smoke here ah? The smoke is floating us here." The strong man turned his head to look at him. "What? Here is your home open? I will smoke, do you care?" He did not expect the strong man will be so charged. After a moment of contemplation, said, "Big brother, my wife is pregnant. The last time she had a miscarriage, the doctor said that this time cannot be exposed to the smell of cigarettes, otherwise it may also be miscarried." When these words came out, Lu Bingyan's originally calm face was no longer calm, looking at him incredulously. "What the hell? I'm pregnant? And had a miscarriage?" Chapter 17 Holding the Beauty. The burly man sniffed, his face suddenly changed, and he repeatedly apologized. I am sorry, I really deserve to die." While apologizing, he threw the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out with one foot. He also reached out and fanned the smoke around Lu Bingyan, and said with a face of fear and trepidation, "Sister, I am sorry I do not know you are pregnant, or kill me will not smoke here, you must not have an accident or my sin can be big." Said, he smelled the smell of his body, continued, "No, I'm all smelly, I can't stay here anymore, boss, I don't want that bowl of noodles." After saying this, he picked up the cigarette butts on the ground and quickly walked out of the noodle shop. Done. Seeing the strong man leave, Su Luo smiled faintly and sat back in his seat. Just as he raised his head, he met Lu Bingyan's icy gaze, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. "I have become your wife and pregnant, also had a miscarriage, how do I not know?" Su Luo immediately swore, "I and cannot beat people, can only come out of this, I swear, I absolutely did not take advantage of your cheap meaning, otherwise, Su Haodong life cannot find objects, you also know that he is my best friend, I will not easily take his happiness to joke." Lu Bingyan sneered, "Humph, I believe it." Although her mouth said so, in her heart, she still appreciated what Su Luo did just now. With only a few words, she made the originally arrogant and domineering strong man become terrified, took the initiative to put out his cigarette, and left the place. This was a very smart approach. If Su Luo had roughed up like a reckless man, she would have looked down on her instead. Soon, the boss brought over 2 bowls of beef noodles. The pungent aroma made Lu Bingyan impatiently pick up her chopsticks, clip the noodles and send them into that tantalizing cherry mouth. After chewing a few times, her eyes instantly lit up. It began to speed up the speed of eating. Seeing this, Su Luo smiled faintly and similarly began to feast. Soon, the two of them wiped out the beef noodles. Su Luo smiled and asked, "How is it?" "Not worse than Western food, right?" Lu Bingyan gently wiped the corners of her mouth and nodded. "Not bad. Is there any other food in this neighborhood that I haven't eaten? In the future you have to take me to eat." Su Luo froze for a moment. He didn't think that having a meal would be an additional task now. But he is now idle anyway, traveling with a beautiful woman and sharing food, why not? So he laughed. "There is a snack street in this neighborhood. There are a lot of very tasty food there. I will take you to stroll around some other day when I am free." Lu Bingyan nodded slightly. Immediately, the two went to settle the bill, side by side together with a big stride toward the store. Big girl, stop." Just then, a voice came. The two didn't think it was calling them, and neither of them had the intention to pay attention to it. But the next moment, a middle-aged woman stopped in front of them, her eyes full of reproach as she looked at Lu Bingyan. "What's wrong with this daughter of yours? Knowing that you are a miscarriage-prone body, you are still walking so wide open." Lu Bingyan, suddenly confused, did not expect Su Luo just ghost words still really someone believe. She quickly explained. "Auntie, I did not." The words have not finished, was interrupted by the middle-aged woman. I didn't, you're walking so fast, what if you fall and touch yourself, what if you have another miscarriage? I don't want to have a baby anymore." Lu Bingyan sniffed, face slightly reddened up. She had even boys have not held the hand of the yellow flower girl, was actually said in public about pregnancy, but also quite embarrassed. Su Luo on the side couldn't help but laugh when he saw her get embarrassed. However, the next moment, an icy gaze landed on Su Luo's body, and he immediately collected his smile and pretended to look around as if nothing had happened. But what Su Luo didn't expect was that the middle-aged woman next aimed her spear at his body. "What are you laughing at, you young man? Your wife's miscarriage has nothing to do with you, right? Knowing that your wife is prone to miscarriage, why don't you protect her when you walk?" Said, directly grabbed his left hand and placed it on Lu Bingyan's waist. The moment his hand touched Lu Bingyan's soft waist, his whole person froze, his head went blank. Lu Bingyan similarly became incomparably stiff. In the next moment, the middle-aged woman gently pushed Lu Bingyan with her hand, allowing Lu Bingyan to completely lean in his arms. With a beautiful woman in his arms, his heartbeat suddenly beat wildly. This was the dream girl of countless boys in the school, and now she was just leaning in his arms in such a watery manner? Looking at the stunningly beautiful side face close at hand, for the first time he deeply realized what it was like to be on top. As for Lu Bingyan, her face was as frosty as ice, unable to see what exactly was on her mind at this moment. The middle-aged woman was very satisfied with her operation. "This is the right thing to do, young man. In the future, take care of your wife a little more. I wish you guys can successfully have your own baby this time." Su Luo came back to his senses, swallowed hard and said back, "I know, thank you, auntie." After saying this, he wrapped his arm around Lu Bingyan and walked outside. He had walked this section of the road many times, but this time, it was both comfortable and torturous. Leaving the beef noodle house about 100 meters or so, Lu Bingyan's icy voice rang out. "Still not letting go? Oh." He sniffed and loosened his hands with great reluctance. Seeing the strong reluctance in his eyes, the corner of Lu Bingyan's mouth rose slightly. Then she coldly walked towards the neighborhood with big strides. In fact, for the intimate contact with Su Luo just now, her heart wasn't angry, and she was even surprised to find that she didn't even half resist the idea. Just the first time she encountered such a problem, she did not know how to deal with it for a while. She could only cold face, thinking to hurry back to the car and leave here. Seeing this, Su Luo thought she was angry and hurriedly followed. "Just now, sorry, is that Aunt put my hand on your waist? In fact, I do not want to hold you, no, also want, just I will not ouch, anyway, is sorry." "You will not really angry, right?" Walking in front of Lu Bingyan, heard Su Luo so apologize, cold face almost did not strain. The heart-cursed, dead straight man, which have so apologize. Seeing that she did not respond, Su Luo also stopped talking. The two people were so silent, one after the other walked back to the neighborhood, came to her red Ferrari front. She opened the car door and sat in. Just after fastening her seatbelt, there was a knocking sound from the car window. She turned her head to see that it was none other than Su Luo, so she lowered the window and faintly asked, "Is there anything else?" After Su Luo pondered for a while, he waved his hand and said, "Goodbye, wife, pay attention to safety on the road." The words just fell, then felt a cold gaze full of killing intent fell on him, and he hurriedly pulled his legs and ran. Poof! Looking at his fleeing back, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but laugh and scolded, "Smelly rascal." Chapter 18 Mother's Recognition. Lu Bingyan quickly returned home. Just entered the villa, Lu Tian put down the newspaper in his hands, some conspiratorial said. It seems that the kid with the surname Su went out to dinner very happy. She blankly glanced at Lu Tian. Of course, eating good food is naturally happy. Lu Tian looked at her face, her eyes suddenly revealed a surprised color. You put on makeup? You specifically put on makeup in order to go see that kid? Lu Tian is very clear, his daughter since childhood does not love makeup, the most is to apply a little sunscreen, much less in order to see the opposite sex specifically to make up. But today, even unprecedented makeup, also went to see Su Luo. What was this if it wasn't for that Su Luo kid? How could this not make him surprised? When Lu Bingyan heard this, there was a trace of unnaturalness on her originally calm face. Which is not the case. Today Shirqing came to find me, idle, so I helped me put on a makeup. Lu Tian, who has become a human essence, could not see the clues, and could not help but hold his forehead with one hand inside helplessly. Playing, this baby girl of his seems to be trapped. In the past, Lu Bingyan was indifferent to other boys, he was afraid that Lu Bingyan was a stone girl and didn't like boys, but now, when he saw Lu Bingyan treating Su Luo like this, he was so jealous in his heart. After briefly calming his mood, he asked. That futures have you sold off yet? I see that today the price has begun to fall, you do not sell, can be trapped. Lu Bingyan, don't worry, Su Luo has already let me cash out at the highest level, this time earning more than 40 million. When Lu Tian heard this, his eyes showed a shocked color. The highest level of cash? This kid is that lucky? Lu Bingyan gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood. What do you mean by lucky? That is, he has the strength, he is able to accurately predict the highest level of futures prices. Hearing his own baby girl like this to defend Su Luo, Lu Tian's vinegar pot once again overturned, that is called a sour na. It's not even a problem yet, the elbow is turning outward? Well, counting his strength, you still remember the junior high school in our family lives next door Zhang Shangmiao brother? The one who was very handsome and studied very well, he recently came back from abroad and started a company. Lu Bingyan frowned slightly, shook her head and said. No impression. Lu Tian couldn't help but sigh, since childhood, boys of the same age to Lu Bingyan, with dead things is not much different, but also to Su Luo special. The thought of Su Luo, he hated itchy teeth, this brat, does not seem to be anything special. How to take their own baby girl to the pinch-it? No impression. Okay, some other day I will introduce you to Recognize, Zhangnet company. I understand, the prospect is very good, he is now in need of investment to expand the scale, you are not just in the futures on the money well, just can take the money to invest in their company. With my vision, a year later, this investment will certainly have a 100% return rate, the future is immeasurable, is definitely a very valuable investment. The reason why he let Lu Bingyan invest in Zhang Xingmiao's company. One is really optimistic about Zhang Xingmiao's company. The second is to set up Lu Bingyan and Zhang Shengmiao. In his opinion, Zhang Shengmiao handsome, talented, elegant mannerisms, which point is not stronger than Su Luo. As long as Lu Bingyan invested in Zhang Xingmiao's company, the two were deeply bound, and spent time together, he did not believe that Zhang Xingmiao could lose to Su Luo. Lu Bingyan's gaze towards him became icy cold. Lu Tian, you want to set me up with that what's his name bird? Hearing Lu Bingyan call his name directly, he immediately panicked a bit and hurriedly explained. No matter, I am simply optimistic about Xiao Zhang's company, moreover, his name is Zhang Shengmiao, not what bird. Lu Bingyan tone cold. I care what bird he is, last time we agreed, within 5 years, Huangxin investment does not reach 10 billion scale, you can arrange a blind date for me, but before that, you meddle less. Said, quickly walked toward his room. Lu Tian quickly said, even if you do not see Zhang, such a good investment opportunity you cannot let go. This is not the behavior of a good investor. Lu Bingyan turned around and said faintly. Su Luo said that the share price of Hengtai Pharmaceuticals will skyrocket, and I invested all my money in it. Lu Tian was surprised when he heard this. What? You still listen to that Su Luo? He was lucky last time, the stock market is unpredictable, I have not seen which can be confident that they can accurately predict the direction of the stock. He cannot be so good luck every time, and, to my observation, Hengtai Pharmaceuticals share price has been continuing to go down, at any time to face the risk of bankruptcy, you are now putting all the money in, too hasty. Lu Bingyan, I just believe him. Lu Tian a burst of anger, very unconvinced. Your father, I have been in business for so many years, but my vision is still not as good as that of a kid who is not yet dry. Lu Bingyan looked him up and down. Last time, if I listen to you to sell off the futures, it will earn more than $10 million less, so you cannot. After saying that, she turned around and walked into her room. Not. Louis Tian cried and laughed. I don't believe that Hongtai Pharmaceuticals' stock price will skyrocket, and when we lose money this time, I will see how you can still trust that kid. What happened? What's going on? Just then, a voice came from the doorway. He looked up and saw that it was his wife Sun Dongxian, who immediately complained. What else could it be? Your precious daughter would rather trust a brat outside than me. Sun Dongxian sniffed and her eyes steeply lit up. Xiao Yan is in love? Louis Tian, this is not something to be happy about. That brat looks just not good. First show you the picture. Said, opened the cell phone and Su Luo's photo, handed over to Sun Dongxian. Sun Dongxian heard, heart cannot help but tighten. As a face control, she cannot accept their son-in-law looks ugly. But when she saw Su Luo's photo, she couldn't help but give Louis Tian a blank look. Are you blind? Isn't this quite handsome? Even if it is now the showbiz fresh meat, also not as handsome as him. You are young but not as handsome as him. If I was 20 years younger, absolutely will take the initiative to launch a crazy pursuit of him. Louis Tian is very unconvinced, straightened his collar. Handsome than when I was young, do not see it, how I see, he is more than I am now, a bit of a gap. Sun Dongxian sniffed, white eyes are fast rolling up to the sky. Where do you get the confidence? You're kind of people with now network popular words how to say, pu xin male. Louis Tian, well, counting his face value barely passes, but he is too ordinary no matter his family background or ability, even his family of origin is a bit bad, Xiao Yan with him is to suffer. Lu Bingyan laughed, this my father also said to my mom back then. This can be the same, that kid can be compared to me? Well, no daughter's life suddenly more a boy you are not accustomed to, but I still believe that the daughter's vision, she fell in the boy certainly not bad, you just relax. Said, Sun Dongxian glanced at Su Luo's photo again, smiled. Really handsome with daughter really match. Louis Tian saw in the eyes, vinegar cannot. This kid we're good. You one by one how to make me like an outsider. Chapter 19 The Great Beauty Zhao Yiyao. After lunch, the eldest aunt Su Xiaojing came to the home of the second aunt Su Xiaoting. Xiaoting, Xiao Luo steal you money? The second aunt Su Xiaoting said, not yet, he said he had an emergency, temporarily lack of money, so I did not let him return, are their own children, encountered difficulties, I naturally can help to help. Su Xiaojing hurriedly asked, is he also said that 21 days later will double back to you? Su Xiaoting nodded, that's right. Su Xiaojing immediately pained, shouting you confused your brother-in-law said, Xiao Luo said what double, but he does not want to pay back the money made up bullshit only, he wants to pay back the money back, you and look at it, to the 21 days, not to mention double, I'm afraid you that $30,000 also hit the water. Luckily, I was wise in the morning, and did not be tempted by his double the money back ghost story, directly let him then back, that lent 10,000 yuan to be able to get back, you were too young. Su Xiaoting slightly frowned, said, sister, I think, we still don't think the child Luo thinks so bad, we grew up watching him, he is not the kind of person who will cheat money, and he has assured me, will not fall into the trap of consumption, not to mention will not go to participate in gambling. Su Xiaojing shook her head helplessly. You is a short insight, have not been to the big city, do not know what is called the world of flowers fascinating eyes, Xiao Luo grew up in our small townships, all of a sudden into the bustling metropolis, the materialistic flow, people to that environment, is going to become impetuous, he became bad is also a very likely thing, the people become bad, what nonsense can't be made up? His guarantee is bullshit. Also, aren't you forgetting that he doesn't have a job right now? Without a source of income, after 21 days, where will he find the money to pay you? Su Xiaoting still didn't want to believe that Su Luo would turn bad and insisted, he said he borrowed the money to make investments, anyway, I don't believe he will turn bad. Su Xiaojing hated the iron. My stupid sister, you are too simple, right? Why do you believe everything he says? Su Xiaoting skimmed her mouth, well, let's not make up about Xiao Luo here, 21 days later, we will see what happens. Seeing this, Su Xiaojing shook her head helplessly. Just at this time, both of their cell phones rang, took it out and found that it was eldest uncle Su Tsingshan who sent a message in the group of the family that loves each other. Big sister, second sister, old 15 days have arrived yo, has Xiao Luo returned your money? Su Xiaojing quickly tapped the screen. Xiao Luo has already returned me, but Xiaoting didn't let him return it, saying something like double it after 21 days, Xiaoting surprisingly believed it, Lao San doesn't know, but I guess it's as stupid as Xiaoting. Between the lines, they all reveal a kind of small complacency that all people are drunk and she is alone. Su Tsangshan immediately returned. Alas, second sister, old three, you are also too stupid, cannot learn from the big sister? The discerning I can see, Xiao Luo the child has now learned bad, simply do not want to return your money, you are still stupid to believe in him. Fourth uncle Su Tsangyun also popped up. Big brother is right, the second sister and the third brother is really stupid. I now put the words here, Xiao Luo this child 100% learned bad, so many years of books to the dog's stomach, you that money, do not want to come back. Su Xiaoting couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said back. Boss, Lao Si, do you have any clear evidence to prove that Xiao Luo has learned bad things? You are all speculating maliciously, we as elders, it is not good to talk about a junior behind the back like this. Moreover, Xiao Luo has already assured me that he will definitely not fall into the consumption trap, not to mention that he won't get involved in gambling. Anyway, when he encounters difficulties in the future, as long as I have the money, I will still lend it to him. Su Tsangshan. If I don't say you're stupid, a person who just quit his job in less than half a month and turned around and borrowed so much money, what is it if you haven't learned the hard way? Do you think you are helping him by lending him money now? You're doing him a disservice. Your indulgence will only make him more and more lazy. Me and Lao Si are really helping him by not lending him any money, do you understand? The third Su Kangze can't stand it anymore. You do not want to borrow money, straight say not on the line, no one will blame you, there is no need to salvage the dignity of the smear in this Xiao Luo. Set up what do not borrow money is to help Xiao Luo's persona, a little bit of effort do not want to contribute, but also want a good reputation. Evil is not disgusting, are you? Xiao Luo is the one we've watched grow up, do you not know what kind of person he is? Aren't you ashamed of yourselves for slandering him like this? Such a blunt dislike was poked through the heart of Su Tsangshan and Su Tsangyun, very embarrassed. Su Tsangshan could only say, let's leave it to time, time will prove who is harming Xiao Luo and who is helping Xiao Luo. At this time, Su Luo's father Su Tsanghai emerged, said. Second sister, the old three, you do not defend that bastard, the oldest and the oldest four right, he is learning bad, so many years of school is considered to be a waste of time. If I had known that today, I should not have been so hard to provide him with school, it is really a waste of my efforts, and now his mother and I do not dare to go out, shame on. Su Tsangshan saw the situation, suddenly happy, quickly returned. Still the oldest too sensible. Su Kangze helplessly threw the cell phone to the side and said. I did not expect that even the second brother would say this about that child Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo is also really pitiful. Third aunt Wang Yimei was also very indignant and said. Second brother's family can have such a good child like Xiao Luo, this is a great blessing he even does not know to cherish, it is really infuriating. Su Kangze, they don't look at Xiao Luo as a relative, then let me do it, we can't let such a good child chill out. Second aunt Su Xiaoting's home. Su Xiaoting also shook her head helplessly. Su Xiaojing said, Xiaoting, see, even the oldest two feel that Xiao Luo has learned bad, he is Xiao Luo's father, always better than you know Xiao Luo, you hurry to find Xiao Luo to ask for the money back, and then wait, that loaned out the money can be blew out of the water. Su Xiaoting is too lazy to argue with her on this matter, perfunctorily said, yes, I know. Just at this time, a silhouette appeared at the door of the house. The face value was actually not the least bit worse than Lu Bingyan and Lin Shiqing, but unlike Lu Bingyan's icy coldness and Lin Shiqing's hotness, the woman exuded a gentle and intellectual charm. Her body was also a masterpiece, even in loose casual clothes, it was difficult to hide her proud curves. Yo, the big star is here. Seeing the woman, Su Xiaojing joked. The woman was none other than second aunt Su Xiaoting's husband's brother's daughter, Zhao Yao. It was now working as an actress. Chapter 20 I'm packing my bags, there's no way Su Luo will pay back the money. Hearing Su Xiaojing's snide remarks, Zhao Yao hurriedly said. Auntie Xiaojing, don't tease me, I'm just a featured actor. When Su Xiaojing saw Zhao Yao, a smile appeared on her face. Zhao Yao, what's the matter? Zhao Yao, Auntie, I've secured a place in an acting training course, there are movie stars and actresses teaching in person, it's very important for me to improve my acting skills, only that the tuition fee is a bit expensive, it needs 160,000 yuan, I've raised 120,000 yuan on my side, and I'm still short of 40,000 yuan, see if it's convenient for you to lend it to me on your side? The two families have always been helping each other, so Zhao Yao came over to borrow money without much psychological pressure. Big Aunt Su Xiaojing heard, immediately said, movie stars and actresses personally teaching that must go this opportunity is very rare Zhao Yao nodded, that's right, but right now there isn't enough money, so she wants to borrow some from her aunt. Although she was a featured actor and could earn 2 or 3,000 a scene, but because she was unwilling to accept the subterfuge, there weren't many opportunities for filming, and it was only enough for her to live on. Su Xiaojing looked to the side of Su Xiaoting. Some complained. Look at you, if the morning with Xiao Luo to ask for that 30,000 back, plus my 10,000, not enough for Xiaodao's tuition. Well, now not only your 30,000 blew away, but also Xiaodao's future is delayed. Su Xiaoting pursed her lips and looked at Zhao Yao apologetically. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry, I lent my money to Xiao Luo, and now I can't get 40,000 yuan. Zhao Yao smiled spontaneously. It's fine, then I'll find someone else to borrow it. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Su Xiaoting called out to her and said. I'll give Sanshan a call and see if he can borrow it. Zhao Yao said gratefully, then I'll trouble you, auntie. Su Xiaoting took out her cell phone and dialed Su Sangshan's phone. Soon, the phone was dialed, and Su Sangshan's voice came from over there. Second sister, what is it? Su Xiaoting opened the door and said, Sangshan, my niece needs money now, do you think you can lend me 40,000? Su Sangshan is very sorry to say, ouch, second sister, really sorry, I do not want to lend you because I recently bought a car for small bin, and bought a suite of rooms in the city, now carrying a debt, there is no money to lend you. Oh yes, Xiao Luo did not say 21 days after you double it? Exactly 60,000, you let your niece wait a little longer. The tone was full of ridicule. Su Xiaoting couldn't help but roll her eyes and said in a bad mood. Do not want to borrow straight say, here in the yin and yang what? After saying that, she directly hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Yao. Sanshan is not willing to borrow, but Xiao Luo will pay me back in 21 days, do you think you can wait until then? Zhao Yao nodded, yes, the deadline for enrollment is 25 days later, just in time, thanks auntie. Su Xiaoting laughed, what's the point of being polite with me? At this time, next to Su Xiaojing quickly said, Xiaojing you believe in Xiao Luo even if you also pull Xiao Luo 21 days after the money is not certain, you let Xiao Yao wait, in case Xiao Luo does not pay back the money, Xiao Yao's matter will not be delayed. Zhao Yao sniffed and asked suspiciously. What happened to Xiao Luo? She and Su Luo childhood relationship is very good, when school often finds Su Luo together to play, and then went to college, the two meet less up. Su Xiaoting hurriedly explained, there is nothing wrong, just because Xiao Luo he recently borrowed some more money, so they feel that Xiao Luo has become bad, deep into the consumer traps, and even dabbled in gambling and whatnot, think it is unlikely that Xiao Luo will return my money. Zhao Yao immediately categorically said, impossible, I have been hanging out for so many years have not become bad, Xiao Luo is even more unlikely to become bad, this point I believe him. Finding like-minded people, Su Xiaoting had a smile on her face. I also think so, you say a good kid, how can he turn bad just because he says so? Su Xiaojing saw the two of them convinced look, helplessly shook her head and said. Blind, too blind you guys, I pack a ticket, 21 days later, you will definitely regret it. Zhao Yao laughed, auntie, then you're going to lose this time. At the same time, Su Fei also contacted Wang Jingyu on VX. 15 days are here if I'm not mistaken, that fraudster Su Luo should still not have paid you back, right? Su Haodong that fool, now all brainwashed by Su Luo, probably now still believes Su Luo will return his money. After a long time, Su Haodong returned. Originally he intended to return today, but he recently needed money, said that after 21 days, return double, I agreed. Su Fei could not help but laugh when he saw this reply. Haha, I knew that the fraudster could not possibly pay back the money, he did not have a job but also borrowed so much money, it is clear that he wants to cheat the money, fortunately, I was resourceful and recognized his trick, but also you and Su Haodong two people are stupid, but also willing to lend money to him, and what is even more stupid is that you are now even believing that Su Luo that scammer will pay you back double after 21 days, it is really laughing me to death. Between the lines were all gloating and disparaging remarks about Su Luo, Wang Jingyu, and Su Haodong. Wang Jingyu rolled his eyes breathlessly. Su Fei, we at least went to the same school together, can you stop talking about a fraudster? Luo is not that kind of person. Su Fei, if not say you stupid it, have come to this time, still believe that scammer, but also for him to speak, look at people to see through the phenomenon of the essence no? He did not have a job, the family is not good, it is the same as no economic resources, in this case, but also threatened to double, this is the usual trick of the fraudster? You and see, 21 days later, he will certainly say something again after a period of time to pay double. Wang Jingyu was very upset. Together for 4 years, I know how Luo is a person, he helped me a lot in college, I recognize him from the bottom of my heart this person, and now he is in trouble, of course I want to lend him money, he when to return it doesn't matter, don't return at all. On the contrary, you, Sufei, I am very curious. When you were in college, Luo helped you so much. When you have no money to buy you dinner, have a part-time job will also bring you. Do you not have any gratitude? Now that Luo is in trouble and needs your help, you don't lend him any money, and you even make such malicious speculations about Luo, saying that he is a swindler. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sufei, he did help me a lot when he was in college, and I thanked him immediately and very sincerely at that time. We've already gotten even, and now you're pulling this. Isn't it too ridiculous? Chapter 21. And Lin Shiqing shared a room. Wang Jingyu was angry and happy. Wang Jingyu was infuriated. Your thanks are worth a lot of money. Do you know what it means to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water? Sufei righteously said. Not to say that you are stupid, you are obviously too deep by Confucianism, but also what drops of water, the grace of the spring, any help has a price, right? Su Luo invited me to eat a meal at that time only cost a few dollars, I therefore grateful to him for 4 years has been enough, right? You want to use that little money to kidnap me for life? Also, the money I earned from my part-time job is all from my hard work, why should I be grateful to him? Seeing his reply, Wang Jingyu was furious. We are not all the way, I have nothing to say to you. Sufei, humph, good advice you do not listen to. When the time to be that fraudster cheated all the money you do not regret. In the afternoon, a heavy news detonated the entire medical circle. Originally, Hangtai Pharmaceuticals, which was already going downhill, had actually developed a drug that could effectively inhibit the lesions of acromegaly, and for a while, Hangtai Pharmaceuticals' stock price began to usher in a surge. In just 1 hour, it directly rose. Lu Bingyan's home, Louis Tian got this news, the whole person was stunned. This Hangtai medicine really went up? And also went up, Su Luo that kid is how to see out? Sitting aside looking at the cell phone, Lu Bingyan teased, not to say that your vision is not as good as his. Louis Tian, Hangtai medicine in the past 2 years, the stock price has been plummeting, from 60 yuan per share directly down to 7.8 yuan per share, but we're a normal person, it is not possible to buy this stock at this point in time, buy to be trapped who can think of such a bad stock can usher in another surge Su Luo that kid is how to see out Hangtai medicine stock will usher in the surge? Could it be that he learned in advance that Hangtai Pharmaceuticals will release the news of new research results today? Lu Bingyan lightly glanced at him, said, Su Luo is an ordinary family child, how can have channels to know these things? Admit it, his investment vision is better than you. After these 2 times to follow Su Luo investment, Lu Bingyan has been completely on Su Luo convinced, the heart of Su Luo full of appreciation and worship. Watching his daughter defend Su Luo like this, Louis Tian was so jealous in his heart. At the same time, the shock Su Luo brought to him was even stronger. He agreed with Lu Bingyan's statement that it was impossible for Su Luo to have channels to learn about Hangtai Pharmaceuticals developing a new drug. In such a situation, Su Luo was even able to analyze that Hangtai Pharmaceuticals' stock price was going to skyrocket. And in the beginning, he was not optimistic about Hangtai Pharmaceuticals at all, and when he heard Su Luo say that this stock would see a surge, he scoffed and was very worried that the money invested by Lu Bingyan would be trapped. As a result, Hangtai medicine's stock price really ushered in a surge, just 1 hour up. Could it be that the gap between him and Su Luo in terms of investment gaze is really so big? Although because of his daughter, he looked at Su Luo very unpleasant, but in his heart, he had to admit that this Su Luo really is a bit of a thing, and in his heart, he also began to look squarely at this person that he once looked down on. The sight of the son Dongshan laughed, it seems that our little Yanxi man's eyes are very accurate, like on the young man was so excellent. Lu Bingyan's face some slightly reddish up, pouted, Mom, what are you saying, when I like him? Sun Dongshan looked at Lu Bingyan's shy little expression, the smile on her face even more. She knows her daughter very well, if for the boy she doesn't like, even if she says the same words, Lu Bingyan's face expression doesn't change, even lazy to refute. Can say like Su Luo, but so shy, this is obviously has begun to fall into it. Louis Tian also saw in the eyes, slightly shook his head, sighed and wailed in his heart. Finished, this baby girl looks like it is going to be a pig to arch. Time passed quietly, soon 8 days passed, Hangtai medicine's stock price had risen by 113%. This means that Su Luo's investment this time has made more than $20 million. The feeling of lying down and making money, don't mention how happy he was. His mood these days was simply beautiful. In the evening, he simply made a dinner and started eating while brushing up on his drama. These days, he had been eating out, and he didn't know if it was because of the excessive oil and salt, but he felt that his entire stomach was heavily burdened, as if he had eaten in a scale. That's why he started cooking by himself these days, not to mention, the whole person became a lot more relaxed. After he finished eating and cleaned up, his cell phone rang. Picking up the phone and realizing that it was actually Lin Shiqing calling him, he pressed the answer button. Sister Shirching, what is it? Lin Shirching's sexy and charming voice came out at once. Brother, are you free now? Can you come over to sister's house? This late at night, asking me to go to her house? What is this for? Su Luo's mood couldn't help but get a little excited. Sister Shirching, have you encountered something? Lin Shirching laughed. What? Can't I find you if there's nothing wrong? Su Luo, it's not too good for me to go to your house in the middle of the night, as a boy with a strong bloodline, right? Giggle. Lin Shircheng sniffed and laughed delicately. Brother, this is afraid that sister will eat you up? The delicate meaning in the tone of voice let Su Luo cannot help but burst of tingling. I'm a big boy, what to be afraid of? You wait a moment, I will go over. Then sister at home waiting for brother to arrive. Oh. After hanging up the phone, he could not help but curse, this demon, like this voice can kill ah. Thereupon, after briefly cleaning up, he walked out of the neighborhood and took a taxi towards the address Lin Shirching had sent. Soon, he arrived at the upscale neighborhood where Lin Shirching lived, Jingyu Manor. As soon as he stepped out of the cab, he was shocked by the environment of the neighborhood in front of him. The overall elegance was quite stylish, and the landscape within the neighborhood was even more pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but murmur. Not bad for a place where rich people live, just looking at it makes me feel good, I'm going to buy a set here when I have money later. Lin Shirching had already greeted the security guard in advance, he simply registered, and then he could walk into the small area. Soon, he came to the door of Lin Shirching's house and reached out to press the doorbell. After a while, the door was opened from the inside. A beautiful silhouette appeared at the door. At this time, Lin Shirching, with a plain face and slightly disheveled hair, no longer had the delicacy of the last time they met, but there were a few more points of lethargy, which made her even more charming. Su Luo couldn't help but curse in his heart, this demonic spirit, really mesmerizing ah. Seeing that Su Luo was attracted by his own beauty, the corner of Lin Shirching's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of complacency. Then she held Su Luo's hand and laughed, don't just stand there, quickly come in. Chapter 22. Are you so anxious to have something happen with your sister? After entering the house, Lin Shirching closed the door with her backhand, holding the delicate and slippery slender jade hand. Su Luo's heartbeat couldn't help but start to accelerate wildly. After trying hard to calm down, he asked, Sister Shirching, what exactly are you looking for me for? Lin Shirching walloped him onto the door, her slender fingers lightly teased his chin, and delicately smiled. Brother, are you so anxious to have something happen with your sister? Looking at the near, breathtakingly beautiful face, the seductive eyes, Su Luo's heartbeat became more and more crazy. After being single for 22 years, when had he ever seen such a big scene? His face slightly reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his gaze moved away with reluctance and some unnaturalness. Put. Seeing him like this, Lin Shirching couldn't help but laugh, reached out and pinched his cheeks, laughing, brother is so cute. Afterward, no longer teasing him, she pulled him over to the sofa and sat down. A bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses were placed on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Lin Shirching picked up the red wine and poured him a glass of wine while saying, Today I encountered a very unhappy thing, I don't have many friends, Xiaoyan doesn't like to go out at night, and my other friends aren't in Jiling, so I can only look for you to come over and accompany me to relieve my worries, come on, drink. Said, pushed the poured wine in front of him. After taking a look, he said, Sister Shirching, sorry, I don't drink. He hadn't been a drinker since he was a child, and had never felt the so-called joy of drinking. Especially white wine, a mouthful of it burned from his throat to his stomach, it was nothing but unpleasant. There is also red wine. When he went to school, he and Su Haodong, a few people in order to pretend fork, specially bought a bottle to taste, sour as horse urine, on the spot to pour the wine. So at the dinner table, he will drink drinks if he can, and beer if he can't. Lin Shirching heard, immediately deflated mouth, pouting, you just accompany people to drink once. The coquettish voice, let his body almost did not crisp off. Okay, then I will sacrifice my life to accompany a beautiful woman. Oh this is my good brother, come on, cheers. Finished, the two touched the cup, he took a small sip. Cannot help but eyes light up, this red wine, actually some out of his unexpected good drink. Smooth and mellow taste, moderate acidity and astringency, and does not stimulate the throat at all. He could not help but sigh in the bottom of his heart, it seems that it is not the red wine is not good, but the quality of the previous drink is not good, it is estimated that white wine is also the same. Then, he opened his mouth and asked, Shirching, what exactly made you unhappy? Lin Shirching didn't answer positively, but took out her cell phone. play 2 songs for you, listen to which one is your favorite. After saying that, she pressed the play button. The first song, the song is very sweet, the melody is also very catchy. In no time, Su Luo unconsciously followed the melody rhythm. As for the second song, the moment he heard it, it was Lin Shirqing's voice, sexy and magnetic, making people extra comfortable. However, although the melody was good, it was less substitution. Su Luo wasn't brought into it like the first song. Lin Shirqing, can you tell us how you feel? Which song is good? The first song, Su Luo said without thinking. Lin Shirqing heard this and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She was used to listening to false flattery. The first time she encountered Su Luo being so straightforward, she was really a bit unaccustomed to it. However, she also appreciated Su Luo from the bottom of her heart. Other boys, in order to curry favor with her, completely bottomless compliments that don't follow the facts, on the contrary, make her resent and despise. She took a sip of wine and asked with a smile, "Can you tell us why?" Su Luo pondered for a moment. "I don't know much about music, but from my personal listening experience, the first song, although I feel that the vocals are not that strong, but it is better because it is full of emotion, and it easily brings up my emotions and puts me in the middle of it, and I want to cycle through it again after listening to it." "And you sang this song, can obviously feel your singing skills are very powerful, a variety of silky smooth transcription sounds quite comfortable, the arrangement of the feeling is also put enough effort, but that's all, cannot drive my emotions, I do not have the desire to listen to the second time." In fact, for us ordinary people who don't know music, the emotion of the song always comes first, and the technique comes second. But this song of yours is the other way around. It's like when we go to buy milk tea, and you give us a lot of material, and you have everything but the milk tea, and we just want to drink the milk tea. Lin Shirqing nodded in approval. "You are spot on, the first song is indeed a lot hotter than this one of mine. In fact, when the last album was made, I didn't think it would be hot, the whole album was made to my liking, I didn't expect it to burst into flames, and I've been called a new talent in the singing world, the hope of the future of the Chinese music industry. These praises are also a huge burden, so when making this current album, in order to prove myself, I stuffed a lot of stuff, and it backfired and flopped." "Solo, is that what you're having a hard time with?" "For one thing, after my last album blew up, a female singer who had also just started out, Xiu Yuyan, openly said in front of the media that her next album would blow me away." "That Xiu Yuyan wouldn't be the one who sang the first song, would she?" "That's right, she specially chose the same day to release this album as I did, and I didn't care much about it, but who would have thought that my album would be a hit and hers would be a huge success? Originally, the album was annoying, but I didn't expect to let her pretend to be successful, annoying." Su Luo sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. "When it comes to this kind of thing, you are supposed to have a hard time." He substituted, if he encountered such a thing himself, he would probably have to die of depression. Put. Lin Shirqing couldn't help but be amused by him and gave him a blank look. "Have you ever comforted someone like this?" This is the first time Lin Shirqing encountered such a reverse comfort, but not to mention, hearing Su Luo's words, the depression in her heart dissipated a lot. Su Luo laughed, accepting the negative emotions within is the best way to dissipate them. Lin Shirqing's eyes instantly lit up and she laughed. Well, this sentence is incisive. She didn't expect Su Luo to be able to say such philosophical words, and her appreciation for Su Luo rose a few points in her heart. After chatting for a while, she once again picked up her cell phone. "Brother, I have 2 song demos here, one of them is written by a famous domestic music producer, about blood and dreams, the other is written by a new creator, healing style, you have a good eye for investment, help my sister to counsel, which song is more marketable?" The first song Xiu Yuyan is also fighting for, although I am not afraid to fight with her, just worried that the final bidding is too high, not worth it. Su Luo sniffed, his mind moved, the system should also be able to assess the value of the song, right? So, he started to make an attempt on the first song. He didn't expect it to work, only to see the panel in his mind write. Investment project, Dawn Breaks Song. Profit cycle, 1 month. Rate of return, 1000%. He was stunned, a 10-fold rate of return, worthy of a song written by a famous music producer. Chapter 23 The Terrifying 1000-fold Return Rate. Su Luo began to evaluate another song. Investment project, A Better Tomorrow Song. Profit cycle, 15 days. Rate of return, 100,000%. 1,000 times rate of return? Su Luo was completely shocked, this rate of return was too terrifying. However, if he thought about it carefully, he was afraid that this song A Beautiful Tomorrow would be very hot, and the purchase price was low, so the rate of return would be so high. And this profit cycle should refer to the time to start making money. After all, songs and stocks are different, stocks have losses and wins, while songs as long as they are sent out, there is no profit cycle. As long as they keep exploding, they can always make money. Personally, I'm leaning towards the song A Better Tomorrow. Oh? Can you say why? Lin Shurqing asked curiously. Before this, she had also asked other people, and the other party would choose the first song after hearing that music producer's name. It was the first time she heard a different answer. Su Luo deliberated for a while before saying, "The first song is actually not bad, send out the feeling that it can also be fire, but the only problem is that the craftsmanship is too heavy. You can see that this producer is very good, no matter the melody and the arrangement feels very advanced, but it does not impress people. It feels like he is using incomparably skillful techniques to make people feel burned and hot-blooded, instead of letting people burn from the bottom of their hearts." The second song, on the other hand, sounds and feels very simple and spontaneous. When I listen to this song, I feel an immense inner peace, no more anxiety, and hopeful for the future. It's very comfortable and I want to loop it again. I feel that in terms of musical standard, I should be more or less the same as the general public, and the underlying emotions are also the same, so if I have to choose one of these two songs, my suggestion would be A Better Tomorrow. Lin Shurqing pondered for a moment before saying, "Good, this time I'll believe you, brother. I'll choose Beautiful Tomorrow. Dawn breaks will be given to Cho Yuyen. I'm looking forward to what her expression will be when she realizes that the song she bought for more than $300,000 can't compare to the one I bought for $20,000, huh?" At this moment, the depression in her heart disappeared into thin air. "Thanks to my brother for coming over to accompany me tonight, my depressed mood is much better." Saying this, he began to chat with Su Luo while drinking. The two unexpectedly chatted very much, as if they were confidants who had known each other for many years. There were always endless words to talk about. Soon, the time was approaching 12 o'clock. Lin Shurqing looked at the wine bottles that were once again empty on the coffee table and immediately got up. "Brother, wait a moment, sister will go get another bottle of wine." Su Luo hurriedly grabbed her soft little hand and said, "Sister Shurqing, you are drunk, don't drink." She shook Su Luo's small hand away and said somewhat drunkenly, joking, "How can I get drunk from drinking this much wine?" After saying that, she lifted her leg and stepped forward, but the next moment, her leg softened, and her whole body fell backward. Seeing this, Su Luo hurriedly reached out and hugged her. As a beautiful woman entered his arms, Su Luo's heart and mind couldn't help but be swayed. He lowered his head to look at Lin Shurqing, wanting to see if she was all right. As a result, seeing the hidden pink color, Su Luo was in a trance and felt like his heart was about to stop beating. An urge to get a glimpse of the whole thing arose in his heart. But it was strongly suppressed by him. "Brother, is it pretty?" Right at this moment, Lin Shurqing's tone carried a few hints of teasing. Su Luo's face swished and instantly reddened. "Good looking, no, I didn't look." Put. Looking at his rushed appearance, Lin Shurqing couldn't help but laugh. Stretching out her finger and lightly tapping his head, she pouted, "Did I just say what I was looking at?" Exposed, oh stinky brother. "I'm not a hooligan, not looking is not looking," Su Luo said stiffly. Lin Shurqing pinched his cheeks in a bad mood, still stiff upper lip. "Just now when you were drinking, don't think that your sister doesn't know your small movements." Being exposed in front of his face, Su Luo's face instantly turned red and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Shurqing came to his ear and asked in a low voice, "Is it nice?" "Good looking." Since he was discovered, he didn't bother pretending anymore and said bluntly. When Lin Shurqing heard this, a hint of smugness appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was strange to say that if any other boy stole a glance at her like this, even if she didn't storm out on the spot, she would have been disgusted in her heart. But when this happened to Su Luo, instead of having a feeling of disgust in her heart, she was very pleased. Even after seeing Su Luo blush, she wanted to tease him a little. Thereupon, she continued to delicately say in Su Luo's ear, "Want to feel it?" Su Luo instantly froze, swallowed hard and couldn't help but look again. "Where are you looking?" She knocked Su Luo's head without a good mood. "You still really want to still say you're not a stinky brother?" Su Luo shamelessly said, "Sister Shurqing, you can't blame me for this." "Lin Shurqing, if you don't blame you, do you blame me?" "Su Luo, of course blame you, who let you look so beautiful, body so good. If someone else, I will not even look at a glance." Put. Lin Shurqing's face showed a delicate smile, reached out and pinched Su Luo's cheeks, laughed and said, "Greasy, but sister loves to listen." Then she got up and went to get a bottle of red wine and came back. After a bottle was finished, she fell into Su Luo's arms in a daze. But in the end, Su Luo sighed helplessly. Although he thought that he was not a decent person, he still couldn't do things that took advantage of people's danger. For beautiful women, his attitude had always been to use his strength to conquer them head-on, so that he could have a sense of accomplishment. Looking at the breathtakingly beautiful face in his arms, he murmured, "To grow so beautiful and still dare to get drunk in front of a boy, that is, you have met me, if other boys, you shall not be eaten dry and wiped clean." Afterwards, he picked up Lin Shurqing and walked towards the bedroom. Put Lin Shurqing on the bed and gently covered her with the quilt. Afterwards, he turned around and walked out. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Shurqing on the bed opened her beautiful eyes. Looking at the closed bedroom door, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This younger brother, his character is not bad. Chapter 24: The Naughty Lin Shurqing. After a while, a loud noise came from the doorway once again, and someone unscrewed the door handle from the outside. Lin Shurqing's brows suddenly wrinkled slightly, closing her eyes once again, her originally relaxed body a few more points of wariness. But not a moment later, she felt a warm towel spread over her face, gently and carefully wiping her face. It was very warm and comfortable. This slight warmth also turned into a stream of warmth, moisturizing her heart that had been dry for who knows how long. After a long time, the towel left her face and the sound of the door closing sounded again. She opened her eyes and looked at the closed bedroom door, and there were a few more strands of complexity in her eyes. This brother. Su Luo was about to leave to go home after he put the towel away, but at this time, the aftertaste of the red wine came up, and a sense of vertigo came, and he stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This wine is really not a good thing. It seems that tonight can only make do here. After saying that, he headed for the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Shurqing woke up from the bed very comfortably. After Su Luo used a warm towel to wipe her face, she slept extraordinarily comfortably. Lifting the quilt and seeing her perfect to the core body, she couldn't help but laugh. With such a good body, that stinky brother could even hold back, it can't be that he can't, right? Afterwards, she got out of bed and left the room. After going out, she saw Su Luo, who was sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Her eyes revealed a color of worry. But in the next moment, her gaze moved down, her eyes suddenly glared round, her eyes filled with disbelief. My God, this is too exaggerated. Where is he not able to do it? He can be too good. She walked forward with curiosity and sized him up. After a few glances, her face quickly turned red and she shyly turned her head to the side. However, driven by curiosity, she once again turned her head back, extended her finger, and gently poked it. After feeling the sensation coming back from her finger, she covered her small mouth in surprise. My God, why is it like an iron block? Whoever wants to get involved with him in the future, can they stand it? Sister Shurqing, good morning. Just then, a voice came. She was startled and hurriedly gathered her emotions and looked at Su Luo. Awake? Su Luo nodded and sat up. After seeing his ugly state, his face instantly turned red and hurriedly picked up the pillow next to him to cover it. Very embarrassed, he said, Sister Shurqing, I'm really sorry. Looking at his shy appearance, Lin Shurqing pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth filled with smiles. Lin Shurqing also could not understand why, in the past, when other boys showed a shy appearance in front of her, she despised it in her heart, a big boy, so delicate and twisted, like what words? But when she saw Su Luo showing shyness in front of her, she actually felt very cute, and even couldn't help but want to tease Su Luo. She sat to Su Luo's side, stretched out her white slender fingers, gently lifted Su Luo's chin, and delicately said, Younger brother, so excited in the morning, is it bullying elder sister in the dream? Honestly explain, bully to what extent? Early in the morning, the line of defense was already weak. Su Luo, how dare to look directly into her soul-seducing eyes, hurriedly moved his gaze to the side. Sister Shurqing, there is no such thing, this is the norm. Looking at Su Luo's face getting redder and redder, she got even more excited. I don't believe it, since you bullied sister in the dream, then sister also bullied back outside. After saying that, she fiercely came forward, and the facial distance between the two suddenly drew closer to within a centimeter. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face that was close at hand, the fiery red lips that could be kissed by slightly probing forward, Su Luo was not calm. He tentatively probed forward, and as the distance kept getting closer, his heartbeat was accelerating. At the moment when he was about to touch, Lin Shurqing slipped away like a loach. Looking at him with a playful face, she laughed, Brother, you can't shibboleth oh. He cried and laughed, Sister Shurqing, are you teasing me again? Lin Shurqing smugly said, Who let you get hooked so easily? The fixation cannot brother, I am going to make breakfast. What do you want to eat, noodles or bread? Is it okay to eat you? No, I can't. Then whatever. After breakfast, Lin Shurqing came to her studio. The manager immediately greeted her when he saw her coming. Shurjan, because of your album's success, the internet's opinion of you has gone downhill, and many people are saying that you are a flash in the pan, and there are also those who say that you've exhausted your talent, while on Xiao Yuyan's side, because of the success of her album, the voices that used to say that she's arrogant have disappeared, and instead they are all praising her for her self-confidence and strength, and now the number of fans of all of her major social media platforms are going up like crazy. The comments about the two of you online are now polarized. We must now release a breakout song to reverse the online comments back. You should hurry up and make a choice between those two songs, don't hesitate anymore. Listening to the so-called crisis in her manager's mouth, Lin Shurqing didn't care and smiled lightly. Sister Lan, calm down, don't be nervous. The reason why she entered the entertainment industry was only because of her love for music. She would only feel bad in her heart if her music flopped, and she didn't care much about other singers who cared about stardom and titles. Agent Li Zilan anxiously said. My little ancestor, your singing rookie name is going to be snatched away, the fire has burned to the eyebrows, let me how calm yo, if you are still entangled, don't know which song to choose, then I recommend the Dawn of the Dawn, after all, from the hands of the master, at least it will not be street. Lin Shurqing shook her head slightly. No, I'm more optimistic about a better tomorrow. Ah? Li Zilan froze a bit when he heard this answer. Shurqing, do you want to stop thinking about it seriously? Although the creator of A Better Tomorrow had made a few hit songs, there were countless works that flopped, so who could guarantee that he wouldn't flop with this one? The creator of Dawn of the Dead is a well-known master in the industry, and his work will be of the highest quality. Moreover, I've already consulted many industry professionals, and they are all optimistic about the song Dawn of the Dead. Also, Xiao Yuyan is also competing for the song Dawn Breaks. Are you just going to give it to her? There's no doubt that when we release the song next time, she'll definitely choose to release it at the same time as us as well, and if we're pushed down even further, the online publicity will be even worse. Lin Shurqing smiled confidently, don't worry Sister Lan, A Better Tomorrow can definitely become a hit. Li Zilan bristled, you were so confident when your last album was first released. Lin Shurqing, last time it was because I wanted to prove myself too much and overdid it, that's what caused it to flop, this time it's different, don't worry. For Su Luo, she now had an inexplicable belief, so she was also convinced that A Better Tomorrow would become a hit. Seeing her insistence, Li Zilan couldn't say anything else. Alright, I'll go and buy A Better Tomorrow down now. Chapter 25 Accurate Prediction, Shocking Louis Tian. And shortly after Lin Shurqing's side purchased A Better Tomorrow, Autumn Yuyan's team also received news. The agent approached Autumn Yuyan with incomparable joy. Yuyan, good news, Lin Shurqing's side gave up fighting with us for the song Dawn Breaks and instead went to buy A Better Tomorrow, and Dawn Breaks has already been bought by me very easily. When Xiao Yuyan heard this, a happy smile appeared on her face. It seems that Lin Shurqing's taste in music isn't that great, to give up such a good song as Dawn Breaks and run to buy a petty song like A Better Tomorrow. Sister Hui Yun, hurry up and organize the team, we'll produce this song as soon as possible, and when it's released together with Lin Shurqing's A Better Tomorrow, I'm going to crush her forever. Her manager, Mo Huiyun, smiled and nodded, yes, I'll go and do it now. If this song is still a headache for Lin Shurqing, the name of her singing rookie will be ours, and we may even be able to pry all her endorsements over. After hesitating for a while, Mo Huiyun asked curiously. Yuyan, let me say one more thing, why do I feel that you have a bit of a grudge against Lin Shurqing? And this resentment I feel has gone beyond the category of peers being enemies, are you deliberately targeting her? What kind of grudge did you two have in the past? I've asked around, Lin Shurqing's background isn't simple, if we target her like this, we might draw fire to ourselves. Xiao Yuyan glanced at her, you did talk too much, this has nothing to do with you, don't ask. Seeing this, she nodded, alright, then I'll go and busy myself with the song. Leisurely times are always short, 21 days passed quietly. Lu Bingyan's home. Louis Tian stared closely at the stock price trend of Hengtai Pharmaceuticals, his eyes filled with worry. Xiaoyan, I see this stock price increase has been minimal, hurry to sell it, the stock is not compared to futures, a bit of wind and grass, will cause the retailer's sensation, to be constant 2 medicine stock price but a bit of a decline, you're not easy to get out of the 36 million, will be trapped. This is no wonder he is not nervous. Lu Bingyan will be 36 million are invested in this stock, if the hedge, that Hongxin investment is completely finished. Lu Bingyan leisurely ate watermelon while saying without thinking. What's your hurry, Su Luo hasn't asked me to throw it yet. Louis Tian sniffed, crying and laughing, you are now so listen to the words of the boy Su Luo, even dad's words do not listen to? Lu Bingyan rightfully said, otherwise, he can help me make money. Lu Tian was speechless. He had never imagined in any case, in the eyes of his daughter, his investment vision is not even compared to a young man in his early 20s. At the moment his heart don't mention how twisted. You just listen to that kid, if you were trapped, Pongshin investment therefore closed down, don't blame me for not reminding you. Also, don't forget you promised me, if the company closed down, you immediately go to the blind date for me. Lu Bingyan waved her hand, you just die hard, have Su Luo in, this kind of thing will not happen. After seeing Su Luo's magical ability to accurately predict pork futures, she now inexplicably trusts Su Luo. Seeing her trust Su Luo so much, Lu Tian was so jealous in his heart. I don't believe that kid can predict how accurate, Xiaoyan, when you get trapped later, don't cry with dad yo. Time passes minute by minute. Lu Bingyan's cell phone rang, she picked it up and found that Su Luo sent a message in her, Lin Shiqing and Su Luo's 3-person small group. Pay attention to the increase in the stock price, once the increase reaches 220%, immediately sell off. After seeing this message, she immediately sat up straight and kept her eyes fixed on Hongtai Medicine's stock price movement. Seeing this, Lu Tian immediately asked, that kid told you to sell off? Lu Bingyan nodded, yes, he asked me to sell when the stock price rose to 220%. Lu Tian, cut, on the current trend of this stock price, not down is already good, but also rise. Afterwards, he sat down to Lu Bingyan's side and looked at the stock price chart together. Lu Bingyan's mom Sun Dongxian out of curiosity, also came over to sit next to Lu Bingyan. Under their watchful eyes, the stock price crept up a little bit at an incomparably slow pace as time passed, eventually coming to 220%. Without hesitation, Lu Bingyan directly sold it. Soon, the money arrived in the account, totaling $115,200,000. With this investment, she earned more than $79 million. Looking at the magnificent numbers on the account, a happy smile rarely appeared on her face. Dad, I'm sorry, you'd better die for the blind date thing. Lu Tian's face showed some surprise, the increase can really reach 220%. If his character, in the end the stock price rose so slowly, he must be seeking stability to sell. But Su Luo reached the prediction of 220%. This is not only the absolute confidence in his own ability, but also the courage of a man. At this moment, he appreciated Su Luo a little more in his heart. Just at this moment, Sun Dongxuan's surprised voice rang in his ears. Hubby, look, Hongtai Medicine's stock price started to fall. He hurriedly looked at the chart of Hongtai Pharmaceuticals' stock price and realized that it really started to fall, albeit very slowly. That kid could predict the highest point of the stock price? How was this possible? He was completely stunned. After so many years in business, he had never heard of anyone having this ability. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was one to death, and even now that the facts were straight in front of him, he still found it hard to believe. Seeing that he was shocked by Su Luo's ability, Lu Bingyan's heart immediately gave birth to a feeling of being honored with it, and said smugly, I told you that Su Luo is better than you still don't believe me. Sun Dongxian laughed, husband, it seems that our son-in-law is not simple. Xiaoyan, this is a treasure, Xiaoyan, one day to invite Su Luo to dinner, mom wants to meet him. Lu Bingyan sniffed, her face suddenly slightly reddened, pouted, Mom, what are you talking about, we are just ordinary friends. Looking at her bashful expression, the smile on Sun Dongxuan's face increased. Oh, then some other day you invite this ordinary son-in-law friend to the door for dinner. Lazy to talk to you, I go back to the room. Lu Bingyan really can't stand Sun Dongxuan's ambiguous eyes, directly got up and ran back to her room. Sun Dongxian patted Lu Tian at her side. Hubby, I told you that Xiaoyan's gaze will not be bad, now know Su Luo's power, right? Lu Tian is still in the shock brought by Su Luo. I didn't expect that I would also have a time to look away. In the future, you don't blindly introduce boys to Xiaoyan, I see this Su Luo is quite good, and Xiaoyan is interested in him at a glance. Who knows if he is a blind cat who met a dead rat this time? I still have to look into it. You're just being tough, aren't you? Chapter 26. What? Su Luo really returned double? Su Luo also sold all his shares at the highest point of the stock price. 66.72 million arrived in an instant, and not a moment later, Lu Bingyan and Lin Shiqing transferred 39.6 million and 5.5 million to him respectively. Looking at the balance of up to 110 million on his bank account, he was thrilled in his heart. A month ago, he was still a poor bastard who only had more than 400 on him and was looking around for people to borrow money. He didn't expect that in just over a month's time, he had become a billionaire. Looking at the balance on his account, he felt like he was dreaming, very unreal. This system was truly a veritable life hangover. It was time to pay back Uncle Sam and the others. For these people who were willing to lend him money when he was in a difficult time, he was still more grateful. He found out Su Kang's cell phone number and directly dialed it. It was soon connected and Su Kang's voice came through the microphone. "Xiao Luo, have you eaten yet?" He smiled and said, "I ate." Su Kangza continued to ask, "The body should be okay." "Don't worry about it, third uncle, my body is good." Su Luo heart quite touched. These relatives, only Su Kangza and the second aunt Su Xiaoting care about his health and food problems. Su Kangza laughed, "That's good, you young people now, always love to stay up late, but also because of this pride, so I'm very worried, a person outside, pay attention to their own health." Su Luo, "I know third uncle, I called this time to return the money I borrowed from you last time." What to return or not to return, you juniors encounter difficulties, we do elders to help is not normal, you again mentioned the return of the money is out of the ordinary. Uncle, see what you say, debt repayment is a natural thing, where the foreign, just as I said last time, double. Su Kangza heard, immediately anxious. What double? You think uncle here is a loan shark? You have just entered society, the future need to use money in a lot of places, you really want to feel bad, borrow as much as pay back as much on the line. Su Luo laughed, "Uncle, to tell you the truth, the reason why I look for you to borrow money is to invest with others, earned a lot of money, the late life has become better, filial piety to your elders is not it should be?" Su Kangza froze for a moment, then laughed happily. "Good, if you want to say so, then this money Uncle Sam accepts it." After hanging up the phone, Su Kangza proudly said to his wife Wang Yimei, "Xiao Luo, this child head is good, now can invest with others to earn big money, but also to filial piety me, ha ha ha." Said, he smiled proudly. Just at this time, his cell phone rang a few times, picked it up and looked at it, it was a transfer message. After seeing the transfer amount, he shook his head helplessly. "This child," said Double, "directly transferred 20,000 to me." Wang Yimei laughed, "This shows that this child Xiao Luo remembers your good, knows how to be grateful, since childhood he has seen his good character, big brother and the oldest four also falsely accused him of what is deep into the consumer trap, and even said that what dabbled in gambling, really." Su Kangza sighed, "Big brother and the old four is also really, as a senior even that to say the younger generation, the face or not, but now these are not important, small Luo life changed for the better is the most important." Wang Yimei thought nodded, "Yes, as long as the small Luo life better, they love to say what say it." After transferring money to third uncle Su Kangza, Su Luo dialed Su Xiaoting. "Second aunt, you account send me a bit, I will borrow your money last time to transfer to you, VX direct transfer words, withdraw cash also need handling fees." Su Xiaoting sniffed and immediately asked, "Xiao Luo, did you make money from your last investment?" "That's right, so in accordance with the agreement to give you back the money. Your kid is really smart since childhood, do anything can be, good, I will now send you the bank account number to the past." Zhao Yao's side was in urgent need of money, so Su Xiaoting didn't be polite with Su Luo, cut to the VX interface and sent her bank account number to Su Luo. "Su Luo, aunt, what I borrowed from you last time was 30,000, according to the agreement to pay back double, I'll transfer 60,000 to you right now ha." Su Xiaoting subconsciously wanted to refuse, but once she thought of Zhao Yao's side needing 40,000, she agreed. "Then the second aunt will take advantage of you this time, Xiao Yao's side just needs money, the second aunt will not be polite with you." Su Luo sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief, he was really afraid of pulling the limit with Su Xiaoting because of the double matter. "Second aunt, I lack of money when you were willing to lend me 30,000, helped me a great deal, I heart gratitude is still too late, this is what to take advantage of not take advantage of the right, you said Xiao Yao is a cousin, right, she encountered what happened." Hearing Zhao Yao need money, Su Luo's heart cannot help but tighten, although the two have not met for a long time, but the feelings are still good, often still have contact. Su Xiaoting, "It's not a big deal, it's just that I want to participate in the acting training course organized by the movie star, and the training fee is still short of 40,000. Su Luo once again breathed a sigh of relief, "So this is the reason that's good." Su Xiaoting, "By the way, Xiao Luo, I heard Xiao Yao say that this training course will be held in Jinling, so you should help to entertain Xiao Yao." Su Luo, "No problem." After hanging up the phone, he quickly transferred 60,000 to Su Xiaoting. And shortly after they hung up, Su Xiaoting received a call from her great aunt Su Xiaojing. "Xiaoting, now Xiao Luo has not yet returned the money to you, I have long said, that child has become bad, deep into the consumer trap, may also be gambling, it is impossible to have the money to return to you, you do not listen to it, now regret it, you not only did not borrow out of their own 30,000 to ask for it back, but also will be Xiao Yao's affairs delayed, alas, I do not know how to say you are good." Su Xiaoting pursed her lips breathlessly. Sister, Xiaoluo, he returned the money. Su Xiaojing, I told you, what are you upset about now? What did you say? He paid back the money? She originally thought that Su Xiaoting would say that he did not return it, but did not expect to say that he returned it, and for a while his head did not turn the corner, and he could not believe what he heard. That's right, he paid back double. What? Double? Su Xiaojing's voice rose steeply, incredulous, but also vaguely a little broken defense. That, Xiaoting, you must be lying to me, right? How could Xiao Luo have the money to pay back double? Su Xiaoting really paid back double. Xiao Luo has already transferred 60,000 to me. I was not going to ask for, but now Xiaoyao is in need of money. Sister, you will not say Xiao Luo went deep into the consumer trap, gambling, and so on. The fact proves that there is no such thing. Xiao Luo is still that good boy. The fact is, there is no such thing. Xiao Luo is still that good boy. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaojing brain melon buzzing, a time hard to accept this fact. Originally, she has been convinced that Su Luo has learned the bad. What also double is to delay not to pay back the money to find an excuse. This 21 days, she is looking for Su Luo to get back the $10,000 complacent. At the same time, she also secretly mocked Su Xiaoting stupid, believed Su Luo's bullshit. But who would have thought that now Su Luo really paid back double? In just 21 days, Su Xiaoting had earned 30,000 more. And she was originally supposed to get an extra $10,000 as well. Now, it's gone. Hard to bear, too hard to bear. It was hard for herself to lose $10,000, and it was even more damn hard for her sister to earn 30,000 more. After a long time, her eyes looked toward Wang Haojie, who was lying on the side in a rocking chair, incomparably leisurely, her eyes miso filled with anger. Chapter 27 The Regretful Su Xiaojing. Looking at Wang Haojie, who was incomparably leisurely on the rocking chair, still humming a little song, Su Xiaojing was furious and went up to slap him. Wang Haojie, who was originally in a beautiful mood, was dryly confused by the sudden slap. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you hit me? Su Xiaojing exasperated, you are sick do not understand anything, just no beeping, caused me to lose $10,000, but also mocked me to see short. I see you only see short. I think you're the one who's short-sighted. Wang Haojie is even more confused. Are you talking about the money Xiao Luo borrowed? Are you senile? Didn't I ask you to get the money back? How come you lost $10,000? If you want to lose money, it's your sister and Lao San who lost it. Su Xiaojing, you only Alzheimer's it. Xiao Luo to Xiaoting today to pay back the money, directly double. Xiaojing this 21 day nothing to do, earned 30,000 yuan for nothing. That's 30,000 enough for me to do a few months. Would have been able to earn 10,000 yuan for nothing. It's all because of you. Nothing to blindly beeping there, saying that what is the Xiao Luo do not want to pay back the money of the set, so that I do not continue to lend money to Xiao Luo. I really want a hammer you to death. Su Xiaojing heart that called a regret she heard Su Luo said at that time to return double, are moved, has decided to continue to lend money to Su Luo. She had already decided to continue to lend money to Su Luo. How did she listen to this stinking man's bullshit and ask for the money back? That's 10,000 or 10,000 for nothing. The more she thought, the more angry, to Wang Haojie clang his two punches. Blame you, give me back $10,000. Wang Haojie sniffed, even more confused. Xiao Luo returned the money? And doubled it? How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a fresh graduate college student, still have to borrow money from others to live. How can he have money to pay back double it? Fake, definitely fake. Convinced that Su Luo was deeply trapped in a consumption trap, he simply didn't believe that Su Luo would really pay back the money, let alone pay back double. Su Xiaojing, how is it impossible? I've just asked Xiaoting. Xiao Luo has already transferred the money to her, the whole $60,000. No, then where did he get the money from? This is not logical. What do you care about logic? The truth is that Xiaoting made 30,000 for nothing, and I lost 10,000. Inside and out, I lost 40,000. It's all your fault, you're not there to talk, so don't meddle in my business from now on. Su Xiaojing intestines are repenting green, then how to listen to the words of this stinking man it. After pondering for a while, she picked up her cell phone and dialed Su Luo's number. Xiao Luo, are you still short of money? Big Ant can lend you, how much you want to lend you how much, when the time comes to return words, you just like to return the second ant as well. Su Luo sniffed, secretly shook his head, no, thank you Big Ant. Oh, no need that's fine. Su Xiaojing hung up the phone resentfully, the regret in her heart once again deepened a few points. Not a moment later, eldest uncle Su Xiangshan sent a message in the group of loving family. Second sister, Lao San, Xiao Luo shouldn't have paid you back by now, right? I have long said, Xiao Luo has already learned bad. You lend money to him is not helping him, but harming him. The reason why I don't lend money is that I can see that he has already become bad, and I am helping him. You guys are really, don't understand anything. Fourth uncle Su Sangyun also followed and said, Big brother is right, a clear-eyed person can see that Xiao Luo has learned bad. I don't know how the second sister and the third brother you think, still believe in him, who is a good college student just graduated to find someone to borrow so much money And because they can't take the pain, so good job quit. You look at my family Xiaochen, college graduation, don't look for the family to ask for money, every month can also save a little, this is the model of a good child. Xiao Luo, no, the book is in vain. Not a moment later, Su Kangzi said. What are you two yelling about? Who said that Xiao Luo did not pay us back? After saying this, he directly threw out a screenshot of the record of Su Luo transferring money to him. Second aunt Su Xiaoting followed suit. That's right, Xiao Luo has already paid back the money, and it's still double. Following suit, she also sent a screenshot of the transfer record. When Su Sanshan and Su Sangyun saw these two screenshots, they were both confused. Su Sanshan said in disbelief. Second sister, oldest three, you guys have gone to too much trouble in order to trick us, right? P-graphs have all learned. Su Kangzi was speechless for a while after seeing it. Do you see that my second sister and I are people who know how to P-picture? Xiao Luo just gave us back the money, or double, and gave me more than double. Xiao Luo did not become bad, but better. You two in the future, do not blindly beep in the group. Su Sangyun still said with a face full of disbelief. Second sister, third brother, we are all people, we all know how difficult it is to just enter society. Xiao Luo a jobless, and just graduated borrowed so much money, how can there be so much money in such a short period of time for you to pay back double? You do not take me and my big brother as a fool. Well, I'll put the words here, either you were lying to us, or Xiao Luo this money is not what the good wrote up. Su Xiaoting looked at this message and was infuriated. My God, the facts are here, you are still here in a small man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart, malicious speculation. Xiao Luo, you think Xiao Luo is as stupid as you? He is a 985 student, the reason why he borrowed money, because he wants to do investment with your people, pay back our money is his investment earned, he is a person who can easily make a lot of money, is you stupid pigs can compare? Dumb and Dumber still substituting themselves into the position of Xiao Luo, I am really convinced. When this news came out, it directly dried up both Su Sangshan and Su Sangyun. Su Sangshan's home. After Su Sangshan saw Su Xiaoting's reply, his heart was hard to bear. To him, his own success was certainly welcome, but his relative's success was even harder for him. The word Su Luo made an investment with a nobleman made him feel like a fish in his throat, like a thorn in his back, and like a needle in his seat. He got up from the sofa irritably and walked back and forth in the living room. When his wife Zhou Yirong saw this, she asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you? Something happened to the company?" Su Sangshan, company accidents I'm not even difficult to this, is a small Luo, the second sister said he now has a nobleman to help, is following the nobleman to do investment, and also made money, but also the second sister and the old three doubled the loan. Said, he picked up a cup and fiercely poured a large amount of water, but it is also difficult to solve the annoyance of the heart. Zhou Yirong heard, also not calm. Ah? Xiao Luo has the help of a nobleman? Then isn't he going to take off? What can be done about this? Hubby, think of something, absolutely not let Xiao Luo get rich. As a person who has been there, they know very well that in order to be successful, a person has to achieve 4 lines in life. First, you have to be good at it. Second, someone says you can. Third, the person who says you can do it must be able to do it. Fourth, the body must be good. Su Luo can get into 985 colleges and universities, their own ability is certainly no problem, and now there are nobles to help, that is a matter of course. Su Sangshan year is on the thigh, only from a poor boy sword. After Su Sangshan pondered for a while, his eyes showed a fierce color. Su family rich person can only be my Su Sangshan one person, the other poor relatives can only bow down at the bottom of my feet to look up to me. I'll call Xiaobin, let him go to see if Xiao Luo is really earn money. If it is true, let Xiaobin take him to all kinds of high consumption places. I do not believe, he poor people at first rich, cannot fall into it. Even if he has a nobleman to help, I also want to destroy him. Chapter 28 Parents want to add money. Su Luo's home. Dad Su Tsanghai and the Si Su Luo to Su Xiaoting and Su Kangzi returned double the money, angry head almost smoke. This son of a bitch, what the hell is the point of paying back double money to outsiders? There is money to waste here, don't you know to use it to honor your old man? The side of the mom Wan Yumei is also very angry. This brat, that is more than 40,000 yuan ah, this if I give me, can eat how much pork ah, angry me, really angry me. Su Songhai, hurry up and call this bastard, since he has the money to pay back double to others, then our alimony can not just 2,000, must also double, 4,000, no, at least 5,000. Wang Yumei, okay, I'll call him now. After saying that, she dialed the phone to Su Luo, the phone just connected, she split her face and questioned. You bastard, who asked you to pay back so much money to the second aunt and third uncle? Are you sick in the head? You've got a lot of money, don't you? If you have so much money, don't you know how to honor me and your dad? Why did we raise such a white-eyed wolf like you? Su Luo was helpless. This is my agreement with them, they are willing to let me pay back 21 days late, I will give them double, I speak if credibility is still wrong? Wang Yumei sniffed, angry. This is the time for you to talk about credibility, right? What law says you need to pay back double? Are you out of your mind? I promised them. Do you have to give them what you promised? These days, they're thankful for the money they borrowed, but double it, that's great. Oh, how can you not give them what you promised? What else? Be flexible, understand? Have you lost your mind reading? If you have that money, why don't you honor me and your dad instead of giving it to them? Well, I won't give you the 2,000 a month I promised from now on. You. Wang Yumei was choked at once, and then said in shame. We are your parents, can we be the same as them? We gave you life and raised you to adulthood, this kind of favor you can't repay in your whole life, understand? You're everything, life, body and money are ours, we only need you 2,000 per month, you steal it, still do not want to give? You're the opposite of the Big Dipper. Also, since you have the money to give others, your father and I decided that the future alimony upgraded to 5 or 6,000 per month, every month 6,000, not a penny less. When Su Songhai, who was on the side, heard that it would be 6,000, his eyes brightened up and he gave Wang Yumei a thumbs up. Wang Yumei raised her chin proudly. Do not give. Su Luo said decisively. Not giving? The fire in Wang Yumei's heart burned hotter. You don't honor your parents when you have money, you are unfilial, do you know that? School teacher is so teach you? Su Luo, that's right, the teacher is so taught ah. You unfilial son ah unfilial son, how my life is so bitter ah, how did I raise you such a white-eyed wolf ah? Wang Yumei immediately began to cry miserably. I will go out and let people know that my family has a white-eyed wolf, so that the neighbors will come to judge me. Su Luo said uncaringly, go ahead, I am the white-eyed wolf, and I am not afraid of others knowing. This. Seeing that this move is ineffective against Su Luo, Wang Yumei was confused and did not know what to do for a while. Su Songhai on the side took over the cell phone. You rebellious son, who allowed you to talk to your mom like this? You've gone against the grain. If you keep this up, do you believe I'll go to Jiling and break your legs? I want to ask you for alimony, but also beep so much, have no conscience are you? Su Luo, didn't I promise to give you $2,000 a month? Su Songhai, your mom and I owe you so much for your birth and upbringing, do you think 2,000 is enough? Do you understand that we have to do our best to support each other? Now that you have the spare money to pay back someone else's double loan, our alimony naturally has to go up. Su Luo laughed coldly, said, now is not the time when you only give me 800 per month, not willing to give more than a penny? You forget the sophomore year when I had a disease, the beginning of the month to spend all the money, looking for you to ask for money, you are not willing to give a penny but also gave me a scolding. When I got sick, I had to run out to work part-time in the 40-degree heat, wearing heavy doll clothes to distribute flyers on the street, even if it was hot and I had a heat stroke, I had to grit my teeth and hold on, because once I gave up, I couldn't even eat instant noodles that month, and now you're saying that you tried your best, but did you guys try your best to me at that time? Su Songhai, we were practicing you, understand? Otherwise, how could you be where you are today? Your mom was right. We gave you your life, so everything you have belongs to us, including your money, understand? Let's not talk about asking for 6,000, even if we ask for 10,000 a month, you still have to pay. Everything I have is yours? Or else. Oh, that's great. I still owe more than $500,000 outside, so pay it off for me. Su Songhai was immediately choked. You're crazy, what's the point of borrowing so much money? Su Luo, of course it is used to spend it, anyway, you said, my is yours, then you help me return it. Look at you say this, the reason is such a reason, but your mom and I are enlightened people, not bound by these traditional customs. We still treat you as an independent individual to respect, after your own life to make their own decisions. You're anything and we have nothing to do with, as long as every month on time to us to transfer 2,000 on the line, that's it, goodbye. After saying that, the speed of light hung up the phone. Suluo looked at his cell phone and shook his head slightly. He realized that since there was an extra 100 million on his account, many things that he used to feel important were instead less important, and the whole person became a lot more relaxed. And at Su Luo's home, Su Tsunghai hung up the phone and said with a palpitating heart, "I'll go. The reason why this brat was able to pay back double the money to Lao San and second sister was because he owed a huge sum of over $500,000 outside." Ah? More than $500,000? Wan Yumei sniffed and immediately panicked. "Hubby, then you have to think of a way. Such a large amount of debt, if it falls on our head, the rest of life is not over." "Su Tsunghai, you just should not say what he is. Everything belongs to us, including money, which gives us dug a big pit. The boy even climbed up the pole, want us to give him to bear the debt." Wang Yumei some chagrin said, "I'm not thinking he really with the nobleman earned big money, wanna let him give more money. Well, who knows, he owes so much outside. Su Tsunghai, do not panic, fortunately I just reacted in time, said he is an independent individual, their own things to bear, do not find on us, rest assured, his debt cannot be counted on our head." Wang Yumei breathed a sigh of relief, that's good, otherwise hard work to raise him up, this blessing has not yet enjoyed it, on the back of a huge debt, I have to cry to death. Chapter 29 Lin Shurqing's Big Charm. Now, Mom and Dad's strange remarks can no longer affect Su Luo's mood. After hanging up the phone, he beautifully went to have a lunch and then started to take a nap. In a daze, he was woken up by a cell phone ringing and picked it up to see that it was Lin Shurqing calling. He immediately pressed the answer button. "Sister Shurqing, what do you want to see me about?" Lin Shurqing's seductive imperial voice immediately rang out. "Are you sleeping? Open the door, sister is at the door." "You came to my place? Then you wait a bit." He hurriedly got up from the bed, rubbed his drowsy eyes, walked to the front door, and opened it. A silhouette immediately appeared in front of him. Lin Shurqing's dress was as hot as ever, a slim purple dress that perfectly outlined that heaven-defying figure. It deeply captivated his sight. He couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart, it's still the people who are in the music business who know how to do it, and the color purple just has a lot of flavor. "Hello, Sister Shurqing." While enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of him, he greeted Lin Shurqing. However, he found that Lin Shurqing did not reply, but instead looked downwards with a teasing smile on her lips. Curiously, he followed Lin Shurqing's gaze downwards. His face swished red and he hurriedly ran back to the edge of the sofa, picked up the pillow and hugged it in his arms. Seeing his embarrassed demeanor, Lin Shurqing pursed her lips and snickered. She then walked through the door and closed it behind her back. Walking over to his side, she stretched out her fingers and lightly ruffled his chin, asking, "Brother, are you so excited to see your sister come?" Giggling, Su Luo said, "Don't make yourself emotional. It has nothing to do with you." After saying that, he was wondering in his heart, before he was getting up in the morning to appear in this situation, how is it that he is now napping like this, and he also happened to bump into Lin Shurqing's door. The main thing is that he didn't even realize it, too damn social deaf. Lin Shurqing delicately said, "Is it? I don't believe it." After saying that, slightly bent down. Su Luo, his face swished and became redder. Lin Shurqing looked in her eyes and happily laughed, reaching out and pinching his cheeks. "Stinky brother, not honest." Su Luo cried and laughed, "Sister, you're teasing me again." Lin Shurqing, who let you fail in your determination? Su Luo helplessly said, "On this charm of yours, whoever comes to the fixation can't work. Is that so? Is sister's charm really that great? LOL. Hearing the compliment, Lin Shurqing's heart was as sweet as honey. She didn't know how many times she had heard this kind of vulgar appearance praise, but coming from Su Luo's mouth, she was still very flattered. "Okay, I won't tease you. What about my sister this time? One is to thank you for bringing my sister to invest, the second is that I've already recorded a Better Tomorrow, a total of 3 versions have been recorded, the team has been arguing constantly, and can't decide which version to send, so I want to ask you to help me listen to it, and give a suggestion." "Okay." Su Luo agreed briskly. Although his music literacy was just that, but with the system in place, evaluating which song was more marketable was easy for him. Lin Shurqing continued, I personally prefer the second version, because this version is the most comfortable when I sing it, while some of our team say that the first version is more complete in terms of musicianship, and some say that the third version is more trendy, and more able to impress the young audience, and they're all terrified by the whole thing of my last album flopping on the street, so they've been arguing about it all along. Now it's up to you, whichever one you like the most, I'll decide which one to release. Su Luo sniffed and looked at Lin Shurqing with some surprise. Sister Shizhang, your team is arguing, that means this song is very important to you, so you just leave it to me to decide? You trust me that much? Lin Shurqing laughed, of course, although this younger brother of yours is very horny, always stealing glances at Sister Shuezi, but Sister just trusts you. The corner of Su Luo's mouth twitched slightly. I'll take it as you are praising me. He then pretended to be listening to the song seriously, but in reality, in his mind, he had already begun to use the system to conduct an evaluation. The first version of the evaluation results came out instantly. Investment project, a better tomorrow song. Profit cycle, 1 year. Rate of return, 53,900%. Seeing this result, Su Luo's gaze couldn't help but slightly condense. If he remembered correctly, the last time he evaluated this song, the rate of return was 1,000 times. This instantly dropped directly in half. In fact, when listening to the first version, he had expected that the return rate would be probably because of the so-called musical integrity. His favorite spontaneous and free feeling was almost gone in this version, although it was still a good song, but it lost its attraction to him, so he was very unimpressed. He just didn't expect the returns to drop so much. Then he listened to the second song, and when the melody rang out, his eyes lit up, the feeling of spontaneity and freedom was back, and it was done to the extreme in this version. Especially when Lin Shurqing's voice came out and directly increased the score, instantly pulling him into the world of the song. He couldn't help but start grooving to the melody. Seeing him immersed in one of his favorite versions, Lin Shurqing instantly had the feeling of having found a confidant, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. After the second version was played, he immediately evaluated it. Investment project, a better tomorrow song. Profit cycle, 1 year. Rate of return, 117,000%. The rate of return surprisingly went upwards. Seeing this result, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows lightly. It seemed that Lin Shurqing's timbre had added a lot of color to the song. He then began to listen to the third version with curiosity, because according to Lin Shurqing's description, someone in their team felt that this song was very trendy and would appeal to young people. As a young guy who was in the middle of his youth, he wanted to hear how hip and appealing it was. But as soon as the music started, he immediately revealed a black question mark face. What kind of music is this? What's the difference between this and the old family practice? Music was more like it. Is this all the new wave in the entertainment industry nowadays? Young people nowadays like this stuff? He's not young anymore? Without listening for a while, he couldn't stand it and just pressed pause. This young man, it's better not to be young. Then, in his mind began to evaluate. Investment project, a better tomorrow song. Profit cycle, 1 year. Rate of return, 400%. Good guy, the rate of return directly dried up from more than 1,000 times to 4 times. He immediately said to Lin Shurqing, I am most optimistic about the second version. Chapter 30 Brother is so difficult, do you need your sister to help you? Su Luo, the second one sounds casual and free, giving me the urge to play it on a loop. The other 2 versions don't have such a feeling. Lin Shurqing's heart immediately had a feeling that she had met a confidant. A happy smile appeared on her face. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch Su Luo's cheeks and laughed. Worthy of being my stinky brother, understands me, then I'll order this second edition and send it out tomorrow. By the way, seeing as you've helped me so much, I'll also help you once today, guaranteed to make you happy. Su Luo sniffed and froze for a moment, her eyes were both expectant and a little embarrassed. That, Shizhang's sister, this is not good, we just met. What kind of words is this? I can't help you if we just met. Lin Shurqing originally wondered why he would be polite in this matter, and quickly reacted, knocking his head in a bad mood. What are you thinking? Who wants to help you do that? What kind of dirty things are in this brain of yours? Su Luo, my brain is full of you. Put. Lin Shurqing was immediately amused, pouted, and glared at him, swearing is dirty, you are dirty, well, say the main thing, I have a friend. Because the family business problems, the urgent need for money, so I intend to transfer the hands of a bar to the transfer of the bar, her bar I understand, the profitability of a very strong, you if you can disc down, absolutely sure to make money without losing. Su Luo pondered for a while, said, if you can make a profit, there is no problem, but I don't know how to manage it. At the moment he got the system, he had the idea of investing in entities in addition to let him earn money, but also for some people to solve the pressure of employment, which is very helpful for the improvement of his social status. After all, there were still a lot of problems in this world that money couldn't solve. But having grown up in an ordinary family, he really didn't have any management experience at all. Don't worry, that bar now has very complete management talent. It doesn't need you to worry about it. When the time comes, you can just be a shirker without worrying about it. Let's go. Today my friend happens to be at the bar. Let me take you to her. Saying that, Lin Shiqing stood up and prepared to walk out. But she found Su Luo still sitting on the sofa with a difficult look on his face. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? Don't you want to dish out that bar?" Su Luo awkwardly scratched his head. "Not really, it's just that." Lin Shiqing quickly realized what he was talking about and couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. Lin Shiqing also couldn't figure out why. Obviously in the past when she was with the opposite sex, even a little closer, she was very uncomfortable. But when she was with Su Luo, she especially wanted to tease Su Luo, and when she saw Su Luo revealing a shy and longing expression in front of her, she was indescribably happy and self-satisfied in her heart. Even if she let Su Luo take advantage of her in the process of teasing him, she didn't mind at all. Then, she whispered in Su Luo's ear, "Younger brother, do you want sister to help you out?" When Su Luo heard this, his brain buzzed and instantly went blank. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitated mood. "Sister Shiqing, you're teasing me again, do you think I'll still fall for it?" Lin Shiqing stretched out her right hand and caressed his face, her beautiful eyes incomparably sincere as she looked into his eyes, her eyes filled with heartache. "Sister is serious, seeing you so difficult, sister is also heartbroken, so I want to help you. You even think of sister so bad, it's really heartbreaking. Since you don't want to, then forget it." After saying that, preparing to get up, he hastily grabbed Lin Shiqing's small hand and nervously swallowed his saliva. "Don't sister Shiqing. Pust. Ha ha ha." Seeing that the treacherous plan succeeded, Lin Shiqing burst out laughing happily. Stretching out her hands, she pinched his cheeks and laughed. "My stinky brother yo, congratulations, you fell for it again." He rolled his eyes helplessly. "Sis, you tricked me again." Lin Shiqing laughed. "Who let you have bad thoughts about sister? You yourself a good stop, I will wait for you outside." Finished speaking, stood up. He did not have a good mood. "Sister, in the future I will let you know why the flowers are so red." Lin Shiqing, yo, really a backbone, then you have to work hard. Oh, sister also want to know why the flower is so red. Finished, gave him a wink. He was instantly electrified and tingling all over. Looking at Lin Shiqing's delicate back, he powerlessly lay on the sofa. Where did the demonic spirit come from? It's too torturous. Humph, don't give me a chance in the future. After half a day's effort, he slowly calmed down. Afterwards, under Lin Shiqing's leadership, he arrived at the bar street in Jinling. Looking at the three big words "Old Wine Gate" on the gate, he immediately evaluated it with the system. Investment project, Old Wine Gate Bar. Profit cycle, 1 year. Rate of return, 230%. Seeing the evaluation result, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. This bar, it was worth investing in. However, he saw a line of small print underneath the evaluation result. Remarks, suggested acquisition amount 45 million. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Worthy of being a system, this guide price is simply a guiding light for a white guy like him, otherwise he wouldn't know what price is appropriate. Afterwards, he and Lin Shiqing walked into the old wine door. Because it was afternoon, there weren't many guests in the bar, and there were only a few housekeepers cleaning up. Lin Shiqing led him straight to the third floor and walked into an office. There was a beautiful woman sitting in the office, looking about 30, although her face value was not comparable to Lin Shiqing's, but her body exuded a sense of intellectual beauty, and her short shoulder-length hair showed her competence. "Sister Jianing, long time no see." Lin Shiqing directly greeted. Seeing her, a happy smile appeared on Shen Jianing's face. "Shiqing, I didn't expect you guys to come so fast. He should be the Mr. Su Luo you were talking about, right?" Afterwards, Shen Jianing walked to Su Luo's front and generously extended her right hand. "Hello Mr. Su, I am Shen Jianing, the boss of Old Wine Gate." Su Luo stretched out his hand and gently shook it with her, smiled and said, "Hello boss Shen, Shiqing should have told you that I want to take over Old Wine Gate, so let's start chatting straight away." Shen Jianing's eyes lit up, smiled, worthy of being the only boy who can be good friends with Shiqing, direct enough, I like it, I'm most annoyed with all the wishy-washy politeness in business. After the three sat down, Shen Jianing said, "Since Mr. Su is so open, then I will also be more direct. the transfer price of the old Winegate is 55 million, I don't know if Mr. Su can accept it? Su Luo rhythmically tapped the armrest with his fingers and looked at her with a smile. Boss Shin, your old Winegate can't be worth that much money. Looking at Su Luo's confident expression, Shin Jianing couldn't help but slightly condense her gaze, secretly saying, "This is to meet a connoisseur." Chapter 31. Shin Jianing fell in love with Su Luo. Shin Jianing pondered for a while and said, "So what price does Mr. Su consider appropriate?" 40 million. Su Luo said decisively and without the slightest hesitation. Shin Jianing, Mr. Su, your price is too low. Lao Jiumen can't possibly sell for that price. Lao Jiumen's turnover is as high as several million every night. 55 million is already a price that makes me feel very bad. Su Luo smiled slightly. Boss Shin, let's be honest with each other. You should be aware of the current economic environment. Basically, no one dares to spend tens of millions of dollars to enter the real estate industry. I can come up with 40 million, which is already under a lot of pressure. I don't think many people will come to talk to you after Boss Shin releases the transfer news. Shin Jianing's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Lu was right. In the past, she would have been able to sell her bar for 60 million yuan, but in the current poor economic environment, few people would dare to enter the real estate industry, especially the service industry such as bars. So, she had put up the transfer news a few days ago, and a total of only 3 people had approached her, and none of their offers had exceeded 30 million yuan, so naturally she could not agree to it. After a moment's thought, she said, "Mr. Su, 55 million is already a price that breaks the bone. However, given the current economic situation, I can't do it. I'll give you another discount, 50 million, no less." Su Luo, 40 million, not a penny more. Shin Jianing, in that case, let's compromise. 48 million, no less. Su Lu shook his head slightly. Boss Shin, you should know exactly how much your Laojiaming is worth. Since you are not being sincere, I don't think there is any point in continuing the negotiations. With that, he stood up and turned to leave. With the recommended price given in advance by the system, the negotiations were well grounded. Moreover, he learned from Lin Shiqing that Shin Jianing was currently short of money, which gave him even more confidence. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment." Sure enough, Shin Jianing stopped him. Shin Jianing's eyes were sensitive and uncertain. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, 44 million, this is already my bottom line. Shin Jianing said the lowest price in her heart. There was no way around it, she really needed the money now, and Su Lu was the first person to offer 40 million, she really didn't want the negotiations to fall apart like this, otherwise she might not be able to meet him again in the future. Su Luo heard this and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. He immediately said, "I didn't expect it to be 1 million lower than the system's guide price." "Good, it's a deal." He agreed so cleanly. Shin Jianing was suddenly stunned, and then a wry smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Mr. Su has good tactics, I admit it, I'll draw up the contract now." Su Luo laughed and said, "Thank you, Boss Shin." Lin Shiqing, who was standing nearby, watched the scene in amazement. She was well aware of Shin Jianing's abilities. After all, she had managed to turn Laojiumen into one of the top 10 bars in Jinling, so she naturally couldn't be weak. But what she didn't expect was that Shin Jianing would lose in a negotiation to Su Lu, who had just entered society. At this moment, she couldn't help but admire Su Lu a little more. "You're good, little brother, you managed to outsmart Sister Jiaran in the negotiations, that's impressive." Su Luo couldn't help but feel a little giddy at being so admired by a stunning beauty. "You're too kind, Lin Shiqing." Shin Jiaran said unkindly, "You're good, Lin Shiqing, you're so blinded by lust that you're happy even though your sister has suffered." When Shin Jianing said that he was Lin Shiqing's man, Su Lu felt both secretly happy and a little embarrassed. Lin Shiqing saw this in her eyes and couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. She then reached out and embraced his arm, smiling and saying to Shin Jianing, "Of course, ordinary boys can't enter my eyes. Sister Jianing, you wouldn't have fallen for brother Su Lu too, would you?" Shin Jianing turned her head and looked at Su Lu teasingly. "I don't really like him, but I'm quite interested in going out with him." Su Lu was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect Shin Jianing to speak so boldly, and her face suddenly turned slightly red. Seeing his shy appearance, Lin Shiqing and Shin Jianing couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but laugh and cry in his heart, sure enough, if a woman plays the rogue, there is nothing a man can do. The ancients were not deceiving me. Soon, the contract was printed out. After briefly reading it, he signed his name. Xinjiang, let's go have dinner first. When we come back, the staff will be at work. I'll introduce you to them then. The management team at Laojiumen is very good, so you don't need to worry about any problems with the handover. The three of them went out for dinner together. When they returned to the bar, it was 7 p.m. The staff at the bar had already come to work. Xinjiang immediately gathered everyone together and introduced them. Hello everyone, I have an announcement to make. Starting today, Laojiumen will have a new owner. This is Su Luo, the future owner of Laojiumen. The employees present immediately gave a warm round of applause. Then Xinjiang waved to a middle-aged man, who immediately ran over to him. Xinjiang pointed at him and said to Su Luo, Mr. Su, this is Zhao Qing, my most capable deputy. His management skills are outstanding. Laojiumen's rapid development over the years would not have been possible without his help. In the future, if you have any management problems, you can completely hand them over to him, and he will definitely help you solve them perfectly. Then he said to Zhao Qing, although Laojiumen is no longer mine, I still hope that you can assist Mr. Su in running Laojiumen well. Zhao Qing nodded and said, Mr. Xin, don't worry, this is my job, I know what to do. Then he turned to Su Luo and gave a flattering smile, Mr. Su, please take care of me in the future. Su Luo nodded slightly and shook his hand, I'll rely on you for management in the future. Zhao Qing, of course. Looking at Zhao Qing, who looked like an old good guy in front of him, Su Luo couldn't help but frown. Although Zhao Qing's face was full of a smile, he always felt that there was a bit more coldness behind the smile, as if it were a dormant poisonous snake. This made him feel a thorn in his heart, and immediately suppressed the idea of handing over the management of Laojiumen to Zhao Qing. With the God-level investment system by his side, he was more inclined to spend his energy on finding high-quality investment projects than on the management of Laojiumen. Therefore, Laojiumen must find a reliable agent to help him manage it. However, he is still young and has no skills in knowing people and managing subordinates. He was distressed for a while. At this time, Xinjiang called over a young woman. Mr. Su, this is Jiang Qin, also a good manager, and very good at sales. 1/4 of Laojiumen's daily revenue comes from her. Jiang Qin immediately shook Su Luo's hand enthusiastically. Mr. Su, we are on the same boat from now on, and I will do my best to be your right-hand man. She was so enthusiastic that Su Luo was a little scared, and he was even less confident about leaving Laojiumen in her hands. Who to choose? Su Luo scanned the employees present, his eyes full of confusion. Just then, a flash of inspiration came to him. If I preset a general manager position and use the system to evaluate the return rate of Laojiumen, will I know who is suitable to represent me to manage Laojiumen? He did as he thought. He preset Zhao Qing as the general manager of Laojiumen in his heart, with full authority to manage Laojiumen on his behalf, and then used the system to evaluate it. Soon, the result came out, and he couldn't help but feel happy, it really works. However, when he saw the specific return rate, he froze. Investment project, Old Wine Door Bar. Profit cycle, 1 year. Rate of return, 100%. Vornama, did you lose the old wine door? Chapter 32, Dismissing the Traitor to Scare the Staff. An experienced manager who can turn a 230% return into 100% and drive the bar out of business is nothing but a traitor. No wonder Zhao Qing seemed a bit sinister just now. Su Lu couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the system can re-evaluate the return on investment for a project based on personnel changes. Otherwise, a young person like him, fresh out of school, would be sold without knowing it. Then, he preset Jiang Qin as the general manager of Laojiumen in his mind and evaluated it. Investment project, Laojiumen Bar. Profit cycle, 1 year. Rate of return, 180%. Although it wasn't as tragic as Zhao Qing's, he was still not satisfied. The rate of return had dropped from 230% to 180%, which was quite a loss. Then, one by one, he preset all the employees as general managers and evaluated them one by one. Finally, he saw one that could achieve a rate of return of 260%, which made him extremely happy. He looked at the gentle and sweet-looking beauty in front of him, who was only a few years older than him. Su Honor, I hereby officially appoint you as the general manager of Laojiumen and fully represent me in managing Laojiumen. Then, he turned to the others. From now on, you must obey Su Honor's management. Her words represent mine. Anyone who disobeys will be fired directly. Ha! The other employees were dumbfounded when they heard this. In their opinion, even if Su Luo wanted to be a hands-off boss, the candidates for general manager should be one of Zhao Chang and Zhang Qin. Su Wanner is just a lowly worker who has never even been in management, and she's just been promoted to general manager? This is outrageous. They looked at Su Wanner with mixed feelings, full of puzzlement, but more so with jealousy. Why can't this good fortune fall on me? Su Wanner was also panicking. President Su, I can't do it. The thought of becoming the general manager in the future and managing such a large group of people made her panic. Su Luo patted her gently on the shoulder. I say you can do it, and you can. In the future, if anyone doesn't listen, just tell me and I'll fire them. Su Wanner gritted her teeth and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your trust. I will work hard to run this bar well. No employee doesn't want a promotion and a pay rise. The reason she subconsciously refused just now was because she was scared at the thought of managing such a large group of people. Now that she saw Su Luo trusting her so much and willing to back her up, her panicked heart also settled down. Xin Jianing and Lin Shiqing, who were behind Su Luo, were also confused by his actions. Xin Jianing quickly walked up. Mr. Su, Wanner has no management experience, would it be a bit hasty to hand over the bar to her? If you really want to choose an agent, I would still suggest choosing between Zhao Chang and Zhang Qin, their management abilities are second to none here. Although Lao Jiumen has been sold, she still has some emotional attachment to the bar that she founded, and she doesn't want to see it go to ruin under Su Lu. Zhao Cheng also came over, her trademark flattering smile still on her face. Mr. Su, I have been with Lao Jiumen since it was founded, and I know the operations of the bar inside out, as well as the staff and regular customers. Therefore, I feel that I am more suited to the position of general manager. I wonder if you would be willing to give me this opportunity? Zhang Qin also followed up. President Su, my sales ability is obvious to all. As long as you let me take the position of general manager, I am confident that the turnover of Lao Jiumen will continue to rise. Su Luo shook his head slightly. I have made a decision. Su Wanner will be appointed as the general manager of Lao Jiumen and will not be changed. You don't need to say anything more. Then, he pointed his finger at Zhao Qin. You are fired. Go to the finance department to settle your wages later. You don't need to come back anymore. He would never keep such a sinister snake, and he didn't have the energy to guard against it every day. Zhao Chang was suddenly dumbfounded and asked with great reluctance, Mr. Su, why? Xin Jianing could no longer understand Su Luo's actions at all. Mr. Su, Zhao Qing is the pillar of Lao Jiumen. You don't have to choose him as the general manager, but you have to fire him? You really want Lao Jiumen to go out of business? Hearing Xin Jianing support him, Zhao Qing followed suit. Mr. Su, I'll put it to you this way, the person who is most indispensable to Old Winegate is me. Once you fire me, Old Winegate will definitely decline. Su Lu turned his head and looked at Xin Jianing. Boss Xin, Old Winegate is now mine, so please don't interfere with my decision. Xin Jianing's expression froze for a moment, and she said somewhat annoyed, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. She was a little upset that her good intentions had been treated like donkey liver. But Su Lu was right. Even if she had a lot of feelings for Lao Jiumen, it was no longer hers. Su Lu looked at Zhao Qing with a smile that suggested a sneer. Can Lao Jiumen do without you? Zhao Qing, you think too highly of yourself. Don't think I don't know your little scheme. I'm going to say it in public, and you'll never be able to work in the bar industry again. Zhao Qing was stunned. A long time ago, he had already started to plot against Lao Jiumen, and today, seeing that the brat Su Luo was in charge, his thoughts became even more active. He thought secretly that he would first gain Su Luo's trust, and then sideline Su Luo in the future. But he never expected that Su Luo would be able to read his mind. At this moment, he was filled with fear in his heart towards Su Luo. This was no little white rabbit, it was clearly a monster. Thank you, Mr. Su, I will go to the finance department to settle the salary right now. I don't want the compensation either. Thank you, Mr. Su. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Lin Shiqing looked at Su Luo and then at Zhao Cheng. She couldn't help but admire Su Luo a little more, as well as feel curious. She thought to herself, the smelly little brother looks harmless, but I didn't expect him to be so shrewd. A few words were enough to manipulate an old pro in the workplace. At this moment, Su Luo's eyes had a layer of hazy mist in them, making her want to get closer and explore it in detail. Xin Jianing hurriedly stepped forward and said, Su, I'm really sorry, I didn't realize that Zhao Qing had a problem, and I almost got you into trouble. Although she still didn't know what exactly Zhao Qing's problem was, her expression just now definitely indicated that there was a major problem. At this moment, she was also shocked by Su Luo. She and Zhao Qing had worked together for so many years, but she had never noticed that Zhao Qing had a problem, while Su Luo had discovered it as soon as he arrived. His insight was much better than hers. The other employees also saw that Su Luo had made Zhao Qing look scared with just a few words, and their contempt for him vanished. Instead, they felt a little awe. Su Luo took in their expressions and secretly rejoiced. It was really a stroke of luck. He had only wanted to scare Zhao Qing, but he had also managed to scare the other employees. That was good, because it would make Su Wanner's job easier in the future. After saying goodbye to Shen Jianing and the other employees, he got into Lin Shiqing's car and headed for the rental house. Lin Shiqing, who was driving, asked curiously, "Brother, how did you know that Zhao Qing was a problem?" He laughed and said, "I'm not that capable. I just scared him a bit, and I didn't expect it to blow up like that." Lin Shiqing rolled her eyes and said, "Cut it out. I don't believe you. If you didn't see that Zhao Qing was up to something, would you have fired such an outstanding manager on the spot? You can do it, little brother. I always thought you were a cute little bunny, but I never expected you to be such a fox." Su Lu couldn't help but laugh and cry. How come no one believes the truth these days, and I've even been labeled an old fox? Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Shiqing's stunning figure with burning eyes. "How dare you, Shiqing, hang out with me? Aren't you afraid that I, an old fox, will devour you?" Feeling his burning gaze, Lin Shiqing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, and instead of feeling disgusted, she slightly puffed out her chest, giving him a visual blow. Seeing that his eyes were fixed on her, Lin Shiqing was overjoyed and laughed. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if you are an old fox, I am also a beauty, and I can deal with you." Chapter 33, New Song Released, Strong Debut. Soon, Lin Shiqing returned Su Luo to the bottom of the residential compound. After parking the car, Lin Shiqing curiously asked, "Brother, I'm curious to ask, even if Zhao Qing had a problem, you should have logically chosen Jiang Qin as the general manager, so why did you suddenly go past the management level and choose a junior employee, Su Wanner? This is a position that can fully represent you in managing the bar." Although she trusts Su Lu now, she can't understand this move at all. Picking a junior employee as general manager is just ridiculous. Su Lu laughed and said, "Don't worry, my eyes are like a ruler. I can see that Zhao Qing has a problem right away. Su Wanner naturally won't be wrong either. Under Su Wanner's leadership, Lao Jiumen will only get better and better." Lin Shiqing, you just trust your own judgment? Su Luo, of course. It's always accurate. Just like when I look at you, I know at once that you're a beautiful woman. His gaze fell unashamedly on Lin Shiqing's snow-white skin, and he deliberately emphasized the words. After spending time with Lin Shiqing a few times, he was no longer as reserved as he had been at first. Puff. Lin Shiqing couldn't help but be amused by him, and she pinched his face angrily, twisted it, and scolded with a laugh. "You're becoming more and more like a rascal, you stinky little brother. I'm just following your example. Screw you. A Beautiful Tomorrow will be released tomorrow. Remember to listen to it then and help me get some views." "No problem." After exchanging a few words with Lin Shiqing, the two said goodbye and Su Lu returned to his rented room. As soon as he lay down on the sofa, his phone rang. It was a video invitation from Zhao Yao. He tidied his clothes a little and pressed the accept button. But when Zhao Yao appeared on the screen, his nose almost started bleeding. Zhao Yao was wearing a tank top, and a large part of her beautiful body was on display. And because Zhao Yao was leaning slightly forward to talk to him, he could see even more. "Zhao Yao, Luo, long time no see, huh? What are you spacing out for? Is the internet down?" His mind only then returned from the abyss. "Zhao Yao, little Yao, you're wearing so little on the video call with me, you're not taking me as a guy, are you?" Zhao Yao gave him a glare. "I'm your sister, what do I need to be careful about when I'm on a video call with you? You little brat, you still dare to have impure thoughts about me?" He heard this and, embarrassed, scratched his head. In that moment, he really had. He quickly changed the subject. "Yao, what did you call me for?" "Zhao Yang, Auntie should have told you, I've enrolled in an acting course in Jinling. My flight arrives at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Can you pick me up?" Su Xiaoting had indeed told him that Zhao Yang would be coming to Jinling. "Okay, see you tomorrow." After hanging up, he couldn't help but marvel, I never imagined Yao would have grown up so much. Since Zhao Yao had gone to the Beijing Film Academy, the two of them had basically not seen each other much, and they only saw each other occasionally during the Chinese New Year. But at that time, it was cold, and Zhao Yiyo was wrapped up so tightly that he couldn't see anything. Today's video really shocked him. He never expected that Zhao Yiyo would make so much sense now. Lin Shiqing immediately told her manager Li Zilan after she got back. Zilan, I've decided. I'll release the second version tomorrow. Li Zilan, the second version? Lin Shiqing, I still think the first version is the best. The music is more complete, and releasing this version will definitely receive praise from the industry. Lin Shiqing shook her head, no need to consider it, just the second version. I asked the person I trust the most to listen to it, and he thinks the second version is the best, so let's go with the second version. The person you trust the most? Is he a big shot in the industry? No. Is he a music professor who has studied music quite a bit? No, he doesn't really know much about music. What? Li Zilan suddenly became anxious. Shiqing, do you know that this song is very important to you? If this song flops, your status in the hearts of netizens will plummet, and you will be completely replaced by Qiu Yuyan. At such an important moment, you actually listen to the opinion of someone who doesn't know music. Are you crazy? Lin Shiqing said firmly, I believe in his vision. I have already made up my mind. No need to discuss it further. Seeing that she was so persistent, Li Zilan sighed helplessly, fine, then the second version. Immediately, an editorial was written and posted. A beautiful tomorrow, see you there. This caused a huge uproar. It quickly topped the trending list on all major social media platforms. Xiao Yuyan quickly got the news. Sister Huilan, let's also edit an editorial like this and post it. This time, I'm still going to outdo her. This time, she was still confident in the song Dawn Breaks. Not only because it was a song produced by a top producer, but also because the producer was particularly upset when he learned that Lin Shiqing had given up Dawn Breaks and switched to Buying a Better Tomorrow. He threatened to make Lin Shiqing regret it, so he was very careful when helping her produce this song. She was very satisfied with the final version of the song and really couldn't understand how Lin Shiqing was going to compete with her. Okay, I'll post it now. Mo Huilan nodded. Soon, Xiao Yuyan's Weibo account also posted a Weibo. Dawn breaks, see you there. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. It quickly attracted the attention of countless netizens. Damn, Xiao Yuyan is completely going to war with Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing posted a song, and she posted a song too. Not only was the timing the same, but the promotional copy was the same too. She is determined to take Lin Shiqing's title as a new singing sensation. Everyone, which of these two songs do you think will be more popular? I'm betting on Dawn Breaks. I also think it's Dawn Breaks. I really liked Autumn Yuyan's last album, and since she's released another song in such a short time, I think the standard should be about the same. As for Lin Shiqing's last album, there was too much showboating, and I didn't like it. This time, she's re-released a song in such a short time, probably because the album bombed, and she wants to prove herself. Mentally, she's already lost. Yes, and the title of Dawn Breaks sounds majestic. I don't like Beautiful Tomorrow because it sounds too small-minded. I also like Autumn Words and Autumn Smiles. You could tell from her last album that Lin Shiqing's musical taste is actually not that good. Her first album was a fluke. Almost no one on the internet believes that Lin Shiqing's Beautiful Tomorrow can outsell Autumn Words and Autumn Smiles' Dawn Breaks. Mo Huilan was overjoyed when she read the comments on various social media platforms. Yuyan, netizens are overwhelmingly supporting you right now, and they all think that Dawn Will Break will definitely trounce Beautiful Tomorrow. Xiao Yuyan gave a confident smile. Of course, and this is just the beginning. One day, I will take everything from her. On the other side, Lin Shiqing briefly skimmed through the online comments and didn't pay much attention to them, because she now had complete faith in Su Luo's judgment. You netizens think it's useless, but Su Luo's younger brother thinks it's great. Thinking about Su Luo's good taste, she couldn't help but lower her head and take a look at her own Shuezi, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. This rascal of a younger brother, he steals glances at my Shuezi every time we meet, but I have to say, the stinky younger brother does have good taste, and it really is good looking. Just thinking about the longing in Su Luo's eyes, her heart was filled with glee. The next day, A Beautiful Tomorrow and Dawn were released on time. Countless netizens rushed to the news, wanting to confirm the speculation that Lin Shiqing's A Beautiful Tomorrow was not good. However, the result was that they were all deeply attracted by A Beautiful Tomorrow. They couldn't help but play it over and over again in a loop. For a time, A Beautiful Tomorrow, as a newly released song, killed through the charts of all music websites and strongly topped the charts. Chapter 34: Living Under the Same Roof as Zhao Yao. Lin Shirqing's online reputation took a 180-degree turn. My god, Lin Shirqing's new song is so good, it's unstoppable on repeat. Lin Shirqing's singing really suits this song, it's so intoxicating. The carefree freedom of this song is so well interpreted by Lin Shirqing that, listening to it, I feel as if I were in a grassland, galloping as fast as I can on my milkmaid. Yes, hearing this song, I've lost all my anxiety. Where is the person who said last night that Zhou Yuyan would beat Lin Shirqing? Haizi speaks. Lin Shirqing, I'm sorry, I admit that I was too loud before. This song A Beautiful Tomorrow was my choice for Song of the Year. Although Zhou Yuyan's new song Dawn is also very good, it just doesn't have much feeling, and I don't have the desire to listen to it again. Lin Shirqing's Beautiful Tomorrow is just too heady, and it's been playing in a loop. I declare that Lin Shirqing completely crushed Zhou Yuyan. Dawn and Beautiful Tomorrow are worlds apart, and Zhou Yuyan actually dared to release them at the same time. This time, she has really lost face. I've done it again, embarrassing someone for them. Lin Shirqing's face broke into a happy smile when she saw that her new song had topped the charts on all the major music platforms. Lan Jia, isn't my friend awesome? He was the one who let me choose the song Beautiful Tomorrow in the first place, and he was the one who let me release the second version. As it turned out, he had excellent taste. If I had listened to you and chosen to compete for Dawn Breaking, there would have been no grand occasion like this today. Li Zilan was happy, but also a little embarrassed. Your friend is indeed awesome, it was my poor judgment. Fortunately, you didn't listen to me. In contrast to the happy atmosphere on their side, the mood on Zhou Yuyan's side was dead. Zhou Yuyan looked dejected. I never thought that the song she chose, A Beautiful Tomorrow, would sound so good. At the time, I thought that she was being foolish to give up on Dawn Breaking, but I was the foolish one. However, soon, Zhou Yuyan's eyes hardened. Lin Shirqing, in the end, everything will be mine. We'll see who wins in the next song. Su Lu woke up and found that Lin Shirqing had sent him a message. Brother, you have good taste. A Beautiful Tomorrow has exploded. Next time we meet, I will definitely give you a big present. It's worth looking forward to. Upon seeing this message, he couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Lin Shirqing's face, which was enchanting, involuntarily appeared in his mind. If this is a big present. He couldn't help but fantasize. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Then he shook his head and laughed. That demon, she really knows how to charm a man to death. After a brief wash, he arrived at the airport as promised. After a while, he saw Zhao Yao walking out of the airport exit. He quickly waved at Zhao Yao, and when Zhao Yao saw him, she beamed and walked quickly over. When she got close, she threw herself into his arms. After a while, Zhao Yao let go of him, looked him up and down, and laughed. Luo, it's been a long time, you're getting more and more handsome. He laughed and said, that's right, but you're in the entertainment industry, so you're probably used to seeing handsome guys, right? Zhao Yao shook her head slightly. No, the reason those young and handsome men in the entertainment industry are so handsome is because they rely on makeup, clothing, and atmosphere. Without makeup and in their casual clothes, they are not much more handsome than ordinary people. How can they compare to you? You are pure and handsome, and your cousin is amazed by you. Su Lu was flattered. Then I will go into the entertainment industry someday and give them a small shock in terms of appearance. After saying this, he very cockily shook his bangs. Puff. Zhao Yao was amused by his antics and pouted at him playfully. What a show-off. He took the luggage from Zhao Yao's hands and asked, Xiao Yao, have you found a place to live yet? Zhao Yao naturally took his arm. No, this acting class is run by the best actors and actresses, so the class time is intermittent. This time the class is only for a week, and no one will rent to me for sure. I can't afford to stay in a hotel, after all, I still owe money. I plan to temporarily stay at your place for a few days. Su Luo, of course not, it's an honor to be able to live under the same roof as a beautiful woman. Zhao Yao happily raised her head. You're smart. Then the two got into a taxi together and returned to Su Luo's rented room. Zhao Yao looked at the very clean rented room and looked at Su Luo with full appreciation. Not bad, Luo, you're quite diligent. Praised by a beautiful woman, Su Luo was secretly happy. It's okay, but there's only one bed in this rented room, so you can sleep on the bed for a few days, and I'll sleep on the sofa. The two had been close since childhood, so Zhao Iyo was not polite. Then you will have to bear with it. With that, she pulled her luggage into the bedroom. Subsequently, Su Luo took Zhao Iyo to a nearby restaurant for lunch, and then returned to rest. Chapter 35. In the morning, a small shock for Zhao Iyo. After getting up the next day, Zhao Iyo briefly made breakfast, washed up and put on makeup, then walked out of the house and took a taxi to the place where the acting training class was held. Her friend Lu Menjing came up to her as soon as she saw her. Xiao Yao, I heard you rejected director Wang's advances? Wang Hongfei, a mediocre director who had produced one hit drama but whose subsequent dramas had flopped, was what Lu Menjing meant by director Wang. He was considered to be a somewhat influential but not very well-known director in the industry. Some time ago, Zhao Iyo was invited as a special guest to play a small role in his crew. He was instantly captivated by Zhao Iyo's beautiful appearance and devilish figure, and began to have evil intentions towards her. He even used the heroine of his next play as bait, but Zhao Iyo was not moved and resolutely refused. This incident spread throughout the circle of actors and attracted the ridicule of countless people. However, it was not Wang Hongfei, who had failed in his pursuit, who was ridiculed, but Zhao Iyo, who refused to be lured by the hidden rules. This era is so sad, it laughs at the poor but not the prostitutes. This phenomenon is especially obvious in the entertainment industry. Zhao Iyo, he's not my type. After saying this, she couldn't help but think of Su Lu's handsome face and Optimus Prime. Her face flushed slightly. Lu Menjing shook her head slightly. It's still you, still so stubborn. If I could have such a good opportunity, I would just jump on it. Unfortunately, no one would look at me. You don't know, after hearing about this, many friends in the industry are laughing at you for being stupid, for wasting such a good opportunity. Zhao Iyo laughed. Don't even mention a half-assed director like him, even if it's the leading lady in a big director's movie, I wouldn't sell myself out. Lu Menjing, I don't have your lofty ideals. If a big director is willing to give me a chance, they can do whatever they want to me. I want to be famous, but that's just talk. I've never heard of a big director giving away their role because of an unspoken rule. She's right. The follow-up effect of a big director's outstanding role may be worth hundreds of millions. Even if it's encrusted with gold, it's impossible to sleep with someone just to get such a role. Besides, big directors are not losers, they are surrounded by beautiful women, and it is simply impossible for them to ruin their work for the sake of an under-the-table deal. Zhao Iyo nodded in deep agreement, just because in addition to bringing capital into the group, big directors pay more attention to whether the actor fits the role when choosing a role, this gives me hope. I will work hard to polish my acting skills, and I believe that one day I will be able to participate in a big director's work. After entering this industry, my goal has always been to be an actress like Zhou Gongzi. Lu Menjing shook her head with a bitter smile. It's easy to say, but it's not that easy. There are only so many roles for big directors, but there are thousands of actors. It's too difficult. Zhao Iyo took a deep breath. That's why I've also given myself a deadline. If I can't make a name for myself by the age of 30, I'll just switch careers. Let's go, class is about to start. Then the two of them walked into the classroom together. There were already quite a few actors gathered here, some of whom were quite famous. When these actors saw Zhao Iyo, they started to discuss her. She is Zhao Iyo, the one who rejected director Wang. She is worthy of being the woman who can charm director Wang so much. Her appearance and figure are really superb, and she is one of the best in the entire industry, not to mention director Wang. Even I, a girl, am moved. Unfortunately, she traded her looks for brains, which was really stupid. Wang Dao was willing to sleep with her, which was a great blessing, but she refused, just for that ridiculous chastity. She was really foolish. The Qing dynasty has been gone for many years, and there are still such pedantic people. How much is chastity worth? Yes, what are we? Entertainers. We are supposed to sell ourselves. If we can sell ourselves well, that's talent, and we will be admired and respected by those in the industry. If we can't sell ourselves, then people will look down on us. Alas, why did director Wang fall for such a fool? He would have been so happy with me, I would have made sure that director Wang was comfortable. Alas, it's so frustrating to compare oneself with others. I heard that after she rejected Wang Dao immediately sought out Zhou Qianmei. Now Zhou Qianmei is having the time of her life. Not only did she get the female lead in Wang Dao's next drama, she is also chauffeured around in a luxury car and wears only luxury brands. I'm so jealous. When will I ever be so lucky? I heard that Zhou Qianmei also attended the training class. Do you think Xiao Yao will regret it when she sees Zhou Qianmei dressed in designer clothes? That goes without saying. Chapter 36: Lin Shirqing's First Kiss. Before long, Zhou Qianmei appeared in the classroom. Her clothes from famous brands attracted the envy of the other actresses present. Sister Qianmei, you're doing well now. With all those famous brands, Gucci, LV, and Prada, it really makes people envious. My goodness, this Patek Philippe watch, if I remember correctly, must cost more than 100,000 yuan. Feeling the envious stares of those around her, Zhou Qianmei was overjoyed. The torture she endured every night was worth it at this moment. It's not that bad. I just wear a few of them casually. Just a few? That means there are more at home. Director Wang is really generous with his gifts. It's so enviable. When will I be noticed by a director like him? When I arrived just now, I saw Sister Qianmei arrive in an Audi A8. That car must cost more than 800,000 yuan. Did Director Wang buy it for you too? My goodness, an Audi A8. Director Wang is really something, isn't he? I like such a man too. The other actresses were increasingly envious. Zhou Qianmei's vanity was greatly satisfied at this moment, so she pretended to be modest and waved her hand, smiling. Oh, it's just a car, not worth mentioning. Director Wang said that after I finish playing the female lead in his drama, he will take me to look at a house. In the future, everyone is welcome to come to my house as guests. When the other actresses heard this, they were so envious that their mouths watered. Director Wang is going to buy you a house? He is too good to you, Qianmei. You are really lucky. You're the leading lady, and you're buying a house and a car. Qianmei, Director Wang is determined to promote you. When you become successful, don't forget your sisters. Qianmei, give me a hug so I can share in your happiness. Zhou Qianmei laughed happily. There's no point in you hugging me. I'm also the beneficiary of someone else's good fortune. If she hadn't been so foolish as to reject Director Wang, I wouldn't be living such a good life now. After she finished speaking, she deliberately glanced at Zhao Yao. But she saw Zhao Yao standing quietly not far away, not looking at her at all, let alone being envious. She had originally come today to show off to Zhao Yao. After all, it was because Zhao Yao had rejected the unspoken rules of the industry that she had this opportunity. It was as if she were inferior to Zhao Yao. She had come today to prove to everyone that she was not inferior to Zhao Yao. But Zhao Yao's indifferent attitude was like a sharp sword, stabbing her fragile self-esteem. But no matter how much this circle tries to gloss it over, selling out for fame is ultimately something that cannot be done on the table, and it doesn't become noble just because everyone is doing it. The more Zhao Yao looked down on her for betraying herself to get rich and famous, the more her fragile self-esteem was hurt. The other actresses were all eyes, and they immediately saw through Zhou Qianmei's mental activity and immediately flattered her. Sister Qianmei, she's just a stupid girl, just ignore her. She will learn one day that so-called chastity is a joke in the entertainment industry. At that time, she will definitely know how good an opportunity she has rejected and how lucky you are. I have seen many people pretending to be high and noble. After hitting a few walls, they will come to their senses. Just wait and see, Qianmei. It's possible that before long, she will be selling herself even more enthusiastically than we are. Zhou Qianmei felt much better when she heard this, and looked at Zhao Yao proudly. However, when she saw Zhao Yao's expression of indifference, her pride suffered another heavy blow. Su Luo didn't wake up until 9 o'clock. Without the worry of going to work, his sleep quality was great. Seeing the towel covering him, he couldn't help but look puzzled. Where did the towel come from? Did Xiao Yao cover me with it? Why did she cover me with a towel for no reason? It doesn't keep me warm, and it's not cold right now. With doubts, he reached out and removed the towel. When he saw the scene beneath the towel, he suddenly felt an urge to emigrate to Mars. Brother, why did you come out for no reason? How am I going to face Xiao Yao in the future? After a while, he finally recovered from the shock and got up. After a brief wash, he went to the dining table. He found a note from Zhao Yao. Luo, I've gone to a training course. I've made breakfast for you, so remember to eat. He read it and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He sat down at the table and began to eat. Before long, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Lin Shirqing calling. What is it, Shirqing? Lin Shirqing's sexy and commanding voice came through the receiver. Can't I call you if there's nothing going on? Brother, that's really hurtful. There was a hint of sadness in her voice, which made the listener feel compassionate. Sulu couldn't help but scold, "You little demon, stop pretending, what's up?" Giggle, giggle. Lin Shirqing laughed sweetly. Hearing Sulu call her a demon, she felt indescribably happy. "Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore, sister really needs your help." "What is it?" "Oh, no, it's annoying." What kind of thing could it be that a sister would ask a young man in the prime of life for help? How can you expect someone to say something like that over the phone? "You'll know when you come to my house." The sexy, soft voice made Sulu's heart flutter. This demon girl completely understood the psychology of a 21-year-old single guy like Su Luo. All of Su Luo's blood rushed to his head. "Just you wait, I'm coming over." He then rushed out of the house, hailed a taxi, and rushed over to Lin Shirqing's house. Soon, he arrived at Lin Shirqing's doorstep and knocked. After a while, the door was opened from the inside, and a pretty figure appeared at the door. Even at home, Lin Shirqing still adheres to her usual style of dressing. Hot and sexy. It gives Sulu a feast for the eyes. Puff. Feeling his greedy gaze, Lin Shirqing laughed, took his hand, and said with a smile, "What are you standing there for? Come in." Saying this, she pulled him into the house. Looking at the beautiful and gorgeous big beauty in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and said with some expectation, "Lin Shirqing, what did you want to see me about?" Lin Shirqing wore a faint smile on her face. "Of course it's to thank you. After the release of A Beautiful Tomorrow, it achieved unprecedented success, and the heat was higher than all the songs on my first album. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your suggestion, I would have competed with Cho Yu Yen for Dawn Breaks, and there wouldn't have been the current phenomenal hit." After she finished speaking, Lin Shirqing stood on tiptoe and placed a deep kiss on Sulu's face. "This is my way of thanking you." Su Luo was suddenly stunned. Since he was young, he had never been this close to a girl, let alone a beautiful girl like Lin Shirqing. His heart began to beat wildly, and his face quickly flushed. Giggle. 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 He coughed twice and pretended to be calm. "That's not true. But is this what you mean by thanking me? Why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me on purpose?" Lin Shirqing raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at him with disbelief. "Stinking brother, you stink." "Shameless, this is my sister's first time kissing a boy, so you just be happy." Hearing the words first time, Su Lu was overwhelmed with emotion, but still pretended to be unconcerned. "Pfft, acting like you care. Then kiss her back." Lin Shirqing closed her eyes, tilted her head slightly, and looked like she was ready to be picked. Su Lu looked at the face in front of him, which was extremely beautiful, and couldn't help but become a little obsessed. Beautiful, it was really beautiful. The next moment, he reached out and embraced Lin Shirqing in his arms, and the soft jade in his arms made his heart and soul tremble. However, when he discovered that Lin Shirqing did not resist in any way, he became even more ecstatic and emboldened. Slowly, he moved closer to those seductive, flaming red lips. Chapter 37, Establishing an Entertainment Company. The two grew closer and closer, and Su Luo could clearly feel Lin Shirqing's breath on his chin. His mood grew more and more excited. Just as he was about to kiss her, a delicate little hand appeared and covered his mouth. The beautiful eyes, which had been tightly closed, opened again, and a sly gleam shone in them. He sighed helplessly, "Sis, you're playing a trick on me again." Lin Shirqing laughed, "How am I playing a trick on you? I told you to kiss my face, but where did you kiss? How long have we known each other? What do you want? I want to. Sulu said without thinking. Puff. Lin Shirqing couldn't help but laugh, and she pinched his face in annoyance. Stupid brother, what's the rush? If you work hard to get your sister, then you can do whatever you want, right? Su Luo's mood immediately became excited upon hearing this, and his mind began to imagine things. Seeing his appearance, Lin Shirqing was very pleased, and she stood on her tiptoes, turned her cheek sideways, and said, Come on, I'm not taking advantage of you. He was also very polite, and kissed Lin Shirqing's rosy face. He had to say, it wasn't bad. Lin Shirqing's eyes suddenly revealed a mixture of shyness and joy. Then she whispered in his ear, Stinky brother, this is the first time I've been kissed on the cheek. Work hard, I still have a lot of first times. After that, she winked at him and turned towards the sofa. Looking at Lin Shirqing's graceful back, his heart surged. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, this demon, she really knows how to charm a man. Then he walked over to Lin Shirqing and sat down. Lin Shirqing poured him a glass of water and said, Brother, I want to invest in a TV series, but the amount is quite large and I'm not sure if it's worth it. After all, the market is not doing well, and the era of getting good ratings just by relying on traffic is over. So I want you to help me see if it's worth investing in. He couldn't help but smile, you really trust me, don't you? Lin Shirqing picked up a project book on the table and handed it to him. You have good taste, of course I have to trust you. Su Luo took the project book and looked at it. Startling Strategy was a TV series starring the award-winning actress Lu Shirlan. He immediately started the evaluation using the system. Investment project, Startling Strategy TV series. Profit cycle, 7 months. Rate of return, 370%. Note, the investment amount should not exceed 50 million. A return rate of nearly 4 times is quite high. He turned to Lin Shirqing and said, Personally, I think this TV series is pretty good and should be a hit, but the investment amount should not exceed 50 million. Lin Shirqing believed his words and beamed with joy. She said, I'm relieved to hear that. As usual, if this series becomes a hit, I'll give you a big present, one that'll blow your mind. Sulu gave her a glance, it will be more than half a year after the results of this drama come out. By then, you might as well already be mine. Lin Shirqing giggled at this. Kiki, you're so confident, little brother. But I'm also looking forward to what you'll do to me after you get me. Sulu reached out and pinched Lin Shirqing's delicate chin, looking at that beautiful face that would ruin the country and bring disaster to the people, and said, Don't worry, it will definitely be incredibly tragic. Giggle, giggle. Then my sister will look forward to it even more. Lin Shirqing's smile grew wider and wider, and shoo as he swayed along with it, making Su Luo feel a little dizzy. He quickly picked up the glass of water on the table, took a sip, and calmed his own feverish heart a little. Sister Shirqing, after you invest in this drama, I hope to leave a standout role for an actress. Zhao Yiyou has been on good terms with him since she was a child, and now that he has the means, naturally he can help if he can. Lin Shirqing's eyebrows twitched slightly on hearing this. Huh? You rascal of a brother, which actress are you trying to secretly seduce? Tell me, and I'll help you. Su Luo took out his phone, opened the photo album, and handed Lin Shirqing a photo of Zhao Yiyou. It's her, Zhao Yiyou. She's still a special actress, but she works hard and her acting is good, so I guarantee it won't affect the overall standard of the Strategy of Fear. He also often watched the film and television dramas in which Zhao Yiyou participated. Although there were not many lines or camera shots, it could be seen that Zhao Yiyou's acting skills were really good. Although there was still a considerable gap compared to mature actors, she definitely surpassed those popular actors. It was just that Zhao Yiyou suffered from having no background and was unwilling to recognize a godfather, so she never had a good opportunity. Lin Shirqing looked at the photo of the beautiful woman, who was not inferior to herself in terms of appearance and figure, and her heart involuntarily tightened slightly. She looked at Su Luo with some nervousness. She's so pretty, is she your new girlfriend? Su Luo, no, she's my cousin. Lin Shirqing heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief, smiling. Oh, I see, don't worry, I've taken note, I'll definitely give your cousin the most prominent supporting role. By the way, little brother, are you interested in partnering with your sister to open an entertainment company? This way, you can also better promote your cousin. Su Luo was momentarily stunned. Open an entertainment company? He hadn't thought in that direction. Lin Shirqing nodded, yes, it's an entertainment company. Although the entertainment industry is not a very big market, you have a good eye. As long as you can invest in a hit every time, it will still be very profitable. After all, the box office of hit movies can reach billions of dollars. I will be in charge of the capital and management, and you only need to help make sure that the movie or TV series becomes a hit. And with the protection of the company, your cousin will be safer in the entertainment industry. Sulu thought about it and it made sense. Futures and stocks may make money in the short term, but they are not a long-term solution. After all, he can accurately predict the rise of stocks every time, buying tens of millions of dollars and selling at the highest point. It's okay once or twice, but if you do it often, you will definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives, and you may have to rely on the state for a living. It's safer to invest in the entertainment industry or the real industry, and it's also easier to gain the attention of the higher-ups. Starting an entertainment company is a good choice, and with Lin Shurqing's help, he can rest assured. Moreover, the entertainment industry is full of all kinds of people, and he is really worried about Zhao Yao's safety. It's a good thing that Zhao Yao is still a nobody, but when she becomes a little famous in the future, who knows what kind of people she will encounter. It's better to sign her under his company's name. Okay, but I'll leave the preparations to you, I don't know anything about it. Lin Shurqing reached out and put her arm around his. Don't worry, the management won't trouble you. I'll go register the new company in the next few days, then sign your cousin over, and then go scout for film and television dramas that need investment on the market right now. You just use your sharp eyes to help me figure out which one will be a hit. He said with a smile, no problem. With the God-level investment system by his side, it would be too easy for him to determine which film and television drama would be a hit. Chapter 38 Lin Shurqing's Imported Candy. Then it's decided. I'll notify you to sign the corresponding contract when I'm all set up. It's almost noon, so you can have lunch with me, and I'll let you taste my cooking. Lin Shurqing finished speaking and got up, walking into the kitchen. Sulu looked at the lollipop on the coffee table. He was so hungry that he took it out and put it in his mouth. He walked to the kitchen door, leaned against the doorframe, and quietly watched the busy figure in the kitchen. He didn't realize that after Lin Shurqing, the sexy fox, walked into the kitchen, there was an added sense of something different, and he couldn't help but stare in awe. After Lin Shurqing had sliced the meat, she turned her head and couldn't help but smile slightly when she saw his mesmerized gaze. But when she saw the lollipop in his mouth, she froze, looking at him with a half smile. Brother, where did you get the lollipop in your mouth? He took the lollipop in his hand and said, on the coffee table. What's with the expression? Has it expired? Lin Shurqing, it hasn't expired, but it's the one I ate. Ah? Sulu was stunned. He didn't expect that the lollipop was the one Lin Shurqing ate. In other words, they kissed indirectly? Thinking about this, his heart suddenly stirred. No way, I can see the packaging, and there are no signs that this lollipop has been eaten? Lin Shurqing laughed, I have to keep in shape, so I definitely can't eat the whole lollipop. How about this, I'll lick it a few times to satisfy my craving, and then put it back in the bag. The candy your sister ate must have been really sweet, right? Suluo, so does that mean there's your saliva on the lollipop? Ugh. As he said this, he deliberately made a few dry retches. Lin Shurqing saw this and was furious. She walked up to him and gave him a kick. You brat, you should be happy to be able to eat my imported candy, but you're still pretending. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Ugh, it's a bit gross, but you can't eat it if you want to keep in shape. In the spirit of not wasting food, I'll just have to destroy it. After saying this, Sulu put the candy in his mouth. Lin Shurqing saw this and her face flushed slightly, before she gave him a look of disgust. What a goody-goody. After finishing eating, Sulu went back to the rental house, while Lin Shurqing met with the cast of the intriguing strategy. A private room in an upscale restaurant in Jinling. The director of the intriguing strategy, Lu Wangxian, and the female lead, Lu Shilan, were also here. When they saw Lin Shurqing enter, Lu Wangxian and Lu Shilan both stood up and quickly walked up to Lin Shurqing. They lowered their heads and greeted her. Hello Ms. Lin, I am Lu Wangxian, the director of the thrilling strategy crew. I am Lu Shilan. Although their status and seniority in the entertainment industry are not comparable to Lin Shurqing, a newcomer who has just entered the entertainment industry. They are well aware of Lin Shurqing's background. That giant, to crush them to death is no different than crushing an ant. Therefore, in front of Lin Shurqing, they simply dare not put on airs, and even have to lower their posture, for fear of causing Lin Shurqing's discomfort. Lin Shurqing now also completely understood Su Lu's smile, nodded frostily, and then walked over to the main seat and sat down. Director Lu, let's not waste time on pleasantries, let's just talk about the investment in startling strategy. Lu Wangxian heard this and let out a sigh of relief. From his many years of experience in dealing with people, the more forceful and resolute someone like Lin Shurqing is, the better they are to get along with. On the contrary, those who seem amiable are more tiring to get along with. Miss Lin, I have been polishing the script of the amazing strategy for many years, and it definitely has the potential to become an explosive hit of the year. As long as you invest, you definitely won't lose. Lin Shurqing, how much investment is needed? Our budget is 48 million. No, Miss Lin, if you can invest, 45 million will do. If it were any other investor, Lu Wangxian would definitely take the opportunity to rip him off. He would be sorry if he didn't report 60 million. He has been in this industry for so many years. But when faced with someone with a terrifying background like Lin Shurqing, he could only be honest, and even bit his teeth together and lowered it by 3 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Shurqing secretly praised in her heart, that stinking little brother really has a sharp eye. She became more and more convinced in her heart that this drama would be a hit. I'll still give you 48 million, don't let saving that little money affect the quality of the entire drama. Lu Wangxian heard this and couldn't help but tremble. This was a hint to him, so he quickly said, Miss Lin, don't worry, I have always been extremely responsible for my work, and there is absolutely no way that I would cut corners. I will definitely exert my full strength and produce high-quality work. Lin Shurqing nodded slightly, that's good, I'll invest in this drama. If the results are good, we will have the opportunity to continue working together in the future. Lu Wangxuan's heart suddenly leapt with joy. If he could ride on Lin Shurqing's coattails, his career would go much more smoothly. Thank you, Miss Lin, for your trust. I look forward to our next collaboration. Lin Shurqing took out her phone and said, By the way, I have a very good actress here named Zhao Yao. I hope that Director Lu can give her a most outstanding role. Zhao Yao? Lu Wangxian was dumbfounded. He had never heard of that name before. That's her. Lin Shurqing clicked on the photo that Su Luo had forwarded to her and placed it in front of Lu Wangxian and Lu Shurlan. The two looked at the photo of Zhao Yao and their eyes revealed envy. With Lin Shurqing's support, Zhao Yao's future was predictable. Lu Shurlan looked at Zhao Yao carefully, and a thoughtful expression appeared in her eyes. I seem to have seen this actress before, where? Oh, I remember now, she is a student in the acting class I organized. Lin Shurqing, what a coincidence. Then please take care of her in class, after all, you will be working together in the future, and it will be easier for you if her acting improves. Lu Shurlan nodded quickly, Miss Lin, don't worry, I will. Lu Wangxian also said, Zhao Yao has a good appearance and has the unique gentleness of a Jiangnan beauty. The role of the third female character is very suitable for her. Although the female third character's screen time is not as much as the female second character, the female third character has many highlights and will definitely become popular after broadcast. Upon hearing this, Lin Shurqing's face revealed a smile for the first time. Thank you, Director Lu and Teacher Lu, in the future, please take care of her a bit more on the crew. Of course, of course. Lu Wangxian and Lu Shurlan said eagerly. Looking at Lin Shurqing's smile on her face, they envied Zhao Yao. Just as Su Luo Gang had returned to the rental house. His roommate Su Fei contacted Wang Jingyu via VX again. How is it? Just as I predicted last time, Su Luo Gang, that liar, hasn't paid you back, right? You believed him when he said he would pay you double, what a fool. Wang Jingyu was speechless for a moment, it has been paid back, just double. What? How is that possible? You wouldn't lie to me on purpose just to save face, would you? Why not? You think Su Luo is like you, but not only did he pay me back double, he also gave Hao Zi 700,000 yuan as Hao Zi's father's medical expenses. Chapter 39 Lu Bingyan spoke up for Su Luo, and her classmates were jealous. Ha ha ha. Su Fei burst out laughing. If you said that Su Luo, the fraudster, had repaid you double, I might believe it, but when you say that he gave Su Haodong 700,000 yuan, aren't you just plain lying? Do you think he's some rich kid who can afford to give away that kind of money? Besides, given his character, even if he did have it, he wouldn't be able to give Haozi that kind of money. He's a blatant liar. You are such a person, how can I say something good about you? In order not to make people think that you were embarrassed by being cheated by Su Lu, you even helped him tell such a big lie. He probably laughed like crazy when he heard it. You are so foolish, really foolish, no wonder you believed at the beginning that he could pay you back double. Wang Jingyu was speechless when he saw his message. This is the truth, believe it or not, I don't even bother to argue with you. In the rented room, Su Luo was leisurely watching a drama. After a while, a pop-up window appeared on the screen. He clicked to open it and found that Su Fei had posted a message in the group of his university classmates. Everyone, let me tell you an interesting thing. Wang Jingyu actually said that Su Luo, the fraudster, had repaid the loan to him twice over, and when he saw that Su Haodong's father had cancer, he also gave Su Haodong 700,000 yuan. 700,000 yuan, Su Luo is really generous. Do you believe him or me, the first emperor of China? Soon, a classmate replied. Needless to say, anyone in their right mind would believe you are the first emperor of China. This Wang Jingyu is too perfunctory a liar. At least make a draft. Saying he paid back double the loan, I can barely believe it. Giving Su Haodong 700,000 yuan, let alone whether Su Luo can come up with it, even if he couldn't possibly give it to him. He's no philanthropist. What do you mean, don't mention it first? He just can't come up with it. He lived frugally when he was in college, and it was obvious from the start that his family was not well off. He even quit his job some time ago. Where would he get the money? Wang Jingyu really doesn't think before he speaks. Anyone with half a brain can see that he's lying. Wang Jingyu is really stupid. I don't know what he is trying to achieve by lying for Su Lu at this time. Su Lu is obviously trying to cheat for money and doesn't want to pay it back. If he tells the truth, we will help him denounce Su Lu together, and the money may be able to be recovered. Now, for the sake of that little bit of shame, he is worried that people will know that he has been cheated and has even taken the initiative to help the fraudster tell such a big lie. I am really impressed. If he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have lent Su Lu the money in the first place. When Su Lu asked me for money, I immediately saw that there was something wrong with him and I turned him down directly. I sensed that there was something wrong with Su Lu when I didn't lend him the money. Anyone with a brain could see that. Wang Jingyu really has been dumbed down by his studies. Su Fei felt a sense of relief at the one-sided view that Su Lu was a fraudster. Humph, a fraudster. Back then, I thanked you, and you used that to morally blackmail me. You're shameless. Now everyone knows your true colors. He then quickly edited a message in the group chat. Su Lu, this fraudster, is now completely out of control. Back then, he did me a small favor, and now he takes advantage of that every day, trying to make me pay him for those things back then. If I don't, he says I have no conscience. Guys, don't you think he's disgusting? Seeing this, the classmates in the class also responded with indignation. Damn, this is disgusting. Although it is said that one should repay a favor with interest, to ask you to pay for a small favor you received years ago, I can only say that it is disgusting. How could anyone do such a thing? I don't know why Wang Jingyu and Su Haodong were willing to be friends with him and lend him so much money. I'm impressed. The main thing is that Su Haodong's father also has cancer, and in this situation, he still lent money to a fraudster. I really don't know what to say. Just then, Wang Jingyu appeared in the group. It's really interesting. A group of people don't know the truth, and they attack Su Lu based on their own speculations. They're fucking 985 high achievers, I spit. They've read so many books they've got them stuck in their stomachs. When the students saw him come out, they immediately said in a strange voice. Oh, you've been exposed, your defense is broken. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Wang Jingyu, next time, work on your lying skills, you're such a bad liar, you're not even as good as my 5-year-old nephew. Now you're defending Su Lu, I really don't understand, you're too loyal. Wang Jingyu was suddenly amused. He directly threw out 2 screenshots. One was a screenshot of the transfer he made to Su Lu, 20,000 yuan. One is from Su Lu to him, 40,000. Open your eyes and look. These 2 pictures are screenshots of me lending Su Lu money and Su Lu paying me back, respectively. He thought that after throwing out the evidence, his classmates would believe it, but he didn't expect that no one would believe it at all. Wow, that's great, you've even learned how to Photoshop. Wang Jingyu, you're too loyal, aren't you? You've gone so far as to Photoshop the pictures in order to defend Su Lu, the fraudster. If only I had a friend as loyal as you, ha ha. Wang Jingyu was furious when he saw this. These idiots, I'm really impressed. They don't believe the evidence when it's thrown at them, and they only believe what they imagine. He was both angry and helpless as he read one message after another in the group. Just then, Su Haodong also appeared in the group. "Oh, you guys don't know the truth, can you stop yammering here? You're not willing to lend Sulu a single penny, but now you're quite active in scolding him." Subsequently, he also released 2 pictures. One was a screenshot of Sulu transferring 700,000 yuan to him. The other was a picture of him eating in the hospital wearing a hospital gown. "Sulu did transfer 700,000 yuan to me, and fortunately he gave me 700,000 yuan, so I was able to bring my father to the hospital for treatment. The operation went very well, and now my father is recovering very well. He will be discharged in a few days. The doctor said that fortunately he came early. If it was another 6 months later, my father would be completely hopeless." This is Su Lu, a person who is willing to help friends selflessly. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean he isn't like that. You are all judging him with a small mind, and I am really impressed. A classmate quickly replied at the bottom. "This screenshot is obviously fake. How Z, do you take us for fools? You're defending Su Luo, the fraudster, and bringing up your father. How Z, you're very filial. I have just one question. Su Luo's family is not well off, he is currently unemployed, and he was desperately looking for money to borrow a while ago. Where did he get the 700,000 yuan? How Z, do you take us for fools? Exactly, and what's more, we're not being paranoid because we have brains." One by one, the other students expressed their opinions. They simply didn't believe that Su Lu, who had been frantically borrowing money a month ago and had already quit his job, could now have 700,000 yuan, and they even less believed that Su Lu could give Su Haodong 700,000 yuan, because they knew they couldn't do it. Is this true? Just then, 4 words appeared in the group, silencing the entire group. Because these 4 words were actually sent by the school beauty Lu Bingyan. If they remembered correctly, since the group was established, Lu Bingyan had never said a word in the group. This was the first time, and it was to clarify for Su Luo. Not only were they shocked, but they were also completely sour. Chapter 40, Lu Bingyan transferred 70% of her shares to Su Lu. That was Lu Bingyan, the most beautiful campus beauty in the history of their university. The dream girl in the hearts of countless boys. If they were lucky enough to have a chance to chat with Lu Bingyan during the week, they would be so excited that they couldn't sleep for days. But now, the arrogant and cold Lu Bingyan had taken the initiative to stand up for Su Lu. This made them feel so bad that they were jealous and envious. What makes Su Lu, a fraudster, worthy of having Lu, the campus queen, speak up for him? Why can't it be me? In the rented room, Su Lu was also browsing the news in the group of his university classmates. In the past, if he had seen others' malicious speculations about him, he would have been infuriated, but now, his heart is unmoved, and instead, he feels like he's watching clowns jump the gun, which is very interesting. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there were a few knocks on the door. Who is it? He stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. A cold and beautiful figure appeared before him. It was Lu Bingyan. What was different from before was that Lu Bingyan had obviously dressed up carefully this time. Her face, lightly made up, was more and more beautiful and charming. And the carefully matched clothes added a few more touches of fairy-like air to her, as if she were an exiled fairy who had walked out of a painting. Su Luo couldn't help but stare in awe. Lu Bingyan saw the look of awe at her beauty on his face and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What are you daydreaming about? Am I not welcome? Su Lu came back to his senses and sincerely praised, "Wow, Bingyan, your makeup and outfit today are also very good looking, I'm mesmerized." The smile on the corner of Lu Bingyan's mouth grew even wider. Although she had heard this kind of praise since she was little and had grown tired of it, she still felt very flattered when it came from Su Lu's mouth. She pursed her lips to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. She hadn't made any special effort to dress up, just picked a few clothes at random. Su Luo, that means you were born beautiful. Lu Bingyan couldn't hold back any longer, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She quickly turned her head to the side and tried hard to restrain her expression. She didn't want Su Luo to discover her secret delight. After recovering, she gave Su Luo a cold look, smooth talker. Then she walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Su Lu closed the door behind him, then came and sat down next to her, smiling. Thank you for speaking up for me just now and clearing my name. Lu Bingyan, we're friends now, so of course I'll speak up for you when they frame me. Su Lu laughed, "Ha, I just want to laugh when I see that you silenced them with just one sentence. I can imagine their faces in front of the screen, they must be jealous." Lu Bingyan spoke up for me, and they want to tear my heart out. Then, he leaned over to Lu Bingyan. Hey, if we're together in the future, won't they go crazy? Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan's heart suddenly panicked, her face flushed slightly, and she reached out and gave Su Lu a good-natured knock on the head. You're also delusional. Okay, enough idle chatter. I came today to thank you. After these 2 investments you took me on, the once precarious Hongxin investment has already jumped out of the mud and regained its vitality. Su Luo, you don't need to come in person to express your gratitude verbally. Do you want to plot against me? Demei, you can't. As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Lu Bingyan with wary eyes, his expression as cheap as it could be. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes helplessly, and then pinched him in the waist with her finger in a huff. Every time she saw his despicable appearance, Lu Bingyan, who was known as the Iceberg Beauty, had an urge to punch someone. This time, she finally couldn't hold back. Ah! He quickly rubbed the soft flesh around his waist in pain. Lu Bingyan looked at it with a burst of laughter, and then said, I came here today for something else. Take a look at this. Saying this, she took out a document from her bag and handed it to him. A share transfer agreement? He took the document and, seeing the large words on the cover, couldn't help but look puzzled. He then looked through the content. When he read the specific terms inside, he was surprised. You want to transfer the shares of Hongxin Investment to me? And it's as high as 70%? Why? He was stunned. He never dreamed that Lu Bingyan would be willing to transfer the shares of their family company to him, and it was a terrifying 70%. What's the difference between this and giving him the company? Lu Bingyan, my father learned from his friends that our 2 large-scale operations in the futures and stock markets, and the precise cashing out at the highest point, have been targeted by people from above. So for safety's sake, in the future, we should try to speculate in stocks and futures as little as possible. Investing in the real industry is now the safest, and those above are happy to see us do so. Su Lu nodded in deep agreement, which was not much different from what he had originally expected. The entry of such a large amount of capital into the stock market is bound to attract attention, and it is normal to be targeted by people with ulterior motives when one can cash out at the precise peak. But what does this have to do with you giving me shares? Lu Bingyan, for an investment company, investment acumen is far more important than other nonsense, and you happen to have this, so I want to bring you in. Su Luo, then you don't need 70% of the shares. Lu Bingyan looked him in the eye, with sincere eyes and a hint of admiration. In my eyes, you are worth this much. I believe that under your leadership, even if I only hold 30% of the shares, I will make much more money than I do now. Besides, if I give you less, it's not that I'm afraid you'll go off and do your own thing, it would be a huge loss for me. Su Lu's 2 precise predictions made her admire him even more, and she also came to a deeper understanding of Su Lu's terrifying nature. She made a prompt decision and chose to give up 70% of the shares in order to seek the opportunity for long-term cooperation with Su Lu. Seeing a beautiful woman look up to him so much, Su Lu felt a little giddy in his heart and laughed. I see, I thought it was a dowry. After saying that, looking at the claw reaching for his soft flesh, he couldn't help but flinch, quickly holding it with both hands and laughing, just kidding, just kidding. Lu Bingyan looked at her small hand, tightly grasped in Su Lu's 2 large hands. Her heart suddenly panicked, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly pulled her hand back, forcing herself to remain calm and say, Just sign it, I'll go back and get the process started. After she finished speaking, she felt the faint warmth still remaining on her hand, and her heart fluttered. Su Luo, there is nothing wrong with the contract, but I want to give Su Haodong, Wang Jingyu, and my second aunt Su Xiaoting 1,000th of my shares each, and my third uncle Su Kang's a 500th of my shares. Lu Bingyan was puzzled and said, Why? Su Luo, when I was short of money, they lent it to me without hesitation, and even because I was short of money, they were willing to give me some more time. I have always remembered this favor. Lu Bingyan became more and more appreciative of Su Lu. She believed that under Su Lu's leadership, Hongxin Investment would definitely become a giant in the future, and even 1,000th of an equity stake would be a lot of money. Su Lu had even unhesitatingly given it away. Very few people could do that nowadays. Okay, then I'll go back and draw up a new one. Saying this, she put away the share transfer agreement and continued. By the way, there is a cocktail party tomorrow night, and many of Jinling's so-called upper class will be there. My father wants me to go, so you must accompany me, okay? Ha! Su Lu first wanted to refuse, but he came from an ordinary family and did not fit in with the so-called upper class. Going would only be uncomfortable. But Lu Bingyan did not give him the chance to refuse. No, you must go. There will be dancing at the end of the party, and you will be my dance partner. I don't want to dance with another man. I don't know how to dance either. You still have to go. Okay. Seeing that he had agreed, Lu Bingyan's face revealed a happy smile. Then it's settled, I'll pick you up tomorrow. After saying that, she stood up and was about to leave. But at that moment, Lu Bingyan's gaze swept across the balcony and landed on a pair of underwear. They were thin, black, and had lace edges. Lu Bingyan's mouth twitched slightly, and her eyes looked at him strangely. You still have this fetish? Chapter 41, My Sister's Tofu is Delicious. Su Luo followed Lu Bingyan's gaze to the balcony. There, he saw a pair of lace underwear fluttering in the wind, exuding 1,000 kinds of sensuality. What are you thinking? That's not mine. Lu Bingyan's brows furrowed slightly at this, and a faint cold light shone in her eyes. You're living with another girl? Su Lu gave her a blank stare. What cohabitation? It sounds so unpleasant. She is my cousin. She has been in Jiling for the past week, so she is staying with me for a while. Oh, then please give my regards to your cousin. I'll go now. Bye. The chill in Lu Bingyan's face instantly disappeared, and her eyes softened. She left with a brisk pace. Su Lu continued watching the show, and at 6 p.m., the door was opened from the outside. Zhao Yiyao's figure appeared in the doorway, carrying the ingredients she had just bought. The two locked eyes, and an awkward atmosphere spread. Su Lu coughed twice tactically. Xiao Yao, you're back? Zhao Yiyao held up the ingredients in her hands and said, I went out of my way to buy these ingredients, including tofu and beef. I'll let you taste my cooking. Su Lu, oh, great, I love Xiao Yao's tofu, the tofu she makes. Puff. Zhao Yang couldn't help but laugh, and the awkward atmosphere instantly disappeared. She then walked up to Su Luo, reached out and pinched his face, and said coquettishly, Rascal, you finally said what's on your mind, didn't you? You really had impure thoughts about your cousin. Su Luo laughed and said, Xiao Yao, this is not my fault. Who could blame you for being naturally beautiful, like a fairy from the sky, with a body that's so good? It's only natural for a mortal like me to have a little mortal heart. Zhao Yiyao's heart was very pleased. Worthy of being a cultured younger brother, your mouth, every time, can make your cousin feel very comfortable. Okay, you play with your phone, I'm going to go cook in the kitchen. Zhao Yiyao's cooking skills were really not bad, especially the braised tofu, which went especially well with rice, and Su Lu ate it with relish. She watched in her eyes, and a smile of indulgence appeared at the corner of her mouth. Is it that delicious? Eating so quickly. Su Lu said in one go, of course, Yiyao's tofu was very delicious. She heard this and couldn't help laughing and crying, and lightly kicked Su Lu. Stupid brother, you really don't let go of any opportunity to take advantage of your sister. After dinner, she took a shower and changed into loose-fitting clothes. They covered up all her assets. Su Lu saw this and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, but also a little bit of disappointment. Beautiful things are indeed desirable. She sat down next to Su Lu. Brother, what kind of work are you doing now? Su Lu, I'm doing investment right now, it's okay. Zhao Yiyao heard this and a happy smile appeared on her face. She reached out and touched his head and laughed. I knew you could do anything. The last time I went to borrow money from Auntie, your eldest aunt said you were in a deep consumer trap, and even got into gambling and other stuff. I knew it was pure nonsense. Anyone can turn bad, but not my brother. Zhao Yiyao's words of trust gave Su Lu a warm feeling. It felt good to be trusted unconditionally. What about you, Yiyao? I heard that the entertainment industry is a mess. You haven't been bullied, have you? Zhao Yiyao pinched his cheek and laughed. You're right, the little brat from back then has grown up and knows how to treat his sister. You're also right that this circle is indeed quite chaotic, but for individuals, whether it's chaotic or not is a choice you can make yourself. No one will force you. After all, this is a society ruled by law, and it's just a matter of having fewer resources. But I believe that as long as you have excellent acting skills and seize every opportunity to perform well, you will make a name for yourself one day. After all, the casting of major directors basically depends on acting skills. I went to that acting training course today, and the actor Liang Yongtao personally taught the class. He is worthy of the title of actor, and he solved many of my acting confusions. I believe that after this training, my acting skills will get better and better, and I will have more and more opportunities. Seeing Zhao Yiyao working so hard for her dream, Su Lu is happy for her from the bottom of his heart. I'll wish you luck in becoming an Oscar-winning actress. Zhao Yao, I'll take you up on that. Once I become an Oscar-winning actress, I'll buy you a big house first, and then find you a pretty girlfriend, so you won't have any improper thoughts about me every day. As she spoke, she poked Su Luo's head playfully. Su Luo laughed and said, Yao, that's going to be hard, because there's no girl in the world as pretty as you. You're so smooth. She was very pleased with herself, and her mouth unconsciously lifted up, revealing a happy expression. The next morning, Zhao Yao got up early again and walked out of the bedroom to the living room. Seeing Su Lu sleeping soundly on the sofa, her eyes subconsciously moved downward. When she saw the blanket covering Su Lu, she felt a sense of relief in her heart, but also a little bit of loss. She was shocked by this thought in her own mind and quickly shook her head, mumbling, Zhao Yao, what are you thinking? You don't want to watch it, not at all. She then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After a simple meal, she hurried to the training class. As soon as she arrived, Lu Menjing came up to her and handed her the notes in her hand. Xiao Yao, this is my summary of yesterday's class, take a look. She also took out her own notes and handed them to Lu Menjing. The two of them had been discussing their acting with each other and improving each other's skills. Although they were just rookies, they had really improved their acting. Just then, a red Ferrari came gallantly from afar, attracting everyone's attention. The other actors, who had long been corrupted by the fame and fortune of the entertainment industry, looked at the Ferrari with envy and longing. Before long, the Ferrari stopped in front of them, and a beautiful figure got out of the car. It was Zhou Qianmei. The other actresses were even more envious and surrounded her. Qianmei, yesterday you were driving an Audi A8, and today you're driving a Ferrari. Director Wang is really treating you well. And today you're wearing a whole new set of luxury clothes, they're so pretty. Qianmei felt so pleased with herself as she looked at their envious glances. It's not that great, it's just a Ferrari. Director Wang said that I can drive his car whenever I want, but there are still supercars that I haven't driven yet, I think they're too high profile. Afterwards, she looked at Zhao Yao with a smug expression, wanting to see envy in Zhao Yao's eyes. But who would have thought that Zhao Yao wasn't even looking at her, but was instead intently reading her notes and occasionally exchanging small talk with Lu Menjing. This made her heart feel blocked and panicky, with a sense of powerlessness like punching a bag. The other actresses saw her expression and immediately comforted her. Sister Qianmei, ignore her. She'll learn in the future just how big an opportunity she's turned down. She may look innocent, but who knows how much she's really up to in private. Who would enter this circle of people if they were truly virtuous? That's right, no one in this circle doesn't sell themselves. She just hasn't set the price right, otherwise she'd be selling herself more than anyone else. Zhao Yao had previously rejected Director Wang, but she had accepted his unspoken rules. Although this was the norm in the entertainment industry, on a moral level, the more Zhao Yao kept herself pure, the more she felt she was inferior to Zhao Yao in every way, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Just now, a few actresses around her had disparaged Zhao Yao, and she felt much better. Just then, a figure walked quickly towards them. Seeing this, the other actors and actresses stood up straight and greeted her politely but with a hint of flattery. Hello, Sister Shirlan. The person who had arrived was the award-winning actress Lu Shirlan. Lu Shirlan nodded slightly to them and walked straight up to Zhao Yao, with a gentle smile on her face. Zhao Yao? I'm Lu Shirlan. The surrounding actors and actresses were stunned and couldn't believe their ears, because they could hear a hint of flattery in Lu Shirlan's voice. How was this possible? Chapter 42, Lu Shirlan stands up for Zhao Yao. Lu Shirlan, in her early 30s, has already become an actor who has won all the major film and television awards, and her awards are so numerous that she can't even hold them all in her hands. Her status in the entertainment industry is so high that it is intimidating. She is on an equal footing with those big directors and can push cups around the table. But such a character is actually flattering Zhao Yao. The actors around her one after the other suspected that they had a problem with their ears and simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Because they know Zhao Yao too well, that she comes from a humble background, and that she is not willing to flatter and curry favor with the powerful and wealthy, nor is she willing to betray herself for resources. Therefore, she has never had a wealthy patron and her resources are poor, so she can only take on some special assignments and work as a stand-in. In their opinion, no matter who Lu Shirlan is trying to curry favor with, it should not be Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao was also a little flattered. Lu Shirlan had always been her idol and goal, and now she suddenly appeared in front of her, and she was so gentle. She was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Hello, teacher Lu Shirlan, I'm Zhao Yao. Why did you look for me? Lu Shilan shook her hand cordially and laughed. Don't call me teacher. In the future, just call me Sister Shilan. And, don't say you or your. It sounds strange. I'm not old enough to be your elder yet, I think. The young actors around them were even more shocked when they saw this scene. Lu Shilan was actively making friends with Zhao Yao. At this moment, they were full of envy for Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao heard this and greeted her again. Hello, Shilan's sister. Although she didn't want to flatter, it didn't mean she was brainless. When a big shot like Lu Shilan took the initiative to be friendly, although she didn't know why, she also quickly accepted Lu Shilan's goodwill. After all, Lu Shilan has a very good reputation and character in the industry, and being friends with Lu Shilan can only do good. Lu Shilan's smile grew even wider. I'm looking for you today because director Lu Wangxian has already decided that you will play the role of the third female lead in his new drama The Ultimate Strategy. I am the heroine of this drama, so let's communicate more in the future and work hard to make this drama a success. What? Director Lu wants me to play the third female lead in his new drama The Ultimate Strategy? Zhao Yao was stunned by the sudden and huge surprise, her face full of uncontrollable joy and disbelief. The young actors around her suddenly erupted into an uproar, envious of Zhao Yao to the point where their hearts were about to explode. I can't believe it, director Lu Wangxian actually cast her as the third female lead in the intriguing strategy? But that's director Lu's drama, and even for the third female lead, there are many first-tier actresses competing for the role, so how did she get it? Every one of director Lu's dramas basically becomes a hit, and The Intriguing Strategy is rumored to have had the script polished for a long time, so it's expected to be a big hit too. Zhao Yao is going to be famous. This is too good a life. How did director Lu choose her? Could it be that she and director Lu have something to say to each other? Director Lu has always been extremely responsible for his work. Except when the investors force someone on him, the actors he chooses are always based on the role. How could he possibly choose someone because of the hidden rules? Do you think that the female lead in director Lu's drama is such a high-profile role that she can get it just by sleeping with him? You're right. It seems that Zhao Yao is a perfect fit for the female lead in The Intruder. What a life! It really makes people envious. At this moment, Zhou Qianmei looked at Zhao Yao with envy tinged with hatred. She endured Wang Hongfei's perverted tricks every night to get the female lead in a crappy drama. Originally, she herself became the female lead, wearing luxury goods and driving a luxury car every day, while Zhao Yao, who refused to accept the hidden rules, dressed plainly and could only play small roles. She was quite happy with herself, thinking that every night's hard work was worthwhile. But now, she saw that Zhao Yao had received the role of the third female lead in the intrigue without having to do anything, and that was Lu Wangxuan's drama. In terms of value, 100 Wang Hongfei's leading actresses were not as good as Lu Wangxuan's third female lead. At this moment, her heart was broken. We are both just bit parts. Why should I have to work so hard to play the lead in a crappy show when she gets to play the third female lead in one of director Lu's shows without even having to try? Jealousy made her lose her mind, and she spoke directly and weirdly. Before she pretended to be a virtuous woman, and now she's still selling out? What a real bitch, still trying to act like a saint. As soon as she said this, the whole room fell silent. Everyone looked at her like she was an idiot. At this point, how could they not know who was in charge? Zhao Yao didn't react much, as she was too busy thinking about the third female lead in The Intruder. But Lu Shilan in front of her fixed her gaze, her eyes flashing with anger. Then she walked straight up to Zhou Qianmei. Without saying a word, she slapped Zhou Qianmei hard across the face. How dare you? You actually dared to insult my friend like this in public. You were fired. Get out of here quickly. I don't want to see you anymore. I will have the staff refund your tuition as soon as possible. Everyone around was shocked when they saw this. Lu Shilan hit someone? This is the actress with the best temper in the industry, and she actually hit someone to help Zhao Yao. Moreover, the sentence "I don't want to see you anymore" in Lu Shilan's words basically announced the end of Zhou Qianmei's acting career. Just because Zhou Qianmei insulted Zhao Yang, Lu Shilan went to such lengths to stand up for Zhao Yang. At this moment, the way they looked at Zhao Yang changed. Not simple, this woman is definitely not simple. Zhou Qianmei came back to her senses, and she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She knelt down with a click. Sister Shilan, I know I was wrong. You are a forgiving person, so please don't fire me, okay? Then she knelt down and called out to Zhao Yao, Zhao Yao, I'm sorry. I was out of line. I'm not a human being. Please forgive me. I beg you. Zhao Yao was a little taken aback by this scene. She had no idea why a big shot like Lu Shirlan would stoop so low as to hit someone for her sake. Just because Lu Wangxian had cast her as the female lead? That was impossible. And she couldn't understand why Lu Wangxian had chosen her to play the third female lead. Just because she fit the role? How was that possible? Who would choose an extra with no background to play the third female lead? Lu Shirlan ignored Zhou Qianmei and returned to her. Still a little incredulous, she asked, "Sister Shirlan, did director Lu really choose me to play the third female lead?" "Why? You don't know?" Lu Shirlan's eyes showed a little surprise. Zhao Yao was even more confused. "Should I know?" Lu Shirlan smiled and said, "It's because Lin Shiqing recommended you that director Lu decided to cast you. You and Lin should be very good friends." Lin Shiqing? When the young actors around them heard this name, there was an instant uproar. They were familiar with Lin Shiqing, and vaguely knew that Lin Shiqing had a very complicated background. At this moment, the way they looked at Zhao Yao changed. Their minds began to race, trying to recall if they had offended Zhao Yang in the past. The actors who had previously surrounded Zhou Qianmei and joined in the bullying of Zhao Yang were now sweating profusely and feeling a chill in their hearts. They thought about how they had offended Zhao Yang in order to please Zhou Qianmei, and they all wanted to give themselves a big slap. One after the other, they ran up to Zhao Yang and knelt down. "Zhao Yao, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have said those things about you before, please forgive us." Lu Shirlan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "You also insulted Xiao Yao? Then you can all leave, and you will be refunded the full tuition." Zhao Yao was even more confused. She had no intersection with Lin Shiqing at all, and she was such a small actress that Lin Shiqing could not possibly know her. Who on earth made Lin Shiqing help her? Chapter 43, Approval from the Mother-in-Law. Lu Shirlan took Zhao Yao's hand and said seriously, "Yao, in the future, no matter what difficulties you encounter in life or in your career, you can tell me and I will help you solve them." Zhao Yao nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Shirlan." Later, in the acting training class, Lu Shirlan pulled Zhao Yao next to her and let her demonstrate after every important point, and she personally gave her serious guidance. Zhao Yao's acting skills also improved rapidly. After Su Lu woke up from his nap, he went out and ran 5 kilometers. Now that he had the system by his side, becoming the richest man in the world was just around the corner. He became more and more concerned about his health. He didn't want to spend all his money only to have his health fail before he did. That would be too much of a letdown, not to mention to his future wife. He had to work hard to ensure his future happiness. The sweat from exercising made him feel refreshed. After returning home, he took a shower and then lay comfortably on the sofa reading a book. After a while, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it? Is Xiao Yao back so early? Doesn't she have a key?" With these doubts, he walked over and opened the door, and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was Lu Bingyan standing outside the door. Lu Bingyan was still dressed up elaborately today. Her angelic face and perfect figure still gave him a shock no matter how many times he saw it. In particular, her plump red lips with light lipstick made him feel the urge to take a bite. Seeing that he was attracted by her beauty, Lu Bingyan was secretly happy, but she pretended to be expressionless on her face. "Let's go." Su Lu asked doubtfully, "Where to?" "The cocktail party, I told you yesterday." "Do we have to go so early? Doesn't the cocktail party start in the evening? Let's go get a haircut first." "Huh? Lu Deflower girl, is our relationship progress bar pulling too fast? Have we reached this point already?" As he spoke, his gaze, tinged with excitement, surveyed Lu Bingyan's exquisite figure from top to bottom. Lu Bingyan froze slightly, but quickly recovered, her face turning slightly red as she snapped, "What are you thinking?" "Literally." "Oh, you scared me." Su Lu patted his chest in relief, his expression as exaggerated as possible. Seeing his despicable appearance, Lu Bingyan was infuriated, and her right hand quickly struck out, quickly and accurately pinching the soft flesh of his waist. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." He cried out in pain. Lu Bingyan saw it in her eyes, and a flash of pain flashed in her eyes, and she quickly let go. "Hurry up and clean up and go." Soon, Lu Bingyan brought Su Luo to Jinxiu Shijia. Jinxiu Shijia Su had heard of it before, and it was the most famous clothing store in Jinling. Its products mainly focused on Chinese-style clothing, such as Cheongsam, Zhongshan suits, and new Chinese styles. Of course, it also produced some casual clothes. He looked at Lu Bingyan next to him and said, I heard that Jinqiu Shijia is owned by the Lu Group, so it can't be your family's, right? Lu Bingyan nodded. Yes, to be precise, it is run by my mother, and it was later incorporated into my family company. I brought you here today to give you a new outfit. You look so dowdy now, you can't be my dance partner. Sulu straightened his clothes. Don't say that so soon. I'm just afraid that after I'm dressed up, I'll completely charm you and you'll obsess over me, and then I'll be done for. She gave Sulu a cold stare. Pfft, shameless. Then she walked quickly ahead, a smile on the corner of her mouth. In the past, there were many boys who deliberately acted aloof to get her attention, acting like they didn't care about her, and even being narcissistic in front of her. She was annoyed every time. But when Sulu was being narcissistic in front of her, she found it very interesting. Soon, the two walked side by side into the Jinqiu Shijia. Two shop assistants came towards them and greeted Lu Bingyan when they saw her. Hello, Miss. HM. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly. Sulu, on the other hand, was captivated by the sight of the store. The decor was understated and luxurious, with a sense of depth, and every piece of clothing was so beautiful that he was mesmerized. Lu Bingyan saw him in a daze and reached out to grab his sleeve. Don't just stand there, we're running out of time. Then she pulled Sulu into the next room. The two shop assistants looked at each other in shock when they saw this scene. Did I just see what I thought I saw? The young lady actually took the young man's shirt, but this is not something she would normally do. I saw it too. After working at the splendid family for so many years, this is the first time I've seen the young lady bring a young man here, and they're acting so intimately. In the past, whenever the young lady met a young man, she would keep her distance, and I even thought she hated men. Yes, this is also the first time I've seen the young lady act so intimately with a young man. And it seems like the young lady is incredibly at ease in the young man's presence. Is the young lady in love? It's possible, but I have to say, that guy is really handsome. Even in such a disheveled state, he still amazed me, and he really suits Miss. Should I tell President's son about this? Of course, otherwise President's son will definitely get us if she finds out we hid this from her. I'll call President's son right now. After saying this, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Lu Bingyan's mother, Sun Dongxian. At this time, in a Maybach, Sun Dongxian sat in the back seat, leaning intimately on Lu Tian's shoulder. The two of them chatted idly. After a while, Sun Dongxuan's phone rang, and after looking at the caller ID, she pressed the answer button. Xiaowan, what's the matter? The voice of a shop assistant came through the receiver. Miss Sun, the young lady came to Jinqiu Shijia today, but she wasn't alone, she brought a boy with her. The young lady was very intimate with him, and it felt like he was the young lady's boyfriend. What? Xiaoyan's boyfriend? Before Sun Dongxian could say anything, Lu Tian beside her immediately exploded. You hurry up and ask what's going on. Sun Dongxian nodded and asked into the phone, Xiaowan, is that boy handsome? Is that what you wanted me to ask? Lu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Sun Dongxian laughed and said, that's an important question. My future son-in-law must be handsome first. Lu Tian said, that's so shallow of you. Sun Dongxian said, why do you think I liked you in the first place? Lu Tian was at a loss for words, and his mouth couldn't help but lift up. Well, being handsome is just the most insignificant of my many good qualities. Sun Dongxian said, cut the crap. Tell me, is he handsome or not? Xiaowan replied truthfully, very handsome, although a bit unkempt, but still amazing to me. I've never seen such a handsome guy before. How does he compare to you, President Lu? President's son, although I really want to flatter you, in terms of appearance, President Lu really is a bit lacking. Puff. Sun Dongxian couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Lu Tian, on the other hand, couldn't hold back his anger and said, turn on the surveillance camera, I want to see how handsome this kid is. Sun Dongxian hung up the phone, opened the surveillance software, and the figures of Lu Bingyan and Su Lu immediately appeared on the screen. Seeing Su Lu, Lu Tian couldn't help but get angry. This brat, he just wants to trick Xiaoyan into falling for him. Besides, where is he more handsome than me? Sun Dongxian gave him a cold stare, you should be ashamed of yourself. He is indeed much more handsome than you, and Xiaoyan's taste is much better than mine. And haven't you noticed? Xiaoyan's demeanor in front of him is completely different from her demeanor in front of other boys. She is very relaxed and at ease. This is the first time I've seen Xiaoyan like this. It seems that Xiaoyan really has feelings for him. Chapter 44, Lu Bingyan's Confession. Lu Tian was anxious, your daughter is about to be trampled by a pig, and you still have the leisure to analyze this. Sun Dongxian, I was also trampled by you, the pig, back then, and I'm fine now, aren't I? Lui Tian was suddenly speechless. After Su Lu was led into the room by Lu Bingyan, he found that there were already several people standing inside. Two of them walked up with tape measures. Lu Bingyan said, "Before you put on makeup, let them measure your body size so that it will be easier for you to choose the right clothes." He nodded and cooperatively stood in place. After the measurement, he was pulled by a makeup artist in front of the makeup mirror, ready to apply makeup. After looking at his face for a while, the makeup artist exclaimed, "Mr. Su, your face shape is really superior. Any more makeup would be redundant. Let me do your hair." Hearing this, he was secretly delighted and looked at Lu Bingyan proudly. Seeing his smug look, Lu Bingyan felt a burst of laughter in her heart and gave him a disgusted look without hesitation. After the hair was done, the clerk also brought over a set of Zhongshan suits. He took the clothes and walked into the dressing room. After changing and coming out again, everyone present was shocked. Lu Bingyan was no exception, and an imperceptible look of obsession appeared in her eyes. After getting a haircut and changing into a slim-fitting Zhongshan suit, he was really handsome, and there was also an added air of elegance about him. On the other side, Sun Dongxian immediately looked like a crazy girl when she saw Su Lu after he changed. Wow, Su Lu is so handsome. Xiaoyan is really lucky to have found such a handsome boyfriend. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely compete with her. Honey, look, Xiaoyan's eyes are practically glowing. She's already been charmed by Su Lu. I'll accept this son-in-law just for his temperament and looks. Lui Tian couldn't help but laugh, and said sourly, "It's just a change of suit. He still has one nose and two eyes. What's so handsome about it? If you want a son-in-law, I think Shang Miao is more suitable. Shang Miao is so outstanding, he's miles ahead of that brat Su Luo." Sun Dongxian laughed and said, "Zhang Shang Miao is outstanding, but your daughter doesn't like him. She's looking at Su Luo right now, so it's useless for you to approve of him." Lui Tian, that's because Xiaoyan hasn't had contact with Xing Miao yet. If she does, I guarantee she'll be attracted to him. He graduated from Stanford Business School, and is not only a business prodigy, but also extremely sensitive to market trends. He's also quite proficient at appraising pianos, and has a high emotional quotient. Not only is he talented, but he's also good-looking, which is much better than that brat Su Luo. Okay, if Xiaoyan can have a good impression of Su Luo, then it's not that hard for her to have a good impression of him, right? Sun Dongxian shrugged, "If you're happy, that's fine." Su Luo walked up to Lu Bingyan. Seeing that Lu Bingyan was shocked by his good looks, he couldn't help but feel a little giddy. "I already said a long time ago that the reason I don't care about my appearance is because I'm afraid that if I impress you, you'll be so infatuated with me that you'll obsessively pursue me. Alas, I only had to make a slight effort and I've already reached the ceiling of good looks. I'm lonely as snow." Lu Bingyan gave him a white look, shameless. Then she reached out and gently straightened his clothes. "Yes, this is the way to be my boyfriend." Hearing this, he froze on the spot. "Are you declaring your love to me?" After saying this, he looked at Lu Bingyan with both expectation and nervousness in his eyes. Lu Bingyan looked at his expectant eyes and felt both shyness and joy in her heart. "What are you thinking? There were just too many suitors at the reception, so I wanted you to help me ward off some of the unwanted attention. That's why I want you to be my one-night-only boyfriend." Su Luo felt a little disappointed when he heard this, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and leaned over to Lu Bingyan's ear and asked softly, "Just one night? After the reception is over, can I continue to do the fun things that couples often do with each other?" Lu Bingyan's gaze suddenly turned cold, and her right hand quietly reached for Su Luo's waist. Su Luo saw this and quickly grabbed her hand, smiling. Just kidding, just kidding." Lui Tian saw this and immediately exploded. "What is this brat doing? Hurry up and take your pig's foot away." Sun Dongxian, on the other hand, was full of excitement. "Wow, holding hands, it looks so sweet, my son-in-law really knows how to do things." Lui Tian was suddenly speechless. "Sweet my head, your daughter has been gored by a pig, and you're still here snacking on candy. Does it seem like I'm the only one who cares about Yen?" Sun Dongxian said nonchalantly, "So what if they hold hands? In the future, when they get together, there will be even more outrageous things." Lui Tian, what getting together? I already said it, once Xing Miao returns, Su Luo won't stand a chance. Now that he's taking advantage of Xiaoyan is just suffering. Sun Dongxian looked at him teasingly, "Are you so sure that Zhang Xing Miao can win Xiaoyan's heart?" "I'm sure and certain."
Xingmiao is such an outstanding boy, and I, as a man, admire him, not to mention Xiaoyan.
If that brat Su Luo can attract Xiaoyan, then Xingmiao will have no problem, and it will be even easier.
Sun Dongxian shook her head slightly. You don't know Xiaoyan well enough. Zhang Xingmiao is very outstanding, but he is not the type that my daughter likes.
Louis Tian was very unconvinced. Let's make a bet then.
What's the bet? Let's bet on whether Bingyan will fall for Zhang Xingmiao, and whoever loses has to call the other dad.
Sun Dongxian couldn't help but laugh. How old are you to still be playing this game? You're scared? Just kidding, let's bet. Soon, Lu Bingyan came out of the dressing room, dressed. Su Luo was instantly transfixed. She was beautiful, just too beautiful. It was as if a fairy had descended from heaven. Seeing his enraptured gaze, Lu Bingyan's heart filled with joy in an instant. But she still said frostily, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" He laughed and said, "I've seen a lot of beautiful women, but this is the first time I've seen a fairy." Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan's joy grew even greater. Although the compliment was corny as hell, she just loved hearing it, and her mouth couldn't help but lift up slightly. Humph, smooth talker. Su Luo extended his arm. "This beautiful fairy, may I have the honor of inviting you to the reception together?"
With pleasure. Lu Bingyan naturally took his arm, and the two walked out of the Jinxiu family together. They got into the car and hurried to the reception.
On the other side, Louis Tian and Sun Dongxian arrived at the reception.
Louis Tian found Zhang Xingmiao at once.
"Hello, Uncle Lu."
Zhang Xingmiao greeted him politely.
"Xingmiao, to be honest, do you like Xiaoyan?" Louis Tian came straight to the point. Zhang Xingmiao was a little embarrassed by his directness, but he nodded. "Uncle Lu, I do like Xiaoyan." "Louis Tian, Xiaoyan will also be attending the party tonight.
You should show off your talents in front of her and try to win her over."
"I have confidence in you."
Zhang Shengmiao never expected Louis Tian to recognize him so much. He was approved by his future father-in-law, and he was suddenly full of confidence and full of energy. "Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely try my best to make Xiaoyan like me."
Chapter 45, Attending a Cocktail Party. Su Luo and Lu Bingyan arrived at the front desk, and Lu Bingyan said to the receptionist, "Issue him a black gold membership card." "Okay, miss." The receptionist nodded and began to enter Su Luo's personal information. Su Luo curiously asked, "What's the use of this black gold membership card?"
Lu Bingyan, the black gold membership card is a membership card launched by Jinxiu Shijia for high-quality customers. Not only can you enjoy a 30% discount at Jinxiu Shijia, but you can also enjoy the private customization of our Jinxiu Shijia senior designers. In the future, you can come to Jinxiu Shijia to buy clothes, or you can have someone custom make them for you.
Don't always wear those tacky clothes. Su Lu heard this and laughed. "So I just got such a good black gold card? It feels so good to be a kept man."
As soon as he finished speaking, he received a cold stare from Lu Bingyan. He couldn't help but sigh. She is indeed a beauty, even when rolling her eyes, she is so pleasing to the eye. Soon, the black gold card was ready, and he politely took it and put it in his pocket.
Seeing his unembarrassed posture, a look of appreciation appeared in Lu Bingyan's eyes.
Soon, the two arrived at the hotel where the reception was being held. Lu Bingyan comforted him, "Although most of the people attending this reception are at the top of the business world, you don't need to be nervous.
With me here, no one can bully you." "Su Lu, I'm not nervous."
Other people are nervous when facing bigwigs because a single thought from a bigwig can decide their lives or deaths. But he has the system backing him up, and in the future, he will definitely be above these so-called bigwigs. Although he is not arrogant enough to be looked down upon by everyone, he really has nothing to be nervous about when facing a group of future losers. Lu Bingyan looked at his incredibly relaxed and natural state, and her eyes could not help but reveal a look of surprise. This was the first time she had seen someone who could still be so relaxed at such an important reception. Even those second-generation rich kids, even if they had attended many times, were not as relaxed as Su Lu when facing those top bigwigs. At this moment, she once again thought highly of Su Lu. "You have a good attitude, and you really don't seem nervous." Su Lu laughed and said, "Of course, who am I, the boyfriend of the beautiful Lu Bingyan, why would I be nervous in such a small scene?" Lu Bingyan heard this, and although there was no change in her expression, her heart was already rippling with excitement.
"Behave yourself.
This reception is essentially a platform for exchange, so there will be a lot of people here looking for investment.
It will be up to you to find some good projects for the company. Also, there will be a small auction at the end of the reception.
The auction items will mostly be calligraphy and paintings, antiques, and rough stones.
If you're interested, you can participate. Su Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at this news. It seems that there are still interesting things about this reception. You go in first, I'm going to go to the bathroom. HM.
Lu Bingyan nodded, parted from him, and walked straight into the reception hall. In the reception hall, quite a few bigwigs had already arrived and were chatting in groups. At this time, several young masters gathered together.
Guys, breaking news, Lu Bingyan will come to tonight's reception. Really? That's great. Ever since I saw her stunning beauty last time, she has been haunting me. Unfortunately, she basically doesn't attend parties, and I've never had the chance to admire that beautiful face again. Her appearance is really extraordinary. I've seen her twice, and I've been deeply impressed every time. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world?
Lu Bingyan is still single, so tonight, let's brothers each show our skills and see who can pluck this holy snow lotus flower. This is going to be a bit difficult. I heard that Lu Bingyan is a virgin and doesn't like men at all, she even dislikes them. Since she was little, she never even gave boys a kind look, let alone get close to them. It feels even more difficult than climbing to the sky to win her over. That's right, once I greeted her, the look she gave me was so cold, without a trace of emotion, as if she was looking at a dead object. Now that I think about it, I feel a little shiver. She is definitely a frigid woman and definitely not interested in boys. Nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it. How will you know if you don't try? Just think, if you can win her over, you will not only get the beautiful woman, but also the entire Lu group. Just thinking about it makes people excited. You've got me excited. No matter what, I'm going to give it a try. Hey, here comes Lu Bingyan. Several playboys quickly looked towards the entrance of the hall. When they saw Lu Bingyan's face, they were all shocked. Wow, she's so beautiful, like a fairy come down to earth. I never thought there was such a beautiful woman in the world. My ex-girlfriends were weak in comparison. One of the rich second-generation sons, named Zhou Zihao, said, "Damn, I've always heard that Lu Bingyan is very beautiful, but I never imagined she was this beautiful. Guys, I'm going in first." Another one kindly reminded him, "Don't be rash. Lu Bingyan is very difficult to deal with, otherwise she wouldn't be called the Stone Woman." Zhou Zihao's face revealed a confident smile. "Who am I, Zhou Zihao? The Jinling Casanova, the best at dealing with difficult women." With that, he picked up 2 glasses of wine and walked quickly to Lu Bingyan's side, with a gentlemanly smile on his face. I have heard others say before that Miss Lu's beauty is only found in heaven, and I always thought it was an exaggeration. Today, after seeing her for myself, I can see that they were being conservative. I wonder if I am lucky enough to have a toast with Miss Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan looked at him expressionlessly, and her cold gaze instantly extinguished all the passion in his heart. The smile on his face also completely froze. "No, thank you." Lu Bingyan's tone was devoid of emotion, and then her gaze swept the hall, and after seeing Lui Tian and Sun Dongxian, she walked over slowly. When the other young masters saw Lu Bingyan leave, they immediately surrounded her. "Lao Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Zihao's body trembled twice, and he said with a shiver, "It's cold, so damn cold. This is the first time I've seen a woman with no warmth. I, Zhou Zihao, am a handsome guy after all. In the past, the women I met, even if they were difficult, they looked at me with admiration in their eyes. But the way she looked at me was like looking at a dead person, it was so damn scary." Seeing this, the other young masters couldn't help but laugh. "Lao Zhou, weren't you quite confident just now? Now why are you so timid? You can feel the weight of the word virgin now, can't you? This Lu Bingyan is not interested in men at all, so it's useless no matter how handsome you are. Zhou Zihao, I don't dare to think about Lu Bingyan anymore. If any of my buddies can handle her, I, Zhou Zihao, will bow to him and recognize him as my big brother." "Cut it out." The others immediately gave him a dirty look. "You're only saying that because you know that no one can handle Lu Bingyan." "Exactly, we guys are considered the leaders of the younger generation. If we can't handle her, how can anyone else?" Chapter 46, I'm Lu Bingyan's boyfriend. Xiao Yan is here. Lui Tian's face broke into a happy smile when he saw Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan nodded and then sat down next to Sun Dongxian. Sun Dongxian took her hand and looked around curiously. "Where is Su Luo? You said you were going to bring him to the party, didn't you?" As a sucker for handsome guys, Sun Dongxian was eager to take a close look at how handsome Su Luo was.
Lu Bingyan, he went to the bathroom. Louis Tian on the side immediately teased, he just got here and went to the bathroom.
Could it be that he's chicken? Is that all the courage this kid has? Lu Bingyan glared at him, you're thinking like a petty person. He was suddenly at a loss for words, feeling helpless. In the past, as her father, he could be said to have been Lu Bingyan's favorite man, but ever since this shithead Su Luo appeared, everything had begun to change, and even this little cotton-padded jacket had started to leak air. He quickly picked himself up from his loss, and pointed to Zhang Xingmiao next to him.
Xiaoyan, this is Xingmiao's brother, do you remember?
He lived next door to our house when we were kids.
After saying that, he nudged Zhang Shengmiao with his elbow.
Zhang Shengmiao understood what he meant and immediately got up, extending his right hand to Lu Bingyan.
Xiaoyan, it's been a long time.
Lu Bingyan's gaze hardened slightly, and with a cold stare she looked at his hand and then at him before not shaking his hand but saying indifferently, "It's been a long time, and please call me by my full name in the future."
Zhang Shengmiao's smile suddenly froze, and his hand was awkwardly in mid-air.
Seeing this, Louis Tian hurriedly said, "Xiaoyan is like this, slow to warm up, it will be fine after you get to know each other better." After saying this, he looked at Lu Bingyan helplessly. If it were in the past, he would have thought that there was nothing wrong with Lu Bingyan's attitude. After all, Lu Bingyan had never been nice to boys since she was little.
But now, Lu Bingyan was not like this with Su Lu.
After using the bathroom, Su Luo returned to the reception hall. His eyes scanned the hall, looking for the figure of Lu Bingyan. At that moment, Zhou Zihao, who was standing nearby, asked,
"Buddy, are you looking for someone?" "Well, do you know Lu Bingyan?" "Where is she?"
Su Luo asked directly. Lu Bingyan was born so beautiful that she would definitely attract the attention of others when she came in, and asking someone should be faster than looking for her yourself.
The other young masters around Zhou Zihao laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, another delusional one.
You're quite brave, buddy, daring to have thoughts about Lu Bingyan." Zhou Zihao immediately advised, "Brother, take my advice, don't even think about it. That Lu Bingyan is very pretty, like a fairy, and it's very hard stopping just to look at her.
But she doesn't like guys. The way she looks at them is terrifyingly cold.
I just mustered up the courage to talk to her, but her cold gaze instantly shattered all my courage and enthusiasm.
It's too scary, I can't do it, and you definitely can't do it either, so don't suffer that kind of pain." "Su Luo, she doesn't like guys?"
"No, I'm her boyfriend."
"You're her boyfriend?" "Ha ha ha."
The young masters were instantly amused.
"Buddy, you're quite humorous. This is funny, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Buddy, how do you manage to tell such nonsense seriously? You're awesome." Zhou Zihao also laughed, "Buddy, if you're her boyfriend, I'm your son." Su Lu waved his hand, "Don't say that, I don't want a son like you, because I really am her boyfriend." Zhou Zihao, okay, you are. You are. Lu Bingyan is over there, you can go over.
I want to see what difference her attitude towards you as her boyfriend will be." As he spoke, he pointed to where Lu Bingyan was sitting.
"Thanks." Su Lu said thanks and walked over towards Lu Bingyan. Zhou Zihao and the others looked at each other in disbelief. He's really going. This guy is quite something. Guys, it's time to start the game. How long do you think he can last under Lu Bingyan's icy gaze? 15 seconds, I guess. I don't think 10 seconds is enough. I'd say 8 seconds. Don't forget, Louis Tian is there too. That guy is notorious for protecting his daughter. This guy is just looking for trouble by hitting on Lu Bingyan in front of him. I'd say 5 seconds at most. Under their watchful gaze, Su Lu walked over to Lu Bingyan and gently patted her on the shoulder. They nearly popped out of their eyes when they saw this. Holy shit, this guy's got some nerve, I thought he was just going to hit on her, but he went straight for the jugular. Holy shit, I heard that Lu Bingyan is very repulsed by guys, she gets uncomfortable even when she's close to the opposite sex, and he went straight for the jugular, he's finished, absolutely finished. Ha, it seems like I came to the right party tonight, there's going to be some good drama. Under their watchful gaze, Lu Bingyan stood up and turned to face Su Luo. When they saw the expression on Lu Bingyan's face, they were completely dumbfounded. Where was the cold expression she had had when she faced them? Where was the cold gaze? Where had it all gone? Why did Lu Bingyan look at Su Luo with such a soft gaze?
It was completely different from the way she looked at them.
Lu Bingyan actually took Su Luo's arm.
Holy shit, I hope I'm not seeing things.
Lu Bingyan actually took that guy's arm.
Holy shit, this guy can't be Lu Bingyan's boyfriend, right?
What happened to the stone girl you promised me? Is love only for us stones? You're not a buddy, and you actually got her? What gives you the right?
I've broken through her defenses. Seeing how good Lu Bingyan was treating Su Luo, and how she had even taken Su Luo's arm, they were all heartbroken. Zhou Zihao's eyes were shocked and also filled with shock. He didn't expect that a woman he, a little Casanova, couldn't get, someone else had, and she was such a stunning beauty.
It was hard, so hard.
Meanwhile, in different corners of the hall, the guys who had been silently watching Lu Bingyan let out a wail of grief. For a stunning beauty like Lu Bingyan, who can make them feel an extreme longing in their hearts, they knew they didn't have the ability to get her, so they just wanted everyone else not to get her, so that they could feel better. Now seeing Lu Bingyan so intimately with a guy, it was even more difficult than killing them.
Louis Tian's face immediately fell when he saw Su Lu.
It was this brat who had let his precious little cotton-padded jacket leak air. Especially after seeing Lu Bingyan naturally put her arm around Su Luo's, he felt even more uncomfortable with Su Luo and his face became even more unpleasant.
Why did you take so long in the bathroom? Lu Bingyan's tone was tinged with a little bit of resentment. Just now, Louis Tian had deliberately or unintentionally set her up with Zhang Shengmiao, which annoyed her greatly.
And since she was doing Louis Tian a favor, she couldn't afford to show her displeasure, which annoyed her even more.
Su Luo laughed and said, "The bathroom was a little far away," he said, looking at Louis Tian and Sun Dongxian.
Who are these people?
Lu Bingyan immediately pointed at Louis Tian and said, "This is my father, Louis Tian, you can call him Uncle Lu." Su Luo looked at Louis Tian's dark face and wondered, secretly thinking, I haven't offended him before, right? However, he didn't really care.
He was not someone who consumed himself internally because of other people's emotions. Now that he had the system by his side, he would consume even less internally. He politely extended his right hand to Louis Tian.
"Hello, Uncle Lu, I'm Su Luo, Xiaoyan's friend."
Zhang Shengmiao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but tremble when he heard the word Xiaoyan come out of his mouth, and his gaze quickly fell on Lu Bingyan's face. When he saw that Lu Bingyan's face was normal and didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, Zhang Shengmiao's eyes dimmed a little instantly. Chapter 47, The mother-in-law likes her son-in-law more and more the more she sees him. Louis Tian had a dark face, and he did not extend his hand to shake Su Lu's hand, nor did he respond. He intended to let Su Lu cool down a bit, to give Su Lu a taste of his power, and to vent his grievances. Who let this kid let his little cotton-padded jacket leak air? But just then, a chilling gaze fell upon him. He looked in the direction of the gaze and saw that Lu Bingyan's gaze at him was flashing with a dangerous light. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Okay, the little cotton-padded jacket has completely leaked air. He quickly shook hands with Su Lu. "Hello." Su Lu smiled, nodded, withdrew his hand, and his gaze fell upon the woman next to Lu Bingyan. The woman looked somewhat similar to Lu Bingyan, equally beautiful and charming, exuding a lazy and luxurious aura that was very moving.
"Xiaoyan, this is your sister, she's so pretty."
Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Before Lu Bingyan could say anything, the woman burst into a happy laugh.
"Su Luo, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Xiaoyan's sister, I'm her mother. My name is Sun Dongxian, you can call me Auntie Sun."
Su Luo's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. "You're Xiaoyan's mother? No way, you don't look it at all."
He wasn't being complimentary. Sun Dongxuan's skin was in such good condition, it was fair and delicate with a healthy glow, and she looked to be in her 30s. If Sun Dongxian wasn't so mature, he would have guessed even lower.
Sun Dongxian smiled even more happily when she heard this.
Su Luo really knows how to speak, Auntie Sun loves it. Afterwards, she looked at Su Luo with an admiring gaze, and the more she looked, the more she liked him.
"This is the first time I've seen a handsome guy like you." Su Lu smiled and said, "Auntie Sun, you're too kind. In terms of appearance, I'm still inferior to you." Lu Bingyan pouted her lips, commercial mutual blowing.
However, seeing Su Lu chatting so happily with her mother, she was also very happy.
Sun Dongxian gave her a disgusted look. "Where is the mutual blowing? What I said to Su Lu was the truth." Lu Bingyan, "Okay, I believe you."
After saying that, she pulled Su Luo and sat her down next to her.
After Su Luo sat down, she looked at Zhang Shengmiao and asked curiously, "Who is this brother?" Louis Tian took over the conversation. This is Zhang Shengmiao, Xiaoyan's childhood sweetheart.
He started learning the piano when he was a child and has now reached the professional 9th level.
Moreover, he is a high-achieving graduate of Stanford Business School.
He is now returning to China and starting a business, and has already received 100 million yuan in investment in the first round of financing. After saying that, he looked at Su Lu with a slightly teasing expression in his eyes. That look seemed to say, "Feel inferior, mortal." The reason he deliberately introduced Zhang Xingmiao to Su Lu was because he knew very well that people from a bad background like Su Lu are prone to feelings of inferiority,
especially when faced with very outstanding rich people.
If Su Lu learns that Zhang Shengmiao, his rival in love, is outstanding and therefore feels inferior, and gives up on Lu Bingyan of his own accord, that would be perfect. Su Lu's eyes lit up at this, and he sincerely praised.
"Brother, you are amazing.
To be able to practice the piano to a professional level 9 is already a talent among millions, and you also got into Stanford Business School. You even started a business, and the first round of financing was as high as 100 million.
You are really something. I have to toast you."
After saying that, he lifted the glass in front of him. He really admired Zhang Xingmiao from the bottom of his heart.
Piano grade 9, Stanford Business School, and a financing of 100 million yuan. Each of these achievements alone would make someone a dragon among men.
This was the first time he had seen such an extraordinary talent.
Upon hearing this, Sun Dongxian looked at him with increasing admiration. Having lived for so many years, Sun Dongxian naturally could see the sinister intentions of Lu Tian.
But in the face of such a strong rival, Su Lu's eyes did not show the slightest trace of inferiority. They were still so relaxed and natural. This kind of powerful inner strength made her look up to him. Moreover, in the face of his rival, Su Lu still did not hold back his praise. She could also see that Su Lu was sincere.
This generosity of spirit made her admire him even more. She couldn't help but think to herself, this Su Luo is no ordinary person.
No wonder he can win Xiaoyan's heart. This strong heart, this generosity, even I am attracted to it.
It's mainly because he is handsome, really too handsome.
As a woman who is attracted to handsome men, she couldn't help but take a few more looks at Su Luo's handsome face. Lu Bingyan was originally very unhappy because of Lu Tian's sinister intentions, but when she saw Su Luo so calm and at ease, a smile could not help but appear at the corner of her mouth.
Zhang Xingmiao, on the other hand, was taken aback by Su Luo's sudden praise. He was hostile towards Su Luo as a rival in love, and looked at Su Luo with some displeasure, especially when he saw that Lu Bingyan was very close to Su Luo. His hostility increased even more. He had thought that Su Luo would look at him the same way, but he didn't expect Su Luo to be so open-minded, which made him seem petty in comparison. This made him feel a little ashamed of himself. He quickly picked up his glass and clinked it with Su Luo. "You're too kind, my friend."
The two men then drained their glasses in one go.
Lu Tian looked at Su Luo and was also slightly surprised.
Coming from an ordinary background himself, he understood very well that children from ordinary families were prone to inferiority complexes when faced with children from wealthy families.
He never expected Su Luo to be unaffected at all. However, he did not give up because of this.
After all, Su Luo was not the perfect son-in-law candidate in his heart.
Shang Nao's achievements today were all exchanged for his childhood.
When he was a child, he either practiced the piano or studied, and the intensity of it scared me when I watched it. I heard that Xiaosu, your hometown is close to the mountains, so you should have had a very happy childhood, right? After he finished speaking, he felt the displeased gaze of Lu Bingyan, but he pretended not to see it.
Su Luo laughed and said, "I did have a happy childhood." "You're right, Uncle Lu.
Our hometown is near the mountains, so when I was young, I often went into the mountains with my friends with slingshots to hunt for game, and then we roasted it together and ate it. We also played marbles, and I was very accurate. I was the marbles king among my friends. We also flew kites, went swimming in the river, caught fish, and fished for lobsters." He began to vividly tell the several people about the happy things in his childhood, his eyes full of reminiscences.
Everyone was infected by his narration.
This kind of play that is in close contact with nature sounds very healing, relaxing, and happy. Lu Bingyan's eyes revealed yearning. "You have to take me to play when you have time in the future."
Su Luo laughed, "Of course I can, but I'll take you to a more fun activity."
Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up at the sound.
"There's something more fun? What is it? It's not convenient to talk about here. Hurry up and tell me."
Su Lu leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Fried cow shit."
"Ha!"
She immediately gave a disgusted expression and punched Su Lu angrily.
Su Lu, it's really fun. She gave Su Lu a look, I don't believe you. As the two of them bantered with each other, Zhang Xingmiao's eyes couldn't help but grow a little dimmer.
He had known Lu Bingyan for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen Lu Bingyan so relaxed in front of another guy. Sun Dongxian, on the other hand, looked at Su Lu with a smile in her eyes. She had met many talented people from poor backgrounds, and most of them were ashamed to talk about their childhood stories because of their inferiority complex. Especially when they were in front of rich people, they were even more embarrassed to talk about it. But Su Lu was not at all ashamed to talk about interesting things from his childhood, and he did so in a very relaxed and natural way. Even she was taken aback and began to yearn for a life like that. At this moment, she saw Louis Tian open his mouth and try to continue talking, so she gave him a kick under the table and gave him a warning look at the same time.
Louis Tian immediately stopped.
Then she looked at Su Lu and smiled, saying, Su Lu, I heard from Xiaoyan that you made a lot of money by investing with her twice.
Thanks.
Su Lu smiled and said, Auntie Sun, you're welcome. Xiaoyan is my friend, so it's only right that I help her.
Sun Dongxian asked curiously, have you studied stocks and futures? How come you can predict so accurately every time? Su Lu pondered for a moment and said, I have taught myself a little. Sun Dongxian, then you are very good, you can predict so accurately even if you teach yourself. Louis Tian immediately teased, there is no such thing as self-taught, it's just good luck, it may not be the case next time. Su Lu smiled indifferently, maybe.
Just then, a young man walked up to Louis Tian and handed him a project proposal.
Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Wu Junqiu. I'm currently looking to do a shared bicycle project. Are you interested in investing?
Chapter 48, Investing in the Shared Bicycle Project, 25 times the rate of return.
Louis Tian took over the project proposal and handed it to Zhang Xingmiao. Xingmiao, see if it's suitable for investment.
Then, he took another copy and leafed through it.
While they were reading it, Wu Junqiu introduced it. Mr. Lu, the content of our project is to provide the public with convenient bicycle rental services.
It uses a time-sharing rental model and charges customers based on the length of time they use the bicycle. Our research shows that although the transportation networks in major cities are becoming increasingly mature through the construction of bus and subway lines, which greatly improve the convenience of people's travel, there is still a gap, that is, the 1 or 2 kilometers from the subway station or bus stop to people's homes. Shared bikes are born to fill this gap, and our slogan is to solve the last mile of travel.
Louis Tian nodded, not a bad idea, and the entry point is also good. Zhang Shengmiao pondered for a while and said, the idea is good, but there are still many problems.
First, the world economy is in a downward trend, and it is becoming more and more difficult for everyone to make money.
How can you be sure that they are willing to pay for this last mile? Second, I read in the proposal that these shared bicycles will be placed on the roadside. How can you ensure that some citizens will privatize them or even destroy them? Although the overall quality of the people is improving, you cannot deny that there is still a small group of people without a bottom line, and this small group of people will deal a fatal blow to the project. Third, many cities are now engaged in urban civilization construction, and the emergence of shared bicycles will, after all, have an impact on the street environment. Moreover, you cannot guarantee that everyone will park the bicycles properly, which will surely cause chaos and affect the cityscape. How can you ensure that major cities will allow you to put the bicycles on the streets? Louis Tian nodded slightly. Zhang Shengmia's 3 points have directly hit the pain points of shared bicycles. Wu Junqiu pondered for a moment before answering seriously. Although the economy is currently in decline, people's demand for a better quality of life has always been on the rise, so there is absolutely no need to worry about their willingness to pay. Secondly, we will install a built-in locator in each bicycle to accurately locate each one, so there is no need to worry about losing them at all. As for the last point, we will regulate the parking location of the bicycles and hire someone locally to manage them. There is absolutely no need to worry about affecting the cityscape. We will also solve the employment problem for some people as a result, and the local government will allow us to put them in place. Zhang Xingmiao, regulating the parking location of bicycles is contrary to your idea of getting through the last mile of travel.
I'm sorry, you can't convince me, and I still don't think highly of your project.
Louis Tian looked at Zhang Shengmiao with approval, because Zhang Shengmiao's views were roughly the same as his.
He then said to Wu Junqiu, young man, I'm sorry, your project doesn't meet my investment criteria.
Wu Junqiu's face showed a hint of disappointment. Mr. Lu, sorry to interrupt. He then turned and left. At this time, Su Luo, who was bored, began to evaluate the project. Project, shared bicycles. Profit cycle, 4 months. Rate of return, 2,500%. Note, investment amount recommended to be less than 20 million. A rate of return of 25 times? Su Luo's eyes lit up.
Based on the system's suggested investment amount of 20 million, that meant he would earn 500 million in 4 months.
Brother, wait a minute. He hurriedly stopped Wu Junshu. Wu Junshu turned around and looked at him with anticipation in his eyes. Sir, are you interested in the shared bicycle project? Su Lu smiled and said, I want to know more. Lu Yitian and Zhang Xingmiu looked at Su Lu with some surprise.
They had just pointed out the disadvantages of the shared bicycle project, but Su Lu was still interested in it.
Were they deaf just now?
Sun Dongxian, on the other hand, looked at Su Lu with interest.
Lu Bingyan came over and asked softly, Are you optimistic? Su Lu nodded slightly. Wu Junshu's face immediately lit up with joy.
Zhang Xingmiu had been right, there were indeed many disadvantages to a shared bicycle project, which was why many people were not optimistic about it. Su Lu was the first person to show interest. He saw the first glimmer of hope, and quickly walked over to Su Luo, excitedly extending his hands.
What's your name, sir? Su Luo.
Su Luo extended his right hand and shook it lightly.
Wu Junshu, hello, Mr. Su.
Just now, when General Manager Lu and the others were talking about the problems, we already had specific solutions in mind when planning the project, so you don't need to worry about that at all. I will now explain to you the key points that give me confidence in this project. The first is what I just told General Manager Lu and his colleagues. Bike sharing has solved the inconvenience of the last mile and effectively met the travel needs of ordinary people. The second is that although the urban transport system is becoming more and more mature, during rush hour, these modes of transport still cannot meet the needs of the public. This is especially true in big cities like Beijing and Shanghai, where the overcrowding on buses and subways is very serious. We have observed that in Beijing, during rush hour, passengers have to wait in line on the sidewalk for up to half an hour to enter the subway station. We have calculated that if the passenger's travel distance is 3 to 5 kilometers, as long as he chooses to use shared bicycles, he can save more than 5/6 of the time at only 1/3 the price of the subway. In this case, I feel that there is no reason for these passengers to refuse shared bicycles, and this is the greatest source of confidence for me. Third, Huaxia City has a high population density. Su Lu was in no hurry to interrupt him. After he finished speaking, Su Lu asked, How many shares do you plan to sell? He quickly said, I plan to raise 10 million with 15% of the shares. He directly told him the price he had in mind. It was hard to come across someone willing to talk about investment with him, and he didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Su Lu pondered for a moment and said, 15% is too little. In that case, I will invest 20 million and take 45% of the shares. The 45% he proposed was very subtle. It seemed like a lot, but it didn't have the same sense of danger as 49%. This. Wu Junshu looked troubled. Su Luo, if I'm not mistaken, no one wants to invest in you, and even if they do, they may not be able to give you 20 million. That's my condition, 20 million and 45% of the shares. If we agree, we'll cooperate directly. If you don't, I'm sorry. Wu Junshu gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I agree. There was no other way. No one else was optimistic about his project, so he had to make a big sacrifice. Su Luo's face broke into a delighted smile. Good, you will be working with President Lu on the next phase of our cooperation, and Hongxin Investment will be investing in your project. Wait a minute. Lu Yitian quickly interrupted. Su, you negotiated the investment yourself, why would you let Hongxin Investment pay for it? Lu Bingyan, because he owns 70% of Hongxin Investment. What? Lu Yitian's face was instantly filled with disbelief. Chapter 49, Unexpected Joy, the dance begins. Hongxin Investment, don't you have 100% control? How come he has 70% again? Lu Yitian's mind instantly couldn't wrap its head around it. When he had asked to hand Hongxin Investment over to Lu Bingyan to take care of, the shares had also been handed over to Lu Bingyan. Now how did 70% end up in Su Luo's hands? That was 70%, which was no different from giving away the entire company. Lu Bingyan said flatly, the contract I gave you today, which I just signed. On the way here, she had given Su Lu the revised share transfer agreement to sign. And the way she said it, it was as if she had given Su Lu 70% of the shares, rather than a bun. Lu Yitian was dumbfounded. Did she really not take this seriously? Why?
Louis Tian was at a loss for words.
After so many years of maneuvering in the business world, this was the first time he had seen someone give away their company. If someone else did this, he would laugh, but this person is his precious daughter, damn it. Lu Bingyan, the company now belongs to me, and it is my right to dispose of it as I please.
Louis Tian, but you can't just give the company away to outsiders.
He now regretted giving Hongxin investment to Lu Bingyan, but that was 70% of the shares, and he just gave it away. Just thinking about it makes him feel heartache, so much heartache.
Lu Bingyan, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. I have my reasons for giving Su Lu 70% of the shares.
He has an excellent investment eye, and under his leadership, Hongxin investment will definitely become bigger and stronger.
Even with just 30% of the shares, I will get much more than I have now.
Therefore, I feel that these 70% of the shares are worth giving.
He has excellent investment insight? Louis Tian almost couldn't stop laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Where did you see that he has excellent investment insight? Investment requires a wealth of experience. Your father and I have been in the business world for so many years, and I dare not say that I have good investment insight. He comes from an ordinary family and has never had the opportunity to invest, so where does he get his investment insight?
Don't tell me that you think he has excellent investment acumen just because he made a profit on the futures and stocks the last 2 times.
That was just luck. Look at what project he's interested in now, shared bicycles. Shang Niao already pointed out the disadvantages of this project just now.
It's simply impossible to get off the ground, let alone make a profit. And yet he still plans to invest in this project, and he's going in with 20 million.
And you still think he has acumen? And that he's excellent? Louis Tian's words were exceptionally blunt.
Sun Dongxian couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard them, and then turned her head to look at Su Lu. When she saw Su Lu's expression, she couldn't help but look surprised. Because Su Lu was completely unconcerned by Louis Tian's words, and it even seemed like she was enjoying the show. She couldn't help but praise in her heart, this little Su, in the face of her husband's such a blunt belittlement, can still be so calm, this heart is really strong enough, no wonder she can get a hold of Xiao Yan. She also increasingly appreciates Su Luo in her heart. Facing her biological father's doubts, Lu Bingyan's emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest, and she said with a firm gaze,
I believe him. You. Louis Tian was suddenly choked.
Then he angrily said, you are still too young, and you will suffer greatly in the future. He felt very helpless in his heart.
His daughter's temper was really stubborn.
Once she had made up her mind, nothing could persuade her otherwise.
Lu Bingyan, Hongxin investment is gone, which is exactly what you wanted, isn't it? What are you in such a hurry for? Louis Tian took a deep breath and said, okay, don't go back on your word then.
Then he looked at Su Lu and said, I'll see how long your luck lasts. Su Luo laughed and said, don't worry, Uncle Lu, my luck has always been very good. Just by attending a cocktail party, I've encountered such a good project as the shared bicycle.
Louis Tian shrugged and said, help the Lu Group? Your face is so thick, it's bulletproof, I thank you.
I'll be grateful if you don't drag my daughter down, and you still want to help the Lu Group. At that moment, Wu Junshu spoke up, Mr. Su, if you decide to invest, I can let you have another 2% of the shares.
You can get 47% of the shares by investing 20 million.
After hearing the conversation between Louis Tian and Lu Bingyan, he learned that Hongxin investment originally belonged to Louis Tian, and now Louis Tian did not think highly of his project and was not happy about Su Luo's 70% stake. He was worried that the deal would fall through. After all, Su Lu was the only one who was optimistic about the bike sharing project. He quickly offered to sell an additional 2% of the shares, hoping to settle the matter quickly before more complications arose.
Su Lu couldn't help but light up, thinking that this was a good deal. He quickly gave Lu Bingyan a wink. Lu Bingyan took out a business card and handed it to Wu Junshu.
Come to Hongxin Investment tomorrow morning, and we'll sign the relevant contract. Wu Junshu took the business card and said with joy, okay, I will definitely be there on time tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Su and Mr. Lu, for your trust. I promise you that I will manage this project well and never let you down. Then I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Su Luo smiled and waved at him.
Zhang Xingmia was filled with envy when he saw that Lu Bingyan had so much trust in Su Luo.
Especially when he learned that Lu Bingyan had given Su Luo 70% of the shares, he knew that he had lost, completely. Even if they were a real couple, they might not be able to do this, but Lu Bingyan was willing to do this for Su Luo. What could he compare with?
Seeing Zhang Shengmiao's dejection, Lui Tian shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't understand it.
He had always thought highly of Zhang Shengmiao, who was excellent in every way, so why didn't his daughter like him? Instead, she had fallen for that rascal Su Lu. Thinking about this, he glared at Su Lu angrily. After seeing Wu Junshu leave, Su Lu, out of curiosity, reassessed the shared bicycle project.
Investment project, shared bicycles. Profit cycle, 4 months. Rate of return, 39.10.
It really confirmed what he had been thinking. After his conversation with Wu Junshu, the shareholding ratio had changed, and so had the rate of return. A rate of return of 39.1 times, which meant that in just 4 months, they would have made a net profit of 7.82 billion yuan. A return of 800 million yuan in bonuses was definitely a very good investment. It was also thanks to the fact that these big shots like Lui Tian were too clever to see the drawbacks of this project at a glance and were not optimistic about it, that he had the opportunity to pick up the bargain. At that moment, the dance music started, and many people on the dance floor started dancing to the music.
Sun Dongxian stood up and said, "The dance party has started, let's go and have some fun." Lui Tian nudged Zhang Shengmiao with his elbow and gave a slight wink in Lu Bingyan's direction. Chapter 50, It's not good to kiss in front of other people, is it? Zhang Shengmiao understood what Lui Tian meant.
Looking at Lu Bingyan, he opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't speak, and a trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Judging from Lu Bingyan's attitude towards Su Lu just now, if he spoke now, he would be inviting humiliation.
Lui Tian shook his head secretly, and then said to Lu Bingyan, "Xiaoyan, why don't you and Xingmia go dance together? Dad wants to watch."
Lu Bingyan didn't even look at him, and directly grabbed Su Lu's wrist.
"Let's go, let's dance."
After saying that, she pulled Su Lu towards the dance floor.
Lui Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. "This little Yan, she really doesn't give me any face." Zhang Xingmiao looked at Su Lu's back, his eyes full of envy and loss.
Then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Uncle Lu, it seems that Xiaoyan is not interested in me."
Lui Tian let out a sigh in his heart.
He used to think that Lu Bingyan had a crush on Su Luo because she had had so few previous encounters with men. If he could just introduce Lu Bingyan to a quality guy and show her what a real good man was like, she would lose her fascination with Su Luo. But he never expected that even a young talent like Zhang Shengmiao, who was already a top talent in his eyes, with excellent abilities, character and appearance, Lu Bingyan still wasn't interested at all. And she hadn't lost her fascination with Su Luo. Instead, he had been defending Su Luo. He really couldn't figure out what was so attractive about that brat compared to Zhang Xingmiao. However, he still patted Zhang Shengmiao on the shoulder and consoled him, saying, "Xiaoyan is a slow burner, so keep up the good work, and you'll get your chance." Zhang Shengmiao nodded absent-mindedly. Sun Dongxian, who was standing nearby, got up and helped Lui Tian up. "Let's go dance. Stop meddling in the younger generation's affairs." After arriving at the dance floor, Su Luo imitated the actions of the people around him, and in the envious gazes of the crowd, he took Lu Bingyan's hand. At the moment he held her hand, his heart involuntarily fluttered. He had never imagined that Lu Bingyan's hands were so soft and delicate, and extremely delicate, completely different from the rough hands of a man. At this moment, he finally deeply understood why the ancients called a woman's hands soft and tender.
The ancients really knew how to have fun.
His thumb couldn't help but rub it lightly. The next moment, he felt a cold gaze fall upon him. Meeting Lu Bingyan's cold gaze, he lowered his head a little awkwardly. After he lowered his head, the corner of Lu Bingyan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile.
However, he, who had lowered his head, suffered from the visual impact of Lu Bingyan's snow-white skin.
He had to say that this set of slim-fitting clothes on Lu Bingyan outlined her body too perfectly. The strong impact made him start to fantasize involuntarily.
If grabbing here is not.
Feeling his gaze gradually becoming more and more hot, Lu Bingyan's heart was both ashamed and happy, and she quickly put on a colder face to hide her inner confusion, and then said coldly,
"Don't daydream, let's start dancing."
The cold tone instantly extinguished the fire in Su Luo's heart. After calming down a bit, he placed his other hand on Lu Bingyan's waist. At this moment, he could clearly feel the jealous stares coming from all around, and if those stares had lethal power, he would have already become a pile of scraps.
However, he didn't really care, and he followed the example of others, dancing with Lu Bingyan.
He danced carefully, afraid that he might accidentally step on Lu Bingyan. But unexpectedly, after a few steps, Lu Bingyan stepped on the back of his foot. He thought it was his own pace that was wrong, and continued to carefully imitate her. But after being stepped on a few times in a row, he began to realize that something was wrong, so he stopped and looked at Lu Bingyan.
Don't you know how to dance?
Lu Bingyan, yes. With a straight face. Su Luo looked at her clear eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't you say so earlier if you can't dance?
Lu Bingyan, you didn't ask.
Su Luo, that's true, but if you can't dance and I can't dance, what are we doing here?
Dancing, it's prom time. Who says you have to dance at prom time?
Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up at this. You're right, but mainly I'm afraid of other people asking me to dance, it's annoying.
Su Luo, let's go, we'll go to the balcony to get some fresh air.
With me as your boyfriend for a limited time, no one will bother you.
Lu Bingyan nodded, and the two of them left the dance floor and walked towards the balcony.
The two leaned against the balcony railing.
Su Luo curiously asked, You're a rich second generation, how come you don't know how to dance this dance?
As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Lu Bingyan was looking at him with a stupid look in her eyes. He looked confused in his eyes. What kind of look is that?
Lu Bingyan, because I didn't learn it.
Su Lu, who had come to his senses, was amused by his own question.
Hey, what an embarrassment.
Just then, he saw a well-dressed man, dressed in a smart-looking manner, striding with an elegant gait towards them.
He politely asked Lu Bingyan. Beautiful Miss Lu, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? No. Lu Bingyan answered very directly. Su Lu almost couldn't stop laughing. This girl is not willing to come at all. However, he couldn't help but admire Lu Bingyan's charm.
The two of them had just come from the dance floor for less than a minute, and someone was already hitting on her. But even though Lu Bingyan was so straightforward, the man didn't take his hint to leave and continued relentlessly.
Miss Lu, I just watched your performance on the dance floor.
Because this gentleman is clumsy, your dancing experience was very poor. If you are willing to dance with me, I promise to let you experience the fun of dancing. Seeing that the other person was not giving up, a look of annoyance flashed in Lu Bingyan's eyes, and she elbowed Su Lu's arm.
Su Lu understood what she meant.
He directly raised his big hand, wrapped his arm around Lu Bingyan's waist, and took her into his arms.
This embrace made Su Luo's heart flutter uncontrollably. It was so good. Especially feeling Yuko pressing against his chest, it was wonderful.
Lu Bingyan was shocked by this sudden embrace, and her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She originally wanted Su Luo, her boyfriend for a limited time, to chase away the man in front of her, but she never expected Su Luo to take advantage of her so easily.
Her little hand quietly touched the soft flesh of Su Luo's waist and pinched him rudely.
Su Luo suddenly gasped, quickly crossed his arms and grabbed her little hand. Then he forced a smile and said to the man in front of him, Brother, I'm sorry, she is my girlfriend and will only be my dance partner.
Miss Lu is your girlfriend?
The man's eyes were full of disbelief. Then he looked at Su Luo's large hand tightly wrapped around Lu Bingyan's waist, and his eyes instantly filled with jealousy. Su Luo was sure that if it weren't for the rule of law, this guy would definitely tear himself apart. The man said with some clenched teeth, Brother, you are so lucky.
Excuse me.
After saying that, he turned and left.
After the man left, Lu Bingyan pouted and punched Su Luo. You made him leave, why are you hugging me?
Su Lu, how else can I prove that you are my girlfriend and get him to leave?
Lu Bingyan, use your mouth.
Su Lu heard this and froze for a moment.
He looked at Lu Bingyan's plump red lips and couldn't help but swallow. Well, it's not good to kiss in front of other people, is it?
Chapter 51, I'll just hug you, I definitely don't mean to take advantage of you.
Lu Bingyan's face became visibly red, which was very attractive. Who told you to kiss me?
Su Luo, so I'm supposed to kiss him? That's a pretty big sacrifice.
Puff. Lu Bingyan was instantly amused and couldn't help but laugh.
The frost on her face instantly melted away, and she looked exceptionally bright and charming.
Kiss your big head. Su Lu couldn't help but look at her twice, and laughed, just kidding.
You saw it too, you rejected him so seriously and directly, but he still wouldn't let go. This shameless guy, even if I had the gift of the gab, there's no way I could talk him away, so I'll just have to use my status as a time-limited boyfriend.
Also, you have a really pretty smile. Can you smile more in front of me in the future? Lu Bingyan was overjoyed at these words.
However, her face quickly turned cold, and she coldly glared at him.
Laugh your head off, can you let go of my hand? Oh.
He let go of Lu Bingyan's hand.
And this one too.
Lu Bingyan pointed at the big hand around her waist.
Su Luo tactically coughed twice and said,
You see, just now we left the dance floor for a moment, and someone came up to us. If I don't put my arm around you and pretend to be your boyfriend, there will definitely be more and more guys coming up to ask you to dance later, and it will be very annoying. After all, you are so beautiful, who wouldn't want to take advantage of you? Of course, I don't mean to take advantage of you, I'm doing this to help you. It's not easy to get the chance to hold this peerless beauty in your arms, and he can't bear to let go. Lu Bingyan looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure you're not trying to take advantage of me? Su Luo, how could I? I'm not that kind of person. Lu Bingyan nodded, you're right. If other guys kept asking me to dance, I would be annoyed. Then I'll trouble you. Su Luo shamelessly said, we're friends, it's okay if I'm tired. After saying that, an uncontrollable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, beautiful women are quite gullible. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on Lu Bingyan's hand, secretly feeling pleased. What he didn't see was that Lu Bingyan turned her head and her mouth curled up slightly. After a while, Lu Bingyan said, don't take what my father said about you to heart. He just doesn't understand you, but once he does, he'll definitely change his opinion of you. Su Lu shook his bangs and said, I know. He's just jealous that I'm better looking than him, so he won't get into it with him. As soon as he finished speaking, without any surprise, he received a cold stare from Lu Bingyan, shameless. On the dance floor, Lui Tian and Sun Dongxian were leisurely dancing. Lui Tian wondered, you said that Shang Miao is a good-looking boy, smart, and has elegant interests, so why doesn't Xiaoyan like him? Sun Dongxian laughed, because that's the standard for a good-looking boy in the eyes of the world, not the standard for Xiaoyan to like a boy. Lui Tian asked doubtfully, what are Xiaoyan's standards for liking a guy? Over the years, Lu Bingyan has never given any member of the opposite sex the time of day, and the only one she has ever had a crush on is Su Lu. He really can't figure out Lu Bingyan's taste from Su Lu. Could it be that his daughter has pica? Does she like to eat garbage? Sun Dongxian, Xiaoyan's standard is very simple, just 4 words, if I'm willing. Lui Tian frowned and said, somewhat speechless, what kind of standard is that? Sun Dongxian, that really is a standard. As long as I don't like someone, I won't marry them even if they're a scoundrel. As long as I'm happy, I'll marry them even if they're a king or a general. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It seems like I put it the wrong way around, but that's what I meant. Lui Tian nodded in agreement. You're right, Xiaoyan has been free and pure since she was little, and she has always directly expressed her dislike for people and things. She doesn't want to pretend at all, but I just don't understand how this guy Su Lu has captured Xiaoyan's heart. Sun Dongxian gave him a cold stare. You're looking at him with colored eyes, that's why you think he's nothing. From what I observed just now, the strength of his heart and his courage are much stronger than when you were young. Do you remember the first time you came to my house? My father just wouldn't talk to you, and you were so nervous that your legs were about to give way, but just now you were so difficult with Su Lu, and he was still so relaxed and natural. Lui Tian recalled Su Lu's performance just now, and had to admit that Su Lu was really good. However, because of Lu Bingyan's presence, his resentment towards Su Lu had not subsided, and he was 100 times reluctant to admit it. He said unconvinced, that's because he's shameless. I was trying to marry you at the time, so of course I was nervous. Sun Dongxian said, go ahead and be stubborn. Anyway, I quite like him. If he can become our son-in-law, I'll approve. And don't forget our previous bet. If Xiaoyan doesn't like Xingmiao, you have to call me father. How about it? Do you regret proposing this bet? After saying that, she looked at Lui Tian with teasing eyes. But she didn't expect that Lui Tian's eyes did not have the embarrassment she imagined, but instead had a little more excitement. Don't worry, I will call you Dad properly when I go back tonight. Looking at the excited light in Lui Tian's eyes, she froze. It's over, I've fallen for it, this guy likes to play this. Why can't I see Su Luo and Xiaoyan? Didn't they come to dance too? Where did they go? Lui Tian looked at the dance floor and noticed that Su Luo and Lu Bingyan were nowhere to be seen. Sun Dongxian looked around and saw the two of them on the balcony, smiling. They're on the balcony, these two are quite affectionate. Lui Tian followed her gaze and immediately exploded. Holy shit, that brat has already gotten physical? Immediately, he let go of Sun Dongxian and walked towards Su Luo and Lu Bingyan. Sun Dongxian grabbed him by the arm. The two kids are having a chat, what are you meddling with them for? Lui Tian, now that it's getting serious, if I don't go, I'll be getting a grandchild in no time. With that, he stormed off towards Su Luo and Lu Bingyan. Sun Dongxian shook her head helplessly and followed him. Su Luo, who was originally enjoying the wonderful feeling of embracing a beautiful woman, suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. He looked back suspiciously and saw Lu Tian's gaze, which wanted to devour him. He was shocked and quickly took his hand off Lu Bingyan's slender waist. Soon, Lu Tian rushed in front of them. Angrily, he questioned him. "What are you doing, brat?" His mind began to race, trying to think of an excuse to get through this difficult situation. At that moment, Lu Bingyan said, "Can't you see? He was just hugging me." He immediately widened his eyes and looked at Lu Bingyan in disbelief. "Sis, there's no need to be so honest right now, okay? Someone could die." Chapter 52, Is hugging considered taking advantage of someone? Sure enough, Lu Tian's anger in his eyes flared up even more. "You little brat, in broad daylight, how dare you do such a shameless thing?" Before Su Lu could argue back, Lu Bingyan looked at Lu Tian and said, "Why is it a shameless thing for him to hug me? Are you scolding me?" Lu Tian was dumbfounded on the spot. "No, this whole person is like a computer virus, opening random pop-up windows." Su Luo looked on with a smile. After a while, Lu Tian regained his composure. "How could Dad scold you? I was just afraid that he would take advantage of you," Lu Bingyan said after looking at Su Luo. "He didn't take advantage of me, he was helping me. Just now, I was afraid that other boys would keep asking me to dance, so I asked him to pretend to be my boyfriend." Lu Tian said anxiously, "Pretending to be your boyfriend doesn't mean you have to keep holding me, isn't that taking advantage of you?" Lu Bingyan's brows furrowed slightly. "Holding you is taking advantage of you?" Lu Tian, of course. Lu Bingyan's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. "Oh, so it seems that when you dance with other women and hold their waists, you're just going for the advantage." As she spoke, she looked at Sun Dongxian behind Lu Tian. "Mom, you knew about this?" Sun Dongxian looked at Lu Tian with a smile that was half smirk. "I just found out too, but when I think about it, your father did dance with a few pretty women, and he must have had a good time taking advantage of the situation." Danger flashed in her eyes. Lu Tian suddenly drew in a breath. "Wanima, this little cotton-padded jacket doesn't just let the wind in, it's also full of fucking knives." He quickly grabbed Sun Dongxuan's hand and smiled. "Honey, it's not true. I'm a bright guy, how could I have such a dirty thought?" "Sun Dongxian, didn't you just say that Su Lu was taking advantage of Xiaoyan by holding her hand? Why is it okay for you?" "Lu Tian, I was a little worried when I saw a guy getting close to Xiaoyan, but there was nothing going on in terms of that action." Su Lu saw it in his eyes and couldn't stop smiling. At the same time, he couldn't help but praise Lu Bingyan in his heart. This big school beauty usually doesn't show off her talents, but she can easily manipulate Lu Tian. After comforting Sun Dongxian, Lu Tian glared at Su Lu impatiently. He was so angry that his daughter was standing behind this guy. Just then, a man in his 30s came over with a stack of project proposal plans and handed one of them to Lu Tian. "President Lu, are you interested in learning about our latest research and development project, graphene batteries?" Lu Tian did not refuse, reached out and took it. He was still quite interested in the graphene battery project. While he was reading it, the man said, "President Lu, you should be familiar with the current automotive industry. New energy vehicles are rapidly rising and have already begun to overwhelm gasoline vehicles. The biggest problem with new energy vehicles is the battery. Range anxiety, slow charging, and safety have become the primary concerns of many consumers when purchasing an electric vehicle, and they are also the biggest headaches for major new energy vehicle companies. If a graphene battery can be developed, it will perfectly solve these problems. A graphene battery has a large capacity. For the same size battery, a graphene battery can travel about 2,000 kilometers and can be fully charged in 5 minutes. In addition, it is more stable and safer, as well as environmentally friendly. It is a perfect battery. It can be predicted that if any company can produce graphene batteries, they will be snapped up by major car companies. The biggest technical challenge with graphene batteries is that single-layer graphene is difficult to produce, and mass production is even more difficult. But for our team, this will no longer be a problem in the near future. Because 3 years ago, we invited Andrew, the father of graphene, to join our team and work together to solve the problem of mass production of single-layer graphene. We have recently made a major breakthrough, and our patent is on the project plan. President Lu, you can have a look. The emergence of graphene batteries will surely usher in a new era, and not only new energy vehicles, but also many other fields such as aviation and metallurgy will also usher in changes. I don't know if President Lu is willing to join us and usher in a great era. Louis Tian looked at the project proposal in his hands and listened to the man's narration, his heart filled with excitement. Especially after seeing the patent attached to the project proposal, he was even more excited. The patent clearly stated that the team had mastered the method of producing single-layer graphene, and the purity of single-layer graphene could be as high as 99%.
How do you plan to finance it?
Man, although our team has developed a method for producing single-layer graphene, it is still in the experimental stage. Next, we will start building a factory to move this technology from the experimental stage to the production stage. This stage will undoubtedly require a lot of money, which is why we have started fundraising. We plan to sell 10% of the shares and raise 40 million.
Louis Tian frowned slightly. 40 million for 10%? Man, President Liu, graphene batteries are a groundbreaking product. Once mass production is achieved, the company's market value will be immeasurable. If it weren't for the lack of money, we wouldn't have to trade 10% of our shares for 40 million. Louis Tian pondered for a moment before turning to Su Luo. Su Luo, what do you think?
Su Luo heard this and began to evaluate using the system.
The result came out quickly.
Upon seeing the result, his eyebrows involuntarily twitched slightly, and there was a little more surprise in his eyes.
Investment project, graphene battery. Profit cycle, 2 months. Rate of return, 100%. Rate of return 100%? How much you invest, how much you lose. Losing 40 million in 2 months can only mean one thing: fraud.
Goodness, that guy was there for ages, and he almost took him seriously.
I never thought he was actually here to scam money.
He then said to Louis Tian, I don't think highly of this project.
If I were you, I wouldn't invest.
The man's eyes revealed a hint of annoyance when he heard this.
That's because you don't have any vision.
The future of graphene batteries is bright, and we have already developed the technology to produce single-layer graphene. The patents are all here, and it's only a matter of time before mass production is achieved. Investing in us is a surefire way to make a profit.
Okay, if you don't want to invest, I'll leave. There are plenty of people who want to invest.
After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Louis Tian's heart tightened, and he quickly reached out and stopped him.
My friend, don't worry. He's just a young man with little experience and no investment vision. Don't take his words to heart.
In that case, let's add a contact first and continue the conversation in private. Immediately, the two men added each other's contact information. Su Luo saw this and shook his head slightly. He had already warned once, and since Louis Tian didn't believe him, he wouldn't embarrass himself anymore.
Chapter 53, a new investment project with a terrifying 1000% return rate.
After the man and Louis Tian exchanged contact information, he turned and left, his mouth full of a smug smile. Louis Tian looked at Su Luo. Kid, see this is a good investment project, graphene batteries, a product that spans the ages.
Look at that bike sharing app you invested in, what a piece of shit, it's lame. Then, looking at Lu Bingyan with some complacency, he said, Xiaoyan, see, this is the difference between this kid and your father. In the future, don't blindly believe in his investment insights, and listen more to the experience of those who have come before. During this period of time, because of the two futures and stock matters, his position in Lu Bingyan's heart was seriously threatened by Su Luo. Now that he was able to suppress Su Luo in front of Lu Bingyan, he was secretly happy. After a moment's thought, Lu Bingyan said, Dad, since Su Luo says this project won't work, I advise you to think about it carefully. These words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring down on the smug Louis Tian, cooling him to the bone. In his daughter's eyes, he, an old hand in the investment world, had an investment vision inferior to Su Luo's, and had to take advice from Su Luo, a bratty little kid with no experience, on investment projects. This really hurts my pride.
Yan, what you said really hurt my feelings.
After all these years of investing, I have less insight than this brat? He can see the value in that stupid bike sharing project, so what insight does he have? It's no different than being blind. It was you who insisted on it, otherwise I would never have let you invest in that stupid project. Lu Bingyan, Su Lu doesn't think it's a good idea, and naturally, he has his reasons. Besides, investment acumen has little to do with age.
You ran Hongxin Investment for so many years, racking up debts and almost going bankrupt, while Su Lu brought Hongxin Investment back from the dead in just a month.
The difference is clear. I don't believe he trusts you. Louis Tian was suddenly at a loss for words. He believed that his business acumen completely surpassed Su Lu's. Who was he? The legendary figure who had created the huge business empire of the Lu Group, How could his acumen be inferior to Su Lu's?
But on the other hand, what Lu Bingyan had said was also true. Hongxin investment had indeed not been managed well under him, and it was Su Lu who had saved it.
Wow, that was infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that his precious daughter now trusted Su Lu more than she trusted him. Damn it. He looked at Su Luo and said, "Tell me, kid, what's wrong with the graphene battery project?" Su Luo said, "It's a scam." Louis Tian was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. That's just slander. I thought you could come up with a more convincing argument. Do you know what the project proposal says? It just calls it a scam.
First, they invited Mr. Andrew, the father of graphene, to join their team, and there is a contract signed by Mr. Andrew in the proposal. Second, they have applied for a patent for the production technology of single-layer graphene. According to this technology, they can quickly produce single-layer graphene in the laboratory with extremely high purity. The project proposal also contains various experimental data, which is very complete. It can be said that their team has thoroughly researched the production of single-layer graphene.
Under these circumstances, you still slander them as fraud. I'm drunk too. Su Lu laughed and said, "Uncle Lu, this is purely my personal opinion, you can choose not to believe it." Since Louis Tian clearly didn't believe him, he didn't bother arguing with him, since it wasn't him who would suffer. What's more, his judgment was based on a systematic evaluation, and he really couldn't provide any strong evidence. Lu Bingyan said, "Dad, you'd better be careful." Louis Tian said with some helplessness, "Time will tell." Su Lu nodded and said, "I agree with that." Su Lu? Just then, a voice came from the side. Su Lu turned his head and looked over, and he saw a timid figure, which was none other than his classmate Lin Shi. His face immediately revealed a look of joy. "Lin Shi? Why are you here too? Are you a rich kid?" He still had a good impression of Lin Shi, especially last time when he was short of money and Lin Shi took the initiative to lend him 20,000, for which he had always been grateful. "It really is you." Lin Shi, who was originally extremely reserved, let out a sigh of relief after confirming that it was him, and quickly walked up. He slightly bowed to Lu Bingyan. "Hello, Lu." "Well." Seeing Su Luo's attitude towards Lin Shi, Lu Bingyan's expression also softened a lot. Lin Shi stood next to Su Luo and said, "I'm not some rich second generation, you know that I like to play games. In college, I met 3 game enthusiasts online. After graduation, we set up a game company together. I came here today planning to find investment, but you know my personality, He finished, and then apologetically scratched his head. Su Lu saw this and couldn't help laughing to himself. Lin Shi is a typical nerd, socially anxious, timid, and with basically zero social skills, so it's really hard for him to come and get investment. "What kind of game are you guys making? Tell me about it, and I can invest if I'm interested." "Really?" Lin Shi's eyes immediately lit up. He would be stressed chatting with other people, but not with Su Lu. Immediately, he handed over the first project proposal of the night. While Su Luo was looking through it, he introduced it. "The game company we founded is called Mihai. Our original intention was to create a game for geeks, so our slogan is Geeks Can Save the World Too." He said, smiling awkwardly. This slogan is indeed a bit social deaf. Su Luo comforted him, "Very good, continue." Lin Shi calmed down a little and continued, "The first game we plan to develop is Onmyoji, a 3D semi-real-time turn-based RPG mobile game for second-dimensional players. So our inspiration comes from Japanese culture, the theme of monsters, and the background of the story is the coexistence of humans and ghosts. Our envisaged profit model is card drawing, which we divide into 4 types, N, R, SR, and SSR. The strength increases, the probability of drawing the card decreases, and skins will also be set up. Suluo, we were all very excited when we conceived this game. I firmly believe that once it is released, it will be loved by players of the second dimension." Suluo listened while the system began evaluating the game. Unexpectedly, 2 results came out. Investment project, Miyagi Company. Profit cycle, 5 months. Rate of return, 3,000%. The other result. Investment project, Miyagi Company. Profit cycle, 13 months. Rate of return, 100,000%. Su Luo was stunned when he saw this. 30 times the return in 5 months? 1,000 times the return in 13 months? My goodness, this is just too exaggerated.
He never imagined that the potential of Mihai company was so terrifying.
Chapter 54, Betting on Lu Tian. At this time, Lu Tian spoke. Young man, let me give you a word of warning. In the current domestic gaming environment, Penguin is dominant, and you entering the market now is like hitting a rock with an egg.
Over the years, there have been excellent game companies in China, and there have been an endless stream of high-quality games.
Unfortunately, they have all encountered the big bully Penguin.
Relying on the huge user base covered by the two chat software Qzone and VX, once a high-quality game appears on the market, they just copy it, and then rely on their huge user base to kill the original. Now the domestic game soil has been messed up by Penguin, making it unsuitable for game originality.
Moreover, from what I heard from your introduction just now, there is nothing new about your game on Myoji.
First of all, the turn-based system is something that has been played out for 10 years already.
There is nothing new about the card drawing and skins.
No other high-quality game can compete with Penguin, and your game has no chance at all.
Give up. There are only penguins out there. Lin Shi looked at Lu Tian with some restraint. Thank you for your kindness. You are absolutely right.
We have been in the game industry for so many years that the Penguin's bad reputation has long been known. But we love games too much and still hope to make a game that we are satisfied with, even if it doesn't become a worldly success in the end, we won't have any regrets. Looking at his eyes, which expressed a pure love for games, Lu Tian showed admiration.
Good boy, with your enthusiasm, you can make a name for yourself even if you don't make games in the future. Lin Shi, you're too kind. After reading the evaluation results in his mind, Su Luo asked Lin Shi, how much financing do you plan to raise?
Lin Shi immediately said, we plan to sell 10% of the shares and raise 5 million, or 4 million, of course.
Su Luo couldn't help but smile slightly.
He was a technical geek with basically zero social skills, and this was just too honest.
After deliberating for a while, he said, in that case, I'll invest 10 million and take a 20% stake. What do you think?
Since the other party was Lin Shi, he didn't intend to be petty about it and took a direct proportional stake. Lin Shi's eyes revealed disbelief when he heard this.
You're willing to invest in us?
Su Lu nodded with a smile, of course, but I want a 20% stake.
Are you willing to accept that?
Lin Shi was thrilled, of course I am willing, Su Luo, thank you so much, if it weren't for you, I might not be able to attract investment today. Today, when he came to this scene and faced these business tycoons, he felt like dying inside, and every second he was tempted to give up. He had almost given up, but he never expected Su Luo to be willing to invest in them. Su Luo, then it's settled, 10 million, 20% of the shares, you can discuss the details of the cooperation with Lu Bingyan.
Lin Shi, okay. Lu Tian stared at Su Lu with eyes that looked at a fool. He never expected Su Lu to invest in Mihai.
And he even took the initiative to increase the investment amount.
Is he sick in the head? He looked at Su Lu and said, kid, are you investing in his game out of friendship or because you really think highly of his game?
Su Lu didn't think twice, of course I think highly of his game.
Lu Tian, didn't you hear what I just said? I don't know how bad the current domestic game environment is.
Su Luo, of course I know, but I still think that Mihai can succeed in breaking out.
This. Lu Tian was completely impressed. Where did this kid get the confidence to think that Mihai could break out of the blockade of the giant penguin?
Moreover, he discovered that Su Luo always had a positive view of these projects with fatal flaws, as was the case with shared bicycles and Mihai.
He looked at Lu Bingyan and said, Xiaoyan, are you going to do anything about him? Just let him do whatever he wants?
After all, you still hold 30% of the shares in Hongxin Investment.
Lu Bingyan glanced at Su Luo and said, I trust him. Lu Tian was completely speechless. I really admire you too, you are really. He wanted to say a perfect match, but when he thought of Lu Bingyan as his precious daughter, he withdrew it and just wanted to say pay to Su Lu. I'm too lazy to persuade you, time will tell. Su Lu laughed and said, I feel the same way.
Lin Shi looked at Su Lu and said gratefully,
Su Lu, thank you for believing in me. Our team will definitely make a high-quality game that lives up to your expectations. And that, I also completed my task today.
I'm really not used to this kind of occasion, so I'll go back first.
Su Lu couldn't help but laugh. Okay, goodbye. Not long after Lin Shi left, a few waiters pushed a pile of stone materials and walked in.
A middle-aged man took the microphone and said,
Everyone, the stone gambling has begun.
We have selected the best stones for you and brought in the best stone cutting masters.
I hope you all have a good time. When they saw this, everyone present rushed over.
They were all very interested in stone gambling. The sense of accomplishment from cutting a green stone could not be replaced by anything else. And it was at this moment that the boys on the scene were all very eager for green.
Louis Tian looked at Su Luo. Xiaoyan always says that you have a good eye, dare you bet with me?
The result of a stone bet is not like other investments that take a long time, it is very immediate. After selecting the stone, it is handed over to the master, and after cutting it, it is clear whether there is any green.
This is his best chance to regain his dignity in front of Lu Bingyan.
Moreover, after being in the business world for so many years, he has more or less mastered some methods of checking the stone, and bullying Su Luo was not a problem at all.
Su Luo nodded, okay. Louis Tian couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this.
He thought to himself, I'll start with the stone gambling, and little by little, I'll destroy Xiaoyan's trust in this brat. In this world, the only person Xiaoyan can trust is me. The two then walked over to the edge of the pile of stones.
Su Lu, Uncle Lu, how do you want to play? Louis Tian, 3 wins in 5 games. Of course, the losing party gives the other party 10 million, how's that? Su Lu laughed and said, no problem, let's get started. After that, he looked curiously at the stones in front of him, not in a hurry to choose, thinking that after Louis Tian had finished choosing, he would evaluate and then choose one that was slightly more valuable than Louis Tian's. Soon, Louis Tian had made his choice.
He began to evaluate it using the system.
Investment project, green pear stone. Investment amount, 100,000 yuan. Rate of return, 30%.
Facing different investment projects, the system panel also changed. The stones here are all priced at 100,000 yuan each, and there is no discount. This is also good news for Su Luo, as it makes the calculations simple. He then began to evaluate the stones in front of him. In the end, he selected a purple clay skin stone.
Investment project, purple clay skin stone. Investment amount, 100,000 yuan. Return rate, 45. Chapter 55, a stone with a terrifying 420% return. Louis Tian handed the stone to the master who had cut the skin. Master, please help me. Okay. The master took the stone and began working on the tool that would cut the skin.
In no time, a touch of green appeared.
Louis Tian's eyes were filled with joy at the sight.
Although he didn't mind the small amount of money, he was still very happy to have selected the stone with green through his own eyes. In no time, the master completely cut out the green and handed it to Louis Tian.
Not bad, high-grade ice jadeite, but the amount is really small, so it's only worth about 130,000 yuan. The person next to Louis Tian said. Not bad, Lu, you got green as soon as you made your first move, and today is full of green. It's too small to be valuable. This is already very good, after all, the stones here are only for our entertainment. Louis Tian smiled and took the jadeite in the master's hand and said to Su Luo, you hurry up and choose, don't dwell on it, anyway, you'll lose no matter what you choose.
Su Luo smiled slightly and picked up the purple clay stone and handed it to the master.
Master, please. Okay, please wait a moment.
The master put the stone in place and cut it in half with one stroke. Unexpectedly, it was smooth and bare, without a trace of green.
Louis Tian laughed when he saw this. Kid, it seems your good luck has run out. This stone you chose is just scrap. Then he looked at Lu Bingyan and said. Xiaoyan, you see, this kid Su Lu doesn't have any discerning eye. After choosing for so long, he still chose a piece of scrap. You mustn't trust him so much in the future. Lu Bingyan gave him a faint look and didn't say anything. He was instantly depressed. The stone-cutting master turned to Su Luo and said. Boss, it seems that the stone you chose is not very good.
Su Luo said, Master, please help me continue to cut the other parts and take a look.
Upon hearing this, the master couldn't help but shrug.
The easiest place to get green is the middle part, but now there is no green even when cut in half, so how could there still be green? But he also knew that there were many wealthy people here, so he had no choice but to do it.
Louis Tian laughed and said, still not giving up? If you can't get it out of the middle, it's basically gone. Su Lu laughed and said, you also said basically, what if I'm lucky? Louis Tian said, young people are confident.
Just then, the voice of the stone-cutting master came as a surprise.
After a while, the master turned around with an emerald in his hand and said to Su Lu. Congratulations, boss, there really is jade in the scrap material. Like the jade from the previous owner, it's high-grade ice jade, but a bit bigger.
My estimate is that it can sell for around 145,000 yuan. Su Luo took the jade and said to Louis Tian with a smile, Uncle Lu, it seems that my good luck is still here. Louis Tian, who had opened the champagne halfway through the game, froze in his smile. You really got lucky with this one, but you may not be so lucky next time. He had originally thought that he was going to win this round, but he didn't expect to lose in the end. Needless to say, he was very depressed. At this time, his gaze swept over Lu Bingyan's face and he noticed that a faint smile was hanging at the corner of her lips. Just now, when I opened the jadeite, you didn't have any expression at all, but after Su Lu opened it, you laughed quite happily. Who is your father, after all? Starting with the second round, Louis Tian became more serious in his selection. Soon, his eyes lit up and he picked up a piece of stone. Wow, look at my luck, I found a piece of shit egg. The fine-skinned material has small crystals, a tight structure, a delicate texture, high hardness, good transparency, and a reddish-black luster. The person next to him said enviously. Lao Lu, you have good eyesight, you've even found a piece of shit egg. This stone material will definitely produce a green gem. Lao Lu, you're in luck today, 2 consecutive greens, I haven't been able to get a green one yet. Louis Tian laughed happily, there's no way, I'm just so green tonight. Then he looked at Su Luo and said, just pick one, you'll lose no matter what you choose. Looking at his confident appearance, Su Luo curiously evaluated it using the system.
Investment project, shit egg stone. Investment amount, 100,000 yuan. Rate of return, 253%. Su Lu's eyebrows involuntarily twitched slightly. A rate of return of more than double is not easy to find. He then began to evaluate the stones in front of him one by one. Louis Tian handed the shit egg in his hand to the stone-cutting master, and soon, the jadeite was cut out. The master smiled and said, it's okay, boss. The jadeite is of good quality and not a small amount. I estimate it to be worth about 350,000 yuan. Thank you, boss. Louis Tian's face was filled with a happy smile as he looked at Su Luo and said, Su Luo, give up. Ah, you won't be able to find one with a higher value than mine. Just then, Su Luo, who had been struggling to find one, smiled, that's not necessarily the case. Saying this, he picked up a piece of stone. Investment project, Hei Wuxia Pai Stone. Investment amount, 100,000 yuan. Rate of return, 530. Louis Tian glanced at the stone in his hand and said, Black Wuzap stone. Not a bad choice, but the value of the jadeite in it is definitely not as good as the shit eggs I have here. But after a while, Louis Tian couldn't help but smile, because the jadeite in the hands of the stone-cutting master was even bigger and purer. The master handed the jadeite to Su Luo, boss, you're in really good luck, transparent ice-type high-grade jadeite, valued at around 630,000 yuan. Su Luo took the jade and said to Louis Tian, Uncle Lu, it seems that the goddess of luck is still on my side. I'm sorry, I've won again. Lu Bingyan also came forward and said, Dad, now you know how good Su Luo's judgment is. I was right to trust him before, he's not blind, he really is capable. Louis Tian said, it's just good luck. Let's play again, I don't believe I'll lose again. He is a competitive person, and now Lu Bingyan is on Su Luo's side, he wants to win even more. However, in the next 2 games, Su Luo, who didn't want to attract too much attention, chose to let up and lost 2 games in a row. Louis Tian's confidence suddenly soared. Xiaoyan, see, this is the true strength of your father and I, Su Luo's luck is over. Come, let's start the 5th game, I want to make this kid lose convincingly. After saying this, he began to select the stones. This time, he was particularly careful in his selection. After all, this was the 5th and decisive game. 10 million was nothing to him, but he could not accept losing to this little nobody Su Luo in front of Lu Bingyan. He absolutely could not let Su Luo act like a big shot in front of Lu Bingyan. Otherwise, looking at Lu Bingyan's adoring gaze at Su Luo, he would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Soon, his eyes lit up. He selected a stone that he was very satisfied with. After seeing him pick one, Su Luo gave a brief assessment. Then he began to look for one himself. He began to evaluate each stone one by one. Suddenly, he evaluated a stone, and the moment he saw the evaluation result, he was shocked. Investment project, Dragon and Tiger compete for the best jade. Investment amount, 100,000. Rate of return, 42,000%. Holy cow, a 420 times rate of return. In other words, the jadeite value of this stone is as high as 42 million yuan.
He never expected to find a stone with such a high rate of return here. He had originally planned to go unnoticed, but he instantly changed his mind.
40 million yuan, what's the point of being low-key?
But just then, a hand appeared and grabbed the stone. His heart immediately lifted.
Chapter 56, Top Imperial Green.
What Su Luo didn't expect was that the person who picked up the stone was the young master who had shown him the way when he first arrived at the reception. Zhou Zihao held the dragon and tiger fighting for the python stone in his hands and couldn't put it down, saying to his friends nearby,
"Guys, look at this stone, isn't it awesome?
There are even dragon scales and tiger stripes on it.
I'm going, it's so awesome, I'll choose this one." Zhou Zihao's eyes shone with excitement.
Su Lu smiled helplessly.
It seems that this dragon and tiger fighting for the python material is not meant to be. This guy is so lucky.
Just because he is handsome, he chose the most valuable stone. Although a little depressed, he soon let go of it and began to evaluate the other stones using the system. At this time, Zhou Zihao joyfully showed the dragon and tiger fighting for the python material he had chosen to the surrounding friends.
"Look, how handsome," one of the young men said. "What's the use of being handsome?
This looks like a piece of scrap, the texture is coarse, the surface is gray, and there's no luster at all."
"Why did you choose it?" "Zhou Zihao, but it's handsome." The other young man said, "Are you sick?
Just because it's handsome, you're spending 100,000 yuan on a piece of scrap.
Isn't the Ultraman suit much more handsome than this? And, are you going to buy this piece of stone to take home and keep it? You're not going to cut it? If you cut it, what's the point of it being handsome?" "That's true."
Zhou Zihao thought about it and felt that his friend had a very good point.
This stone material will definitely be cut later, so what's the use of it being handsome?
The real thing is a green stone material.
Let's take a photo then.
Okay. Subsequently, they took out their phones and took a photo together with the dragon tiger fighting python material. Edit, post to moments. Today I came across a really handsome stone, although it's not as good as the ones the others have, it's really handsome. After posting the photo to his circle of friends, he put the dragon and tiger fighting for the python back down. Su Luo, who was constantly evaluating the value of each stone, was stunned when he saw this.
This, the most valuable stone in the whole place, just took a photo and then so fresh and lively put it back?
He originally felt sorry for himself for missing out on this dragon and tiger fighting for the python. This happiness came too suddenly. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and picked up the stone that Zhou Zihao had just put down.
Seeing this, Zhou Zihao eagerly said,
"Buddy, you also think this stone is very handsome, but it's a pity that it's a piece of scrap.
There's definitely no green inside. If you like it, just take a picture, don't really buy it." Seeing Zhou Zihao's kind persuasion, Su Lu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Thanks for the reminder, but I think this stone is so handsome for a reason, and there's definitely something in it."
Zhou Zihao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Buddy, you're being really unprofessional.
You don't bet on a stone like that.
Whether a stone has green in it is determined by the texture, color, hardness, etc. of the stone skin. I've never heard that whether a stone is handsome has anything to do with whether it has green in it." The young master next to him also spoke up to persuade him. "Buddy, this stone is worth 100,000 yuan.
What are you going to do with 100,000 yuan? Isn't it better to buy this scrap than this?
You'll be left with a pile of scrap stone after you cut it up.
Don't you feel bad about that?"
Another young master followed up, "If you really buy it, we'll laugh at you for at least a year."
Su Lu laughed to himself. "Laugh at me?
Just wait and see how you'll be crying later." Then he said, "I just feel that this stone is so handsome, it must be special, I'll buy it."
Zhou Zihao and the others shook their heads slightly upon hearing this. This guy is hopeless. Just thinking about him like this, and Lu Bingyan still likes him, I want to die. Why?
You better stop,
it hurts me.
Su Lu smiled slightly and ignored them.
Lu Tian looked at the stone in Su Luo's hand and sneered, "Your taste is really extraordinary.
This stone is junk at first glance, but you still chose it."
With that, he turned his head and looked at Lu Bingyan. "Xiaoyan, you now know how poor his taste is, right?"
Lu Bingyan said impatiently. Su Luo must have his reasons for choosing this stone. Hurry up and let the master cut it, you're talking so much nonsense.
Lu Tian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this.
This precious daughter hasn't even married yet, and she's already turning her back on me.
She's going to marry Su Luo, and what's going to happen then? Let's see if you can match my judgment.
With that, he handed the stone to the stonecutter. Soon, the stonecutter finished cutting the stone and handed it to Louis Tian. Congratulations, boss, another green one, with an estimated value of around 1 million. The bigwigs around Louis Tian, who knew him, immediately cast envious glances. Not bad, Lou, you're really green today, you've had several green ones in a row. Lou's judgment has become really good, he even managed to open a jadeite worth 1 million yuan. I haven't even opened a piece of jadeite yet, I'm really jealous. Damn, Lou got one. After I go back this time, I have to practice my jadeite appraisal skills, I want to get one next time too. Although 1 million is nothing to these business tycoons, the sense of accomplishment of cutting a high-quality jade in public is something they particularly crave. Therefore, they all envy Louis Tian. Feeling the envious glances of his friends around him, Louis Tian was secretly delighted, and then looked at Su Luo. Kid, hurry up and hand over the scrap in your hands to the master, it's about time our competition came to a result. Su Luo handed the stone in his hands to the stone-cutting master, and said, Master, be careful when cutting it. Such a handsome stone must have something good inside. He was really worried that the master would not take the stone seriously because it looked like a piece of scrap, and would waste the 40 million yuan worth of jade inside with one blow. Ha ha ha. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. This young man is really humorous. Young man, don't worry, even if the master swings the hammer, he won't hurt the treasure inside, because there is none. Because he is handsome, he thinks there is something good inside this stone? I haven't seen such a cute young man in a long time. Louis Tian also said, Young man, stop talking, you're going to make me laugh to death. Oops, I don't know how you won me the first 2 times, it's weird. The master also felt a burst of laughter in his heart, but since Su Luo had given him the order, he also began to take it seriously. Using a cautious technique, he began to cut the stone skin. The people around him stopped paying attention, no one thinking that this piece of waste could produce green. Holy shit! After a while, the stone skinning master let out a scream. Those around him, who were concentrating on picking stones, were startled. Master, what's wrong with you, screaming like that, did you cut yourself? Master, why are you shouting so loudly when you're cutting a piece of waste? You scared the heart out of me. Holy shit, look, the stone in the master's hands has turned green, and judging from the color, it's not an ordinary variety. No way, that stone is obviously junk to anyone with eyes, how could it turn green? Holy shit, it really has. Master, cut it quickly, let's see what kind of jadeite this scrap can produce. The master took a deep breath and began to cut carefully. Soon, a complete piece of jadeite appeared in his hands. When the people around him saw it, their eyes were filled with shock. Holy shit! It's top-grade jadeite. Imperial Green. Chapter 57, Holding the Leg? Which one? The master looked at the Imperial Green in his hands in a daze, and said excitedly. Congratulations, boss, a fist-sized top-grade Imperial Green, the color and texture are worth at least 3,000 upwards. Su Luo took the Imperial Green and smiled, thank you. Everyone around him was blown away. Damn, it really is top-grade Imperial Jade. I haven't seen top-grade Imperial Jade of such good quality for a long time. My god, it's amazing that top-grade Imperial Jade can be found in such a worthless-looking stone. What kind of luck does this kid have? It hurts, it really hurts. I also noticed that stone just now, but I immediately dismissed it because of its appearance. This top-grade Imperial Jadeite should have belonged to me. I'm so angry. Me too. The appearance of that stone is very deceptive. Anyone in the know would think it's a piece of junk. I can only say that this kid is lucky, even though he doesn't know anything, he went for the good-looking one and instead picked up a big bargain. I'm so jealous. This shit luck is really enviable. At this time, someone started bidding. Young man, are you interested in selling the top-grade Imperial Jade in your hands? I am willing to pay 10 million. Have some face, the price of such a good top-grade Imperial Jade is at least 30 million upwards, and you are only offering 10 million. Young man, I am willing to pay 31 million. I am offering 35 million. One after the other, they made passionate bids. Just then, a middle-aged man walked up to Su Luo. Young man, I am Xin Fei, the president of the Jiling Chamber of Commerce and the person in charge of this reception. There will be a small auction at the reception later. I wonder if you would be willing to put this top-grade Imperial Jade on auction, so that your rights and interests can be better protected. Su Luo nodded, then I'll trouble you, President Shen. He said, and handed the top-grade Imperial Jade in his hand to Xin Fei. Shenfei was right. Putting it up for auction at the Jinling Chamber of Commerce was the best way to protect his rights. First, because the auction would fetch a higher price. Second, this top-grade imperial jade was worth tens of millions of dollars. With such a large sum of money, if he traded it with someone else, the money might not arrive, and it might even get caught up in endless arguments. After receiving the top-grade imperial jade, Shenfei turned and left. Louis Tian, on the other hand, looked at Su Lu in amazement. You kids' luck is too good. You can even get a top-grade imperial jade by just picking it blindly. In his opinion, Su Lu was just lucky, because no one in the know would have chosen that piece of dragon and tiger fighting python material. Su Lu chose it just because of its appearance, and it actually turned out to be a top-grade imperial jade. No one can beat that luck. Su Lu laughed and said, Uncle Lu, I told you, I've always been lucky. Don't forget our bet, 10 million. Louis Tian helplessly pursed his lips and said, I won't forget, I'll transfer it to you later. Lu Bingyan smiled at the corner of her mouth, looked at Su Lu with more admiration in her eyes, and then said to Louis Tian, Who just said that Su Lu's choice is scrap and definitely won't produce anything good? Louis Tian, who would have thought that this kid would be so lucky? Lu Bingyan, Su Lu's vision is just better than yours, don't deny it. Louis Tian, fine, he's amazing. A top-grade imperial jadeite has truly crushed his spirit. At this moment, Zhou Zihao, who was standing nearby, looked at his hands in disbelief, mumbling in his mouth. I held that stone in my hands, and I was ready to bid on it. That top-grade imperial jade should have been mine. His friends looked at each other, embarrassed, because they were the ones who had advised Zhou Zihao not to bid on the stone. Zhou Zihao had already decided to take it, but they had persuaded him to give up. One of them patted Zhou Zihao on the shoulder and said soothingly, Zihao, don't be sad, it's all fate. Damn you, I had already decided to take that stone, but you guys, a bunch of idiots, kept telling me to give it up, and it was my top-grade imperial jade. Immediately, Zhou Zihao angrily chased after a few people and ran all over the place. Su Luo saw this and shook his head with a smile. If he had encountered this kind of thing, his mentality would have exploded too. He then selected a few worthless scraps, so that others would really think that his ability to name the top-grade imperial jade just now was pure luck. However, this made Louis Tian even more speechless. Did he use all his good luck on the bet? Subsequently, Su Luo and Lu Bingyan left, asked the waiter for some food, sat down at a table, and started to tuck in. After Su Luo had eaten his fill, he noticed that Lu Bingyan was staring at him. He touched his face in puzzlement. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Or are you just attracted to my good looks? Lu Bingyan looked at him meaningfully. You have experience with stone gambling? He wiped his mouth with a tissue. No way, you know where I come from, I would never have the chance to participate in such a costly activity as stone gambling. Lu Bingyan, then how did you know that the stone contained top-grade imperial jade? Su Lu's eyes narrowed slightly and he laughed, saying, I don't know. I just thought the stone was handsome, so I chose it. I never expected that there would be top-grade imperial jade inside. You tell me, what luck is that? Lu Bingyan sneered, keep pretending. Others may not know, but I've been watching you. When Zhou Zihao picked up the stone, you became visibly nervous, and then very disappointed. But when Zhou Zihao put the stone down, you acted very excited, quickly grabbing the stone in your hands. If you didn't know in advance that the stone had imperial jade in it, how could you have acted like that? You're paying so much attention to me, do you like me? Su Luo secretly felt pleased. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes impatiently. Don't interrupt, it's fine if you don't admit it, I already know you're not simple, and I will definitely cling to you in the future. Cling to me? Su Luo's face revealed a wicked smile, and then his body leaned towards Lu Bingyan, and he asked in a low voice. Which one? Lu Bingyan's face flushed red, and she quietly placed her hand on his waist and gave him a hard pinch. You rascal. Ah. He sucked in a cold breath in pain. I knew it was just the waist, but you could have choked me with your thighs. Lu Bingyan's face turned even redder, and she pouted at him, slapping him on the shoulder. You're so vulgar. He laughed. I said thighs, where's the vulgarity? You're the one who's thinking the wrong thing, aren't you? Lu Bingyan glared at him in exasperation. I don't want to deal with you. Then she began to eat the food in front of her to hide her panic. Just then, Zhou Zihao and a few others sat down at the table next to them. Feeling his gaze, one of the young masters spoke up. What are you looking at? So what if it's an imperial green jade? We were just saying that if you buy that stone, we'll laugh at you, even if it turns out to be an imperial green jade.
Ha 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 ha. That's really funny. The other one chimed in, that's right, we'll laugh at you for a year. In the future, when you see us, you'd better walk around us, or else we'll laugh every time we see you. Sulu was amused. Unexpectedly, there were also people who knew how to have fun among the rich second generation. Chapter 58 Picture in Picture, Another Treasure Found. What are you laughing at? Don't you feel ashamed enough? Josie Heo kicked the other young masters angrily. Then he looked at Su Lu and then at Lu Bingyan, his eyes full of envy. Hey, man, let me ask you, how did you get Lu Bingyan? Ha? Su Lu was momentarily stunned. He had thought the other person was going to ask about the Imperial Jade, but instead he asked about Lu Bingyan. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Bingyan, and said, I didn't have to chase her. She asked me to be her boyfriend. Ha? Zhou Zihao and the others were dumbfounded, looking at each other. They had thought that Su Lu had used some superb pickup technique to get Lu Bingyan, and they wanted to come over and learn from Su Lu. They had never imagined that it was Lu Bingyan who had made the first move. Looking at Lu Bingyan sitting there eating with a blank expression on her face, without any intention of arguing, it seemed that Su Lu wasn't bragging. They felt even more bitter. Why was there such a big difference between people? They wanted to chat up Lu Bingyan, but Lu Bingyan gave them cold looks, yet she took the initiative to pursue Su Lu. This is really insulting. Zhou Zihao quickly walked over to Su Lu. Brother, you drove the Emperor's Green and made Lu Bingyan pursue you, so you are obviously not an easy person. From now on, I will follow you around, you are my big brother, just tell me what to do. Su Lu was dumbfounded. I don't think this is necessary. Zhou Zihao, whether you recognize it or not, I've already recognized you as my big brother. After saying this, he turned around and left with style. Su Lu couldn't help but laugh. Do rich second-generation kids all like the overbearing CEO forcing love? Regardless of whether you recognize it or not, I'm convinced. Zhou Zihao returned to his seat and said to the young masters, from now on, he is my big brother. One of the young masters said, okay, Zihao, you kept your word, you're trustworthy, what's your big brother's name? Heir. Zhou Zihao instantly froze, and hurriedly asked Su Lu. Big brother, what's your name? Su Lu was speechless, this was all so strange. No wonder this group of people could get together, one was more outrageous than the other. But he still said, Su Lu. Zhou Zihao quickly said, remember, my name is Zhou Zihao. Su Lu nodded slightly. After a while, Xin Fei, the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce, appeared and stood on the round platform at the front of the hall, holding a microphone and saying, thank you all for coming to our annual Jinling Chamber of Commerce reception. Next, it's time for the auction. We have carefully selected some treasures to entertain you. The first treasure is the top-grade Imperial Jade that Mr. Su Lu opened during the stone auction. I don't think I need to tell you much about Imperial Jadeite. Mr. Su Luo was extremely lucky this time, and the Imperial Jadeite he opened is the best of the best in terms of color, texture, and purity. According to expert appraisal, it is worth around 40 million yuan. Therefore, we have set the starting price at 30 million yuan. 35 million. As soon as Xin Fei finished speaking, someone started bidding. 36 million. 37 million. The bidding became more and more intense, with voices rising and falling, all adding a million at a time. Su Lu listened in amazement. It would take ordinary people working hard to earn a million, but these rich people could just let their mouths move and a million would be gone. It was true that the poor and the rich were not of the same species. Soon, the price was pushed to 50 million. The bidding voices also stopped. A premium of 10 million is already the limit for many people. Xin Fei laughed and said, 50 million, is there anyone else? 3, 2. 55 million. Before the countdown was finished, another person bid, increasing the price by 5 million directly, instantly killing the competition. Seeing the final result, Su Lu couldn't help but smile on his face. Sure enough, choosing the auction was a very wise result. The direct premium over the system's evaluation was 13 million, and even if the auction took a 5% commission, 2.75 million, he still made more than 10 million. On the other side, Sun Dongxian poked Lui Tian's arm and said, you see, this Xiao Luo is worthy of being the boy that Xiao Yan has her eye on. He's amazing. He came to a party and easily made more than 50 million. No, with your 10 million, it's a total of more than 60 million. Which boy can compare with him? No wonder he can charm Xiao Yan. Louis Tian's mouth twitched slightly. You really bring up the wrong pot. He's just lucky.
Sun Dongxian couldn't help but laugh. You're a grown man, but your competitiveness is just as strong as it was when you were young.
Even if Su Lu is just lucky, that luck is also part of his strength.
You also stepped on the right foot and benefited from the times to get ahead. Anyway, I quite like this Su Lu kid, so in the future, you mustn't get involved in his affairs with Cheyenne again.
Louis Tian's face was full of helplessness. Damn it! Both of his favored women are siding with the enemy. Damn Su Luo.
At the auction, one treasure after another was sold.
Su Luo was truly amazed. In addition to antiques, there were also things of great commemorative significance, such as Elvis Presley's collector's edition records, a vintage Ferrari, and so on.
But what he found most unacceptable was
the Empress Dowager's foot binding cloth that appeared on the auction. And someone actually auctioned it off. It even sold for 21 million. He suddenly felt like he didn't know the world anymore. He now wholeheartedly agreed with the words of Xu Benhua. Life is a mass of desires. If desires are not satisfied, there will be pain. If they are satisfied, there will be boredom. There was a group of bored people in the room. Next, the waiter walked up with a painting.
Xinfei introduced it. The next auction item is a painting, a flower and bird landscape painting by the famous Qing dynasty painter Zhu De. Experts estimate the value at 2 million, and the auction price is 1 million.
The auction will now begin.
Su Luo subconsciously used the system to evaluate the painting, and the moment he saw the result, he was completely dumbfounded.
Investment project, Dong Yuan Xiaoxiangta landscape painting. Investment amount, 2 million. Return rate, 4,800%.
His face was full of question marks. If he heard Xinfei correctly, he said it was a flower and bird landscape painting by the famous Qing dynasty painter Zhu De, but how had it become Xiaoxiangtu? And the return rate was as high as 48 times. Dong Yuan, he knows, was a famous landscape painter of the Song dynasty.
What's going on?
At this point, he noticed a sentence at the bottom of the system panel.
Note, Dong Yuan Xiaoxiangtu was below Zhu Da's flower and bird landscape painting. What does that mean? Could it be that what looks like one painting is actually two paintings layered on top of each other? Chapter 59, 10 million for this painting? Are you crazy? 1 million. Someone started bidding. 1.3 million. 1.8 million.
Soon, the price was up to 3 million.
5 million.
Just then, a voice rang out, directly increasing the price of the painting by 2 million, and the original voices that had been rising one after the other instantly disappeared. After seeing the bidder, many people began to talk excitedly. It turned out to be Wang Qiu. No wonder he raised the price so high all of a sudden. His father's only hobby was painting landscapes and flowers. Yes, Mr. Wang loved the paintings of Zhu De and others, so it was not difficult to understand why Wang Qiu wanted to win the painting even if it meant paying a premium of 3 million. It seemed that the painting was going to end up in Wang Qiu's hands. After all, if you don't really love it, you won't pay such a high price for it, and you will lose money if you resell it. Xinfei on the stage said, Mr. Wang has offered 5 million, is there anyone else who will go higher? 3, 2. Just then, Su Lu raised his right hand, 6 million. This caused an uproar in the room, as no one understood why someone would bid at this time. Holy shit, someone else is bidding? What for? 6 million, you could buy 3 of these paintings. It was the young man who had just bid on the top-level Imperial Jade. Does he have money to burn? No place to spend it? Lu Bingyan was also very surprised when she saw Su Lu participate in the bidding. She then stared intently at Zhu Da's landscape painting on the stage, her eyes full of thought. Wang Qiu also looked at Su Lu with surprise in his eyes. He really couldn't figure it out. He had already offered 5 million, and someone was still competing with him. But this person came right up and added $1 million, what's wrong with them? Then he raised his hand. 7 million. 8 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lu immediately shouted out the price. His brows furrowed, and he turned his head to look at Su Lu again, his eyes full of displeasure. He had reason to suspect that this guy was definitely here to stir up trouble. Otherwise, there is no reason to argue with him over a $2 million painting and raise the price to 8 million. Brother, my father-in-law really likes this painting, and I hope that you can help me make this happen and become friends. I wonder if you would like to be friends with me. The threat in his words was clear. If you don't become friends, then you are the enemy.
Sun Dongxian and Louis Tian also turned to look at Su Luo, their eyes full of confusion. Louis Tian, what does this kid Su Lu want? He doesn't seem like the type to like calligraphy and painting, so why would he spend so much money to compete with Wang Qiu for a painting? Not only did he lose money, he also offended Wang Qiu. Sun Dongxian, Su Lu doesn't seem like an impulsive person either. Could it be that this painting is not simple? After saying this, she looked curiously at the painting on the stage. Wang Qiu raised his right hand again, 9 million. After saying this, he looked at Su Lu with threatening eyes. Su Lu gave a slight smile. With the system backing him up, although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. Sorry, I'm also very interested in this painting. 10 million. The Xiaoxiangtu, which is worth nearly a small goal, is worth more than 10 million, let alone 20 million. The people around him immediately erupted in an uproar. Damn, this guy really wants to fight with Wang Qiu? He doesn't take Wang Qiu's threat at all seriously. Things are getting interesting. But I really don't understand what this kid wants. Spending 10 million yuan on this painting is just plain stupid. I guess he suddenly got a top-grade imperial jadeite and wanted to show it off after spending so much money on it. Not only is he young, he's also stupid. Wang Qiu has made it clear that he wants this painting, but he still wants to compete just to show off. If my son were like him, I would definitely use physical means to make him 10 centimeters shorter. Wang Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a hint of anger, he said, since you want it so badly, you can have it. In the face of his anger, Su Lu didn't take it personally, and said lightly, thank you. Sun Dongxian couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. She said, you see, Xiaoyan really has good taste in men. This Su Lu, in the face of a threat from a big boss like Wang Qiu, is still calm and collected, which is really not simple. Louis Tian shrugged, not simple my ass, I think it's stupid. It's stupid enough to spend 10 million on a 2 million painting, and then offend Wang Qiu over it. I don't know what word to use to accurately describe the extent of his stupidity. Sun Dongxian pondered for a moment before saying, I still think that Su Lu has his reasons for doing this, he's not a fool. Seeing that no one was going to bid any higher, Xin Fei's hammer dropped onto the table. Congratulations to Mr. Su Luo, who has just purchased this bird and flower landscape painting by the famous painter Zhu De for 10 million yuan. Upon hearing the hammer fall, Su Luo could not wait to get up and walk out of the hall. The rule of the auction is that once the bidder has purchased the treasure, they can either wait until the end of the auction to collect it in the next room, or they can go immediately. After seeing him leave, Lu Bingyan also got up immediately and followed him. After walking out of the hall, Lu Bingyan quickly walked up to his side and asked curiously, you spent 10 million on this painting, is it because it has something special about it? Su Luo laughed, this is the first time I've seen this painting, so I don't know what's so special about it, I just like it. Humph. Lu Bingyan snorted, and looked at him teasingly with her eyes. You? How could a scoundrel like you be elegant? Su Lu couldn't help but laugh. That's a bit hurtful, how can I not be refined? Besides, while it may be vulgar for others to like beautiful women, I like beautiful women like you, and that is definitely a very refined thing to do. Lu Bingyan heard this and was secretly delighted, but she said, humph, smooth talker. As they spoke, the two arrived at the door of the room next door. Several burly men stood at the door of the room. Judging from their high, bulging temples, they were definitely not bad at martial arts. The staff immediately came up to Su Luo when they saw him. Mr. Su, are you here to collect Zhu Da's landscape painting? That's right. He nodded and then followed the staff into the room. The staff handed Zhu Da's landscape painting to him and said, Mr. Su, the auction price for your top-grade imperial jadeite was 55 million. We will deduct a 5% commission, 2.75 million, and then deduct the 10 million you paid for the bird and flower landscape painting. The remaining 42.25 million will be transferred to your account tomorrow. Su Luo, thank you. He then picked up the bird and flower landscape painting in his hands and began to examine it. However, he wasn't looking at the content of the painting, and he didn't understand it either. Instead, he looked at the side of the painting's paper to see how it was glued to Dong Yuan's Xiaoxiangtu. Soon, he saw a small crack on the side of the paper and said a little too loudly, Hey, why is the paper of this painting delaminate? Upon hearing this, the staff immediately came over. It really is, it should be due to its age. Mr. Su, if you trust us, you can leave it to us, and we will arrange for a professional to restore it for you. Chapter 60, the release of the Xiaoxiangtu painting shocked everyone. Pop. Su Lu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but think of an online clip.
Hua Mulan had her period while marching, and she lost so much blood that she fainted. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, the military doctor kindly sewed up her bleeding wound.
I think the stitches look quite strange, and don't you feel that the paper used for this painting is too thick? After taking a closer look, the staff member nodded and said, "This painting is indeed made of thicker paper than usual ancient paintings. Su Luo, can you find a professional to help me cut it open? I'm really curious." Are you sure?
The staff member was stunned. This was the first time he had heard such a request in his life. Su Luo, yes, don't worry, if it gets damaged, it's on me. Hearing this, the staff member immediately said, "Then please wait a moment, I'll go find an expert." After saying this, he quickly left the room. In a moment, he walked in with two experts. Su Lu glanced at them and realized that they were familiar faces, as they often appeared on treasure appraisal shows. However, he had forgotten their exact names. When they came up to him, the staff member introduced them. "Mr. Su, these two are experts in the restoration and appreciation of ancient paintings, Mr. Lu Wenba and Mr. Yang Jixiang." "Su Luo, then I would be very grateful if you could help me separate the layers of this painting. It's really thick, and the crack is right in the middle of the paper. I'm a little curious." Lu Wenba took the flower and bird landscape painting, looked at it, and then frowned slightly. He hurriedly said to Yang Jixiang, who was standing next to him, "Lao Yang, this crack is really strange. It doesn't look like the kind of separation you get with normal paper." Yang Jixiang nodded. "Well, it looks like two sheets of paper have been glued together. And the paper above and below the crack is obviously not of the same texture. Sir, are you sure you want us to cut it open?" Su Luo, "Yes, I'm sorry to trouble you both." After receiving a positive reply, Lu Wenba and Yang Jixiang placed the flower, bird, landscape painting on the table and spread it out. Then they took out their professional tools and began to cut the paper along the crack. After cutting one corner, the Xiaoxiangta painting inside suddenly appeared. There was a painting within a painting? Lu Wenba and Yang Jixiang's eyes immediately lit up, and the two of them carefully and attentively observed it. After a while, Lu Wenba said excitedly, "The style of painting seems to be the masterpiece of the famous Song Dynasty painter Dong Yuan." Yang Jixiang was also very excited. "It really looks quite like the brushwork of Dong Yuan, and what's more, it's certain that this painting is indeed from the Song Dynasty." He then turned to Su Luo and said, "Mr. Su, you've struck gold. There's another even more valuable Song Dynasty painting underneath this one, which is suspected to be the work of the famous painter Dong Yuan." "Really?" Su Luo's face showed shock. "Then, would you two teachers please be careful when cutting it open for me? Thanks." Seeing his poor acting, Lu Bingyan couldn't help rolling her eyes. Soon, the entire painting was cut open. Lu Bowen and Yang Jixiang carefully examined the painting underneath and said, "It really is a work by Dong Yuan, Xiaoxiangtu. My goodness, I never thought I would encounter the long-lost Xiaoxiangta here. I am really so excited. Mr. Su, you have struck it rich this time. This Xiaoxiangta by Dong Yuan is estimated to be worth nearly 100 million. Although he had known beforehand that the landscape painting with birds and flowers was a fake and that the real Xiaoxiang 2 by Dong Yuan was underneath, Su Lu was still very excited when the real thing appeared in front of him. "I never thought my luck would be so good as to get such a precious painting just by buying a random landscape painting with birds and flowers. Thanks again to the two teachers for helping me separate the painting. Without you, this Xiaoxiang 2 would never have seen the light of day." Lu Wenba laughed and said, "It is our good fortune to be able to help a treasure like the Xiaoxiangta painting see the light of day again. We also want to thank you for inviting us to do this work." At this, the staff member walked up and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Su. I felt that you were a person of great fortune the moment I saw you. Now it seems that my judgment was indeed correct. Mr. Su's luck is truly enviable. I wonder how Mr. Su plans to display this famous painting. Would you be willing to auction it off? We can make the arrangements immediately." Su Luo pretended to be torn between two options for a while before saying, "This painting is a waste in my hands, so please help me auction it off so that it can go to the hands of the right person. But I won't auction off this flower and bird landscape painting again, I like it. I spent so much money on the flower and bird landscape painting, and if I cut off the Xiaoxiang figure and then take it back to auction, it would arouse too much suspicion. So the 10 million spent on it can be considered an investment." The staff was pleasantly surprised to hear this and said, "Okay, we'll make the arrangements right away and try to make sure that the Xiaoxiangta painting is the finale." After a brief exchange, Su Lu and Lu Bingyan returned to the reception hall. Lu Bingyan looked at him and said in a low voice with a little more admiration in her eyes, "Your acting just now was really lame." He laughed and said, "You mean when I opened the Xiaoxiangtu? I was being genuine, not acting." Lu Bingyan said, "How did you know where the Xiaoxiangtu was?" Su Lu naturally would not admit it, as this kind of thing was hard to explain. "I don't know, it was purely just my personal good luck." Lu Bingyan looked him up and down. "Humph, you can't fool me, I'll be clinging to your leg from now on anyway." After saying that, Lu Bingyan froze for a moment and then said, "Don't ask me which leg to hug." Puff. Su Lu was instantly amused. This girl usually looks cold and indifferent, but sometimes she can be quite cute. Soon, the last item up for auction was sold, and Shen Fei took the microphone and said, "Everyone, although the last item scheduled to be auctioned has been sold, the auction is not over yet. We have obtained a new, wonderful treasure, the long-lost masterpiece of Song Dynasty painter Dong Yuan, Xiaoxiang 2. Please have the staff bring it up." Xiaoxiang 2? Some people who knew their stuff immediately looked excited. Wasn't Xiaoxiang 2 lost for a long time? Now it's been unearthed? Lao Shun, is this Xiaoxiangtu a genuine work? Why has it suddenly appeared? Is its provenance in order? Shen Fei laughed and said, "Don't worry, it's definitely a genuine work." The two teachers, Lu Wenba and Yang Jixiang, have already appreciated it. As for its provenance, there's no need to worry, because the painting was hidden in the landscape painting with flowers and birds that Mr. Su just bought. That's why Xiaoxiangta suddenly appeared. What? Hearing this news, everyone present was stunned.